sure the mic quality is good. Oh boy, it's starting to lag. Holy shit. The instant I do something on my computer. Is it gonna... I opened a new tab in an already existing window. God, if I start playing like a YouTube video or something, then this whole thing's gonna freaking go under. Okay. No copyright hip hop. Okay, I want to at least see if the desktop audio part of this works. Okay. It's a bit loud. Okay, there we go. Now it's background music. My entire computer's lagging. The Windows, the task manager doesn't say anything about that. Wow, it just became laggy the instant that I started playing this YouTube video. Holy crap. Or, no, not even that. The instant I opened a new web browser, it became laggy. Why? Oh my god, it's seriously gonna be this bad? I had a perfect frame rate, but that was before I had done... It's before I had done an extra action on my computer. Everything on my PC is stuttering. Holy shit. God damn it. No. Do this. I didn't save any of my changes. Evaluating arguments. Change the date. Okay, the frame rate's a little better right now. Okay, holy crap. my god, guys, you have no idea how much of a pain this was. I can't believe how much of a pain this was. It's so stupid. I already have everything set up. And so okay, maybe 5 minutes to, you know, plug in my webcam and open all the programs and stuff, right? I already had my computer on. And so then I began the stream, right? And I went to shave, and then so basically what happened was I opened the stream. You guys saw. I hadn't shaved yet, so I went to the bathroom to shave. I got a little croissant breakfast thing and La Colombe coffee, so with oat milk. It's a latte with milk, which I actually want to have right now. Perfectly sweet and creamy. Ooh, very creamy. Very. If you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and you suck while the liquid's in there, it gets this really frothy foam texture to it that you feel in your mouth. It's cool. Ooh, that's unique. Actually, that's pretty good for a drink made with oat milk. It actually tastes pretty good. These silly little cans of coffee are like $3 each at the grocery store, and you gotta buy a 4-pack of them. But so under normal circumstances, it would not be worth it. So three buckaroonies is way more than I'm willing to spend. But food stamps, right? I'm a millionaire on food stamps. So anyway, so I got all that, and I came back and I shaved, and you guys saw me playing with my cat for a minute. And then the stream died. Well, my power went out. My power blinked for a second, and that caused my entire computer to crash. So the entire computer crashed, which means the stream crashed. And then it restarted. But when it restarted, the entire computer was slow. And not only was the entire computer slow, but my streaming software wasn't working. So I had to fix it. I couldn't get my webcam to work. Or it was laggy. It was like insanely laggy. I'm actually really surprised that it's not right now, but it was really laggy. Like, it was just my whole computer would stutter when I'm trying to do something. So I'm actually really surprised that it corrected itself. I was going to restart my whole computer if it didn't fix itself, but that would have meant, so that first stream, or the first stream, my power died, and then the second stream, it was a bunch of latency issues and lagging and stuttering and frame rate drops and all of that. So I'm sure you guys kind of noticed. Plus, I couldn't get my webcam to work. My webcam worked the first time, but then it like screwed up my settings, and then all of a sudden I can't get my webcam up anymore on the Windows. So I have 5 different video capture device sources on the streaming software. They are all the same webcam software. It's all the same webcam, but I had to redo it multiple times. Not today, but like in the past. I had to redo it multiple times because the previous one wouldn't work for whatever reason. And so today, the new one that I could make, it wouldn't work. So I had to browse through all of them. And luckily, video capture device source number 3 that I made back in like October, that one was working. So I was like, okay, cool. That one works. The other ones don't, even though they're the exact same settings. It's a flawed program. It's what I get for doing a free program, I guess. I'm sure if I bought the premium membership, then these problems wouldn't happen, right? Customer support would actually give me the time of day. So. God, if I have to call customer support for something like this, that'll kill me. But anyway, yeah. Well, for this, I had to make a new scene. I only have, I have the screen share, my webcam, the mic, and then the desktop audio. I only have those 4 things, so it seems to be fine. I just looked at the stream, and you guys aren't having any problems with it, so you guys can hear the music and they hear me talking or whatever. So. Yeah, you guys can hear it in the background, so that's totally fine. This is really good. It's not like really good, but it's coffee. Oat milk vanilla latte, frothy and delicious. La Colombe Coffee is the company. Perfectly sweet and creamy. So it says it's made from oat milk, right? Which means it should be lactose free. But then, which this one is technically lactose free. You guys know how to make oat milk? A bunch of oats or like nuts or whatever. Almond milk, soy milk, whatever, right? Whatever kind of milk you want to make, you get that material. You like mash it up, and then you put it in like this sifter bag, and then you like really like squeeze and drain it. Or no. What you do is you put like the oats or the almonds or the soybeans in a blender, and then you blend it, and then you pour that blender mixture into a sifter bag, and you squeeze out all of the liquid milk from whatever blended material you had, while catching all the solid bits. And then I think you run that through a filter once or twice, and then that's how you get oat milk, almond milk, soy milk, all that sort of stuff. So that's if you do it at home. You can just do it with a blender and a sifter bag, but or it's not a sifter bag. It's like a, what would you call it? You guys know like a bag of potatoes, right? You go to Idaho, and you're a farmer, and you get a bag of potatoes, and you sell on the market, right? And the old guy, he's the farmer with the straw hat and the hunchback, and he just has a sack of potatoes on his back, slung over his shoulder. That's what he's carrying. It's that kind of bag. That's the kind of bag that you pour your blended almonds or your blended oats into. And it sifts it out. So that's if you're doing it by hand at your home. They have special machines that kind of cut down on the steps in that process and kind of streamline it. And of course, if you're running a store or a business, then you would get a giant $1,000 machine to do all of that for you automatically. So there are places that make their own soy milk and stuff. So, but apparently it's from like real freshly harvested oats or soybeans, I guess, for the soy milk. And it tastes a lot different than like the soy milk you'd get from the grocery store. So I really want some. But the only place I know that does that is in Taiwan. So, and I am not going to Taiwan. So I was actually thinking about going to Taiwan, to be honest. Just to live there, if I got if I worked here and I saved like $250,000, let's say, which here in California will buy you the cheapest house, and that's it, right? Good luck surviving. That's what $250,000 gets you. If I move out to the Midwest, it'll get you a decent house, and you'll still have a little left over for a car and your kid's college tuition. But $250,000, you go to Taiwan or the Philippines or Vietnam, one of those like southeastern Asian countries. You go over there with $250,000, you'll live like a king for the rest of your life. You'll live like a king for the rest of your life. You go to India, same thing. You'll live like a king for the rest of your life. You know, in India, you can get like a giant like restaurant fully cooked feast for yourself, right? You can go to a restaurant and get like this giant like feast for yourself just to eat more than you and your family can handle, right? It'll be like $3 for that much food, for like, you know, restaurant quality, cooked, high quality ingredients, all that stuff. $3 for that. So you can only imagine how cheap going to the grocery store and cooking your own food is, and then how cheap it is to actually live there. So in general, with those kind of prices, so it's amazing, right? Because that amount of food would be like $100 in an American restaurant. So, but yeah. Anyway, so that's like plan E for me as far as all my backup plans go, is to just get a decent paying job, low living expenses in America, save up enough money, and then I can go to Taiwan or the Philippines or Vietnam or India and just live like a pretty luxurious life. I mean, $250,000, maybe not like, you know, marble flooring and servants serving me and stuff. Maybe not like a king. I guess that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I can live like a pretty decent lifestyle without ever having to work again. So on that kind of money. So honestly, if I actually worked and saved up my money, like worked my butt off, right, working weekends and stuff too, I could probably save up that much money in like 10 years, maybe 5 or 10 years. That's not a bad plan. That's not a bad plan at all. Work my butt off for 10 years. Then then when I'm 40, I live like a king in some foreign country for the rest of my life. Yeah, I'm good to go. But yeah. Anyway, so Taiwan was one of the places I considered, but big but, I can't consider it anymore. Even if I had the money to go there today, I would not even consider it because of the war that's going on right now. You guys might think, the war? You mean in Russia and Ukraine? What does that have to do with Asia? It has everything to do with Asia, because a little bit of, not history, but just like kind of like diplomatic thinking, right? Russia invaded Ukraine. Who is stopping them? Well, nobody else is really stopping them, right? Everybody, the U.S. especially, is all like, oh, you know, we see you, Russia. We don't, you know, you're invading Ukraine. That's a big no-no. But we don't want to go to war with you. So we're just gonna sit on the sidelines and just take a look, right? It's the same thing we did during World War II, in the beginning. Which actually is a very bad omen, but let's leave it at that. So let's say the current conflict, Russia invades Ukraine, they take it over, that's it, right? Let's say it ends there, right? And we don't start dropping nukes on each other. That's kind of our best case scenario right now. What does this teach everybody else? This teaches everybody else that if a big country invades a smaller country for their own personal reasons or whatever, the United States isn't going to stop them. That's what this teaches the world. To most countries, this doesn't matter, right? Nobody's thinking about invading other countries. But in consideration of Taiwan, Taiwan is actually a former Chinese territory. Taiwan is was formerly a part of China, but Taiwan fought and gained their independence back in the 60s, I believe. Well, it's sometime in the last century. Anyway, China was pretty pissed about that. They didn't want to lose Taiwan. China was pretty pissed about that, and to this day, China, 50 years later, 60 years later, whatever, China is still saying that Taiwan is a part of them, even though they don't have direct control. And China gets pissed anytime that somebody says that Taiwan is an independent country, because China doesn't want that. China wants Taiwan back. And China has been speculating for years and years now, hey, we should just go invade Taiwan. We should just go start a war with Taiwan, invade them, take them over, right? Because China is so, possessive of Taiwan for whatever reason. Same in the same way that Russia is so possessive of Ukraine. I mean, you look up anything about the current war going on right now, it's Vladimir Putin, who's the president of Russia. He's going on and on about how the Ukraine, it's a Russian territory, and how, it was unfairly taken from them, and he's gonna go and bring Ukraine back into the fold and whatever, right? It's like, he's like possessive about it, right? It's like a controlling relationship partner. So it's a little eerie because of that, but whatever, right? Anyway, China sees Taiwan in the same way. Right now, the only reason China hasn't done anything is because the U.S. recognizes Taiwan as an independent country and calls them a U.S. ally, right? We're gonna protect Taiwan if anything bad happens to them. That's what the U.S.'s current stance is. But that was a previous president that made those claims. I mean, you're talking about 10 presidents ago, right? I don't know exactly who, but anyway, the way that U.S. democracy works is that we rotate through leaders so much that what the country's stance was 60 years ago might not necessarily be the same today. So China is looking at Joe Biden and his weak hand and saying, and then looking at Russia and being like, look at that. Russia wanted Ukraine and they invaded and the US didn't do anything. And now China is looking at Taiwan and thinking, maybe if we take Taiwan, then the US won't do anything, especially with Joe Biden as president. I'm pretty sure that if Joe Biden gets reelected, which, God forbid, right? It's like God has abandoned the earth if Joe Biden gets reelected. But he's a bad president for both political parties, so it's like the Democrats need to put somebody else up as a candidate to replace him, at the very least. But, that's politics, but yeah, if Joe Biden got reelected, which there's a slim chance, not a zero, but there's a slim chance, then China would look at that as an opportunity to be like, okay, cool. Pacifist Joe Biden is elected again. Let's go take Taiwan before they actually elect somebody competent to lead the country. I was like, great. And so then China will invade Taiwan. Joe Biden won't do anything. The United States won't do anything. China will take over Taiwan. If China invades Taiwan and takes them over, there's going to be a lot of refugees. But more importantly, it's not going to be a good place to live. So I might as well move to mainland China if that's going to be the case, right? Because everything in Taiwan is going to adjust to Chinese rule. Not to mention there's going to be a war there, right? I don't want to move there when there's going to be a war. So, I mean, maybe the area will be so cheap after the invasion because nobody wants to be there that it's going to be like, okay, whoever does live there is going to be able to live a decent life, right? So China would love it if I moved into their Taiwan colony and just leached off of them or whatever, right? Oh, look at how many Americans we have in here. They surely support our domination of Taiwan, right? I mean, whatever, right? Who can say? The attitude will be. So anyway, it's not going to be safe to go to China and Taiwan. Just as like a couple years ago, it wouldn't have been smart to move to Ukraine because the war with Russia was imminent. In fact, people could predict the war with Russia from miles away, and people were predicting an invasion way before it actually happened. So, of course, no one listened to them. Nobody cared, but now people care because it actually happened. So, this is really good. But yeah. Anyway, so Ukraine was one of the cheaper countries, European countries I was looking at a few months ago. Obviously not an option because it's in a war right now. Taiwan is also a cheap country that I was looking at. That's not going to be an option because China is one day going to invade Taiwan. So if not in the next couple of years, it's going to at least be within the next 40 years. So you choose to move somewhere and you're kind of crossing your fingers that that place is going to be safe for the rest of your life, right? The one benefit, I've said this before, the one benefit of living in America is that we're not at risk of going to war with other countries, or of not of going to war, but of homeland invasions. I mean, the last homeland invasion we had before 9/11, which was kind of a one-off case, was I think it was the Mexican-American War back in like the 1840s, I believe, something like that. Anyway, so the Mexicans went to war with us. So that was God, what was the name of that chapel? The Alamo. Yeah, that's right. Remember the Alamo. That's what they say. Davy Crockett. Remember the Alamo. It was a battle against the Mexicans and all the people down in, God, what was it? New Mexico territory. There's a church called the Alamo. And what was it, like 50 Americans, a very small number of Americans were huddled in the church ready to defend it, and hundreds of Mexican soldiers came to attack the church and take it over, and these like 50 or so Americans held their ground strategically and held their own against being outnumbered by all these Mexican forces trying to take over this church. All the Americans died eventually, right? The Mexicans threw hundreds and hundreds of soldiers at them, so there's no way that 50 people could hold out for that long. So in a church, so Davy Crockett was one of them. He died in that battle, but yeah, remember the Alamo. That was the big propaganda war cry for people to go to war against Mexico back then. So that was it's that 180 years ago, something like that. So anyway, we won that war, and as a result, Mexico gave us the California, Arizona, New Mexico, all of that territory down in the lower left region of the United States. They gave us all of that. A pretty good deal, right? We still paid money for it, but it was a stupidly cheap price. I mean, it was probably like 60 cents per acre of land. Like, it's that cheap, right? Can you imagine paying like 60 cents for basically the amount of area of like your entire neighborhood, right? That's how much they bought all that land for. And of course, America bought all that land, and now it's U.S. territory. Now we have the current borders there, right? So, but yeah, that was the last homeland invasion. And to be honest, I don't really think it was necessarily American territory at that point. I think America and Mexico were kind of sharing this like no man's land between the two countries, and that was the war. That was where most of the war took place. So anyway, that was probably the last homeland invasion that we've had to really do. Every other war since then has been American soldiers going to another country and invading with our own, right? That's been America. So that's the one benefit. So almost 200 years that we've gone without being invaded by some force, right? Whereas Taiwan had to fight for their independence. A country like Japan got bombed, right? Germany had to go through all that during World War I and II. You had the entire geography and the political borders of southeastern Europe just like redrawn multiple times over the past centuries because of conflicts over there and whatnot. And you go to the Middle East, and there's a war over there every day. So most places in the world are pretty prone to conflict. The only places you're not gonna see conflict happening are in the country are America, Canada, and like the northern part of Europe. So those are pretty much the only countries that are pretty much conflict free. Canada, most of Russia, and then the three fingers of Europe. It's all so cold over there that it's not practical for anybody to invade those countries, right? During World War II, Hitler tried to send his armies up over to Russia, but the German soldiers weren't accustomed to fighting. They weren't accustomed to fighting in the snow, in the harsh cold, so they didn't last. They actually had to retreat because of the weather. Not even because of the Russian army, but because of the weather. So. Very silly. Very bad strategical planning on Hitler's part. But whatever. Just bomb the cities with airplanes, right? So, come on. But yeah, anyway, there's a little history for you guys. So anyway, this is part of if you're gonna leave the country, right? Americans don't have to think about this, right? Because like I said, we're relatively safe from outside conflict in America. We aren't safe from poverty or poor living conditions within our own country, but we are safe from other countries trying to take us over. So that's the one saving grace of living in America. Plus, we get equal opportunity, and if you're a healthy person and you work a job, then you'll have enough to live. That's pretty much that's almost a guarantee in America. So you'll have enough to live. Will it be a good life? Well, but at least you'll be alive, right? At least you'll be eating 3 meals a day, right? Even our poorest people who don't work can eat 3 meals a day if they go on food stamps. So. And they have the ability to as well. So nobody's starving. Well, abused children are starving. But they don't have any power, right? That's why. But everyone else isn't, so it's and that's not necessarily America as a whole's fault. That's a fault with social services and whatnot. But yeah, anyway. That's that whole thing. But yeah, so I want to escape America because living in America otherwise is pretty bad. So if I can get the same level of security from wars, then another country, then I'm just, and then also a better life, then I'm just gonna leave, right? Oh. Got these pastries. They a lot of the time they advertise these pastries as like being spicy. Oh, it's jalapeno bread, you know, whatever, right? If you look, there is one jalapeno on here. There's one jalapeno slice on this bread, and that's it. I haven't eaten any other ones. There's no other jalapeno slices on this bread. How is this spicy? Besides this, when I bite into the center with the one jalapeno, besides that one bite, the bread is just normal flavored. It's like it's not spicy at all. So it's terrible. It's like I want spice. I got like little biscuits from a restaurant. It was supposed to be spicy biscuits, jalapeno bread, right? It was this full like cube of bread. And it had one jalapeno slice on the top. And it's like the one bite, you know, me biting into the top and getting that jalapeno, that tasted great. Most of the bread didn't have that, though. Most of the bread didn't have jalapenos in it. It's deceiving. It's not spicy enough. I want jalapenos. Because a jalapeno, when you take out the seeds of a jalapeno and you cook it, it's not that spicy. It still has spice to it, but it's not like overwhelming, right? It's not like I bit into a raw jalapeno pepper, right? So they need to put more on this. The only place who does it like really good, guaranteed, is it's Subway. Subway, for all its faults, has really good jalapeno. They have jalapeno cheddar bread. And what they do is they put jalapeno slices and they scatter them across the top of the bread. Only on the top of the bread. But still. Every bite, or every other bite, you're getting a jalapeno in it. At least, like thank God, right? This is what I wanted this for. Otherwise I would have just gone white bread, so. I don't know who's out there who who orders jalapeno bread and just wants one jalapeno on it. They only want one. They want normal bread with one bite of spiciness. That's all they want, right? Delicious. Anyway, you guys want to see? There is a place. There's a place I wanna be. It's you and me, YMCA. Okay, it looks like when I use my web browser, it gets laggy, so forgive me, guys. Okay, well, at least the audio isn't that bad, so. There's this place, in my county. No. There we go. Can I like? Oh, it has to go like that. Okay, well, that's fine. I kind of want. There we go, and then I can just. Okay. I want to go like this. There we go. Okay, cool. So anyway, this works, right? If I go like this, there we go. Hey, that actually looks pretty decent. Look at that. I got a little picture of me now. All I need to do is have the chat in the upper left, and in that black box, or I need to have some kind of picture up there. Maybe a little GIF, a little animation of me doing something. I don't know. All the cool streamers have that where it's in the corner up here. They'll have like a cool border, and they'll have like a little GIF or like a little animation of them sleeping, or you know, it's like pixel art, right, of them sleeping, or of them on the computers clicking or whatever, right? It's just this little like cute pixel art concoction of themselves. So oh, oops. Anyway, this place. Cream Pond Bakery. I've been here once. This place is delicious. This place is great. It's like they make like Japanese pastries. So like the sweet soft bread, croissants, fluffy bread, you know, all that sort of stuff. Things you would see in like Yakitate Japan, sort of. But anyway, their main thing here is strawberry croissants, and it's strawberry slices and this cream. It's like a, oh man, what would you call it? Not creme fraiche. It's not mousse. It's cream. It's like this really soft, creamy cream. I guess, I don't know. It's like a custard. Right, it's like a custard. It's like a pudding, kind of. You guys imagine, like, if, like, a professional chef made snack pack pudding? That's what this cream is. I guess. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. Anyway, it's delicious. And then the bread itself. It's like, you guys know croissants, right? You guys know croissants, right? And how they fold the croissants, like they roll out the dough, and then they fold it, and then they roll out the dough and they fold it, and you can get like hundreds and hundreds of layers, and the more layers of croissant that you're able to get, like the thinner each layer is, the more like crispy and flaky it is. Oh man. Anyway, this place does a great job. It's like, it looks like just cooked bread, but you take a bite into it and it all just flakes off. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. And the best part is these are $1.70 each, so they're a little under $2 per. And one of these will, like, you know, they'll knock your socks off. So of course you'll want to eat more, but one for dessert at night is pretty satisfying. So the only problem is that this place is actually a little far from me, so I can technically get here on my skateboard, but I will barely, like, I think on a full charge of my skateboard, I don't think I'll make it home. So I would have to take the bus one way in order to get here. But they sell, God, Yelp does not do videos well, that's for sure. God, okay, just never mind. Okay. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to do my essay, so I gotta finish my essay sometime. But yeah, in the meantime, I wanted to browse certain places that I want to go to. So this is one of the places. This is one of the places I can actually access. But most people post about their strawberry croissants, but they have other things. They have the Japanese sandwiches. That's what it is. Like, they have the Japanese, like the egg salad sandwiches, which, if you guys don't like egg salad, if you guys don't like egg salad or egg salad sandwiches, that's because you've only had American egg salad sandwiches. There are people who say they hate egg salad sandwiches, and they just hate eggs in general. And then they go to Japan and they get a Japanese egg salad sandwich, and it's their favorite thing. It's like it's night and day. It's night and day, the kind of difference that the Japanese way of doing it, because it's different quality eggs, and they process the eggs differently, and they make the sandwiches differently. In one pretty solid proof of that Japanese eggs and egg salad sandwiches are completely different, it's the eggs themselves. In Japan, you can crack open an egg and eat it raw. You can eat an egg raw in Japan. Obviously, right, if you're not cooking it, you gotta crack the shell open. But the inside of the egg, I mean, you could just crack it open into a cup and just drink it like that, just raw. You can do that in Japan and no risk. In America, you've all heard of salmonella, right? I believe it's salmonella. I don't think it's E. coli. Whatever. Salmonella, right? If you ate an egg raw in America, you would get salmonella, right? You would get sick from it. So you can't do that in America, but you can do it in Japan. Why can you do it in Japan? Japan has really rigorous quality control when it comes to their foods. So any food that they release to market needs to be able to be eaten raw. So anything besides the meats can be eaten raw. So I believe some meats can actually be eaten raw too, although it's not recommended. It's not going to get you as sick as it will in America. So, but yeah, just the eggs themselves are like that. They put a little too much cabbage in or lettuce or whatever this is in these pork katsu sandwiches for my liking. But people will buy these freaking, like I said, they're almost $2 per, right? So this is like $20 worth of strawberry croissants. People will get these for, like, you know, a party, or they'll go to work or whatever, and they'll pay like $50 or $100 for these strawberry croissants. But you know, it's like, you know, people love it. So wish I could like filter out videos, but anyway, it's just like this normal bakery. I really like this place. Like, this is the kind of place I can go to by myself, right? It's not unusual to go here by yourself. So to go to a place like this by yourself, even if you're just sitting down and eating too. It's like, oh, I'm getting stuff, but you know, then I'm interested. Oh, they have this. They have the actual custard here. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great. Welcome to Cream Pond. So basically, in a place like this, and stores, and a lot of Asian bakeries will actually do this. There's quite a few in my area, because I live. I'm in Southern California. We have a really large Asian population here. So there's a lot of Asian bakeries like this. And so basically what you do, a place like this, 85 Degrees, what other place? Duke's Bakery. There's other places, but these are kind of chains. What you do is you take a tray, you enter the store and you take a tray, and you have this big old tray with you, and you have a pair of tongs with you. And with COVID around, they make sure they sanitize it all and stuff. And so you have your tray and your tongs, and you go around to the different bread and to the pastry sections and stuff, and you pick out with your tongs, you pick out the items that you want. And a place like 85 Degrees, which is not this place, it'll be like clear glass cabinets that you can open up and then pick out the pastries that you want. So it's a really cool. design. But yeah, you do that and they'll give you all of it, and you know, you can get it, it's self-serve, you can get all of it on the tray, and then at the end of the line, at the end of your journey, you get to the cash register and they'll ring up all of the items that you have on the tray, and they'll bag it for you and all that. So it's actually really cool. It's a very unique service because this isn't something that you really see anywhere else. Because if you go to like a regular American bakery, you'll typically tell a cashier what you want and they'll get it for you. But they have to serve you and whatnot, right? But you know, if there's like 20 people in the store and there's 2 cashiers, well, it's gonna take a long time. So it's much easier if you self-serve. And the thing is, you can pick out the items that you want, and in some cases you could put back ones that you don't want. So like pre-COVID you could. So that's always nice. People are just raving about these croissants, but they have other things here. I want to see the other foods. No video. The videos will show it, but they have other things like this. Like, look how good that it looks. Oh my god. That custard, that creamy custard, on top of the flaky croissant made bread pastry, all that powdered sugar, and the garnishes with the strawberries. Ooh, and those are fresh strawberries too. They're like the fresh, soft, and juicy strawberries. They're not your grocery store strawberries that you have to wash and dice yourself, right? They're higher quality stuff. So. Anyway, this place is cool. I was hoping I could see pictures. Oh yeah, like here. They're like carrot cake and chocolate cake and the Swiss rolls. Not carrot cake, a coffee roll cake and all that. So it's pretty good. But yeah, it's just like a regular bakery. They have like curry. They have like curry bread where it's like a sphere. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's like a ball, but in the middle of that ball of bread, it's a filling of like curry and pork, or like curry and chicken, or even like, you don't even have to get a curry one. It could be like red bean paste, which is what they have in mochi. So it's like you bite into it. The curry and pork one, you know, it's like a meal, right? It's like, you know, you want a light lunch or something, right? It's just like a Japanese convenience store. You want a light lunch and you get a curry bun, and it's a ball of bread with curry filling in the middle, and you take a bite and it's just that steamy curry, you know, spilling out. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. God, like the Japanese know how to make good bread. I know other cultures know how to make like really good food too. So I went to what was it? I think it was a Colombian bakery. It was either Colombian or like Puerto Rican bakery or whatever. I went there one time. I was in the area and I bought like these little like donut hole shaped pieces of bread with powdered sugar on them. And I thought, oh, these are just donut holes, right? Because they didn't, you know, it's all in Spanish, right? It's one of those like, it was like a Puerto Rican run business. They were all speaking, you know, broken English and stuff. So I'm like, I just look at the display and I'm like, you know, I want this one and this one, right? And they give it to me and it's like a big donut. And it's like smaller donut holes. And you know, you take a bite. I took a bite. And oh my god, it's unlike anything I've ever had before. Oh my god. It was so good. I want that again. I honestly, like, I remember, I forget exactly. It was just so fluffy and so soft. But you can tell it was like the Mexican twist on like regular bakery items. Or Mexican twist, the kind of Latin American twist on those bakery items. So it's like, man, you know, it's not like, it's different than what I would get at a Japanese bakery like this, but still it was like fantastic. Oh man, and it was really good in its own way. That's what it is. So I appreciate, you know, as much as I rave about like Japanese culture and stuff, or as much as I rave about like Japanese food and whatnot, other cultures have really good food too. Oh my god, you know, not just like rice and beans or whatever, right? But you gotta get something that's like authentically like that or whatever, right? Not just like a staple, right? Like I'm not gonna go to Ireland just to get potatoes, right? Or I'm not gonna go to Mexico just to have like tacos and burritos, right? I'm gonna get their specialty stuff. Because, you know, I've had like one of everything of the basic stuff from each culture, right? Sushi and rice and noodles and from Asia, and then, you know, like orange chicken from China, right? And chow mein. And then, you know, Mexico, it's like, it's fried rice and beans and, you know, corn tortilla, right? It's like, it's the basic stuff, right? And like in America, it's like a cheeseburger, right? You know, it's the basic stuff, right? I've had all that before, but going to that Colombian bakery or whatever, it made me realize that there's more to, you know, to other cultures than just the basic stuff that I've experienced. So that's why I want to experience it all. That's why I want to, you know, be able to go around and have these specialty items, right? Like I'm not going to go to Italy just to have spaghetti and meatballs. I'm going to go to Italy and have something I've never had before. Because that's the whole point, right? You have something you've never had before, and most likely it's going to be like the most amazing thing ever. Most likely it's going to be a specialty, and it's probably going to be like insanely delicious. So their pork katsu sandwiches, they're like $2 and change per, but I think you gotta buy a 3-pack. There's a variety pack they have. It says hot dog and it's a piece of bread. This is actually a hot dog. They put in this bakery they have the bread roll, and they put the hot dog in there, and they cook the whole thing with the hot dog in the middle of this bread roll. So they gotta. What the sandwiches? I can probably look up egg. Yeah, they have these egg sandwiches, and the egg is not the ham ones. This is your variety pack, but they have the egg salad sandwich. But the bread, you know, Japanese style, they cut off the crust of the bread. They cut off the crust of the bread, so you're only getting that white fluffy part. Plus, the bread is made to be extra fluffy. I don't know how they do it, but it's not your grocery store loaf of white bread, right? It's actually this like fluffy pillow of like bready goodness. So it tastes a little sweet too, along with the egg salad sandwich, along with the egg salad itself, which is made with those Japanese eggs that are on a completely different level compared to American eggs. And then they mix it with, I believe, Japanese mayonnaise, which, like I've said before, is different than American mayonnaise, like by a long shot. And you eat it, and it's just all this soft, fluffy goodness. Oh my god! Like you don't even think you're eating an egg at that point. That's how great it is. But yeah, anyway. What was I gonna look up? Yeah. So they have don't search in Huntington Beach. I don't even live in Huntington Beach. Little Jewel of New Orleans in Chinatown. I don't know if I've showed this on stream before, but oh, they have the Blue Bayou restaurant. I want to go to the Blue Bayou restaurant. That's I want to go there. I have been recommended the Blue Bayou restaurants. But it's in Disneyland. I think it's actually in the Disneyland park. So I'd have to buy tickets into Disneyland, which are $100 a pop. So it's like a one-time thing. And then you go to the Blue Bayou restaurant, which you need reservations for. And it's like this romantic place. But the dishes are kind of expensive. I believe it's like... I wouldn't go by myself. And I don't really think they have specialty stuff, but I believe like a dinner for two at the Blue Bayou restaurant is probably gonna be like $80, something like that, which is on top of the Disneyland tickets. I mean, one trip to the Blue Bayou restaurant for two people, considering the price of the meal itself and the price of getting into Disneyland, is probably gonna be like, it's gonna run you at least like $300. So, needless to say, I've never been. But anyway, this is the crawfish mac and cheese. Oh, look at that! Look at that! This is the Craw Max Deluxe. Look at that shrimp. Oh, it's just blackened, charred shrimp, and that creamy cheese sauce, and all of it's baked. I mean, it looks like they took one of those blow torches and flambéed it on the top. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. I am just remembering it. It's so good. Yeah, and it's the shrimp and it's those sausage slices. Oh, just blackened and charred, and it's all fried and seasoned in Cajun sauce. Yes. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. It's like unbelievable how good it is. It's like the best thing you'll ever have. So it's a little on the spicy side, but I believe you could probably I believe they like add hot sauce to it, so you can actually ask to, don't add hot sauce to this or whatever, so you're getting more of that like sweet creamy cheesiness along with the meaty flavor of the grilled sausage and shrimp, without having to, and still a little bit of that Cajun flavor without really having to, it's not like a super spicy dish. Like, I'm not gonna be chugging water when I'm eating this, but that's because I'm accustomed to spiciness. For people who are a little bit more sensitive, they'll probably have to get a alteration on what's cooked. But why is it watery? Now this is not good. That is not good. The last time I went, it was decent. So. Oh yeah, and they do give you cornbread on the side for free, which it's all right cornbread. I mean, I would eat it, even though I don't like corn. I still enjoy cornbread, but it's not like, it's more of like I'll take one bite to try and I'll throw the rest away. It's one of those. Anyway, this freaking Craw Mac bowl, it's like $15, at least the last time I went. So inflation happened, so I believe it's probably gonna be a little more expensive than that. But I'm already spending money to go to LA anyway. So this is in LA. This is in Chinatown in LA. So it's filling. One of these bowls is like I won't finish a bowl in a single sitting, honestly. Or like I think one time I did, but it's so much milk that I need my lactose pills in order to do it. But anyway, I have not tried, this place doesn't even specialize in the mac and cheese. They specialize in po' boys, which are these sandwiches, which I've never tried before. So these are like, you go to the East Coast Like, I know in the Northeast, so like Massachusetts, the Boston area, in Maine, they have sandwiches like this where it's this bread. It's this like all American bread. Like, you can taste the American in this bread, and then they put like a bunch of cabbage and lettuce, and then they'll put their condiments and their veggies, and then they'll put the meats, and they'll just pack it in, and it's so much that you can't close the sandwich. You gotta hold it. You gotta eat it like a hot dog. It's basically but it's like so big, you gotta two-hand the thing, right? So you're two-handing a giant hot dog of just a bunch of sandwich. That's what this is. It's like if they turned a hot dog bun into a sandwich, but then you still have to hold it like a hot dog bun. That's what a po' boy is. So the most common po' boy is shrimp, but I believe there are other ones as well. So anyway, I haven't tried one of their po' boys before. I would like to, but I don't go here often enough to. Like, I go here maybe like once a year, if that. I haven't actually been since COVID hit, so. Anyway, this place is cool. Fried catfish. Ooh, they have fried catfish. That sounds pretty good. I've never had catfish before. I like fish. If you guys don't know, I like fish. But some fish is just okay, and other fish is just like amazing. So, you gotta. It's about trying it all and seeing. So. Oh my forget. Yeah, look at these prices. $44 for what's essentially, it's small. I don't want to click on any of these because it's like that, but you guys can think, okay, each of these dishes is going to be like anywhere from like 30 to 45 bucks. So, I mean, you get what you want at a place like this. You're already spending an extraordinary amount of money just to go here in the first place. And you go all out, right? Because that's kind of my policy is, at least if I have like a family or something, right? It's, if we're going to a nice place, all of that stuff about being frugal and saving money on stuff and whatnot, all that's out the window. You want to get a fancy drink that's $15, go ahead. You want to get the most expensive meal that's, $10 more than everything else, go for it, right? Because we're only going here once. that's why. We're only going here once. So I know we're gonna drop $200 here to go to this restaurant once. That's why we're not gonna ever return here again. But you go all out and you don't feel guilty about the money when you're getting something expensive, because you are only getting that expensive thing once because it's so much money, and you want that one-time experience to be exactly how you want it. So then you go to a fancy restaurant or whatever, that's what you do. If you're going to a fancy restaurant every week, then we're gonna have to talk about saving money, and then we're gonna have to talk about, okay, maybe don't get the most expensive steak or whatever every single time, right? So I like their cups for their cocktails. Seasonal julep. I've never had julep before. I've heard they're good though. I'm a man of cocktails. I don't partake in alcohol that often, but definitely in a mixed drink is definitely pretty good. So, like, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't get like, a beer or a glass of just normal wine from a restaurant like this. I'd get a cocktail, because they paid $8 for this glass of root beer, and they paid $15 for this glass of wine. If I'm gonna be paying $15 for a glass of wine, I'd rather pay $20 for a really well-made cocktail, because that's something that I'm not gonna be able to do at home. Whereas I can buy this glass of wine from the grocery store, right? So it's gonna be cheaper than that. But anyway, this is kind of like a low lit, kind of like romantic setting of a restaurant. So I've been interested in this place ever since I heard about it. I heard about it in a YouTube video. So somebody just mentioned it once. So I've been interested in coming here, and it's in Disneyland, which I live fairly close to. But oh, this looks good. Oh, it's a Monte Cristo. I love Monte Cristos. Do you guys know what a Monte Cristo is? Monte Cristo, obviously, it's the book character. The Count of Monte Cristo, I think it is. I don't know. It's a revenge story. It's a pretty famous bit of classical literature, and they've remade it. And they have an anime, actually, based on the story of the Count of Monte Cristo. So I forget what the anime is called. It's one of those classic ones, but it's one of those ones where it's like, it's a pretty complex read, but by the end of it, you're glad you paid attention. It's one of those kind of books. But anyway, that has nothing to do with this. Monte Cristo, the food, is basically, it's a ham and cheese sandwich that they coat in batter and they deep fry the sandwich. They just coat the thing in batter and they plunge it into a vat of oil, and it pops out. And the coating, the batter that they use is actually kind of sweet. It's kind of like a pancake. I guess it's like a sweet croissant. It turns out to be kind of like this really sweet, like not a croissant, a donut. It's kind of like donut batter, honestly, that they fry it in. It's donut batter, and they put powdered sugar on top too. So, and then they cut in half for you. So anyway, you basically get what's the equivalent of a sugar donut on the outside. Like, you take a bite and it's a sugar donut on the outside and a ham and cheese sandwich on the inside. And it's like fried to perfection. And they give you like syrup as dipping sauce. It's like syrup and custard. But oh man, it's so freaking good. A Monte Cristo is so good. Of course, I can go get a Monte Cristo for half this price at one of the local bakeries over here, but it's so good. Monte Cristos are so good. Oh my god, if you guys have never had a Monte Cristo, it's a life-changing experience for sure. So I'm surprised they have one of these here. Anyway, $30 for a sandwich. This is the kind of thing where it's like, okay, it's 3 pieces of sandwich, right? So if we want to get our money's worth and we want to try multiple things, then, me and the girlfriend, right, we could go here. I've never been here, but this is what I would do is, if we want to try multiple dishes, like let's say we want to try 2 dishes, like let's say we want to try the Monte Cristo and then something else, we'll order the 2 dishes and then just split each of them in half between the 2 of us, right? One of us will each get one of the sandwich pieces of the Monte Cristo, and then, we'll each get half of the other dish as well. So, and then we get to try the food, right? You don't have to eat a whole Monte Cristo, right? If you can split it with people. A T-bone steak. Don't go here for steak. Go to a steakhouse for steak. What the heck? This is Disneyland, so I would expect nothing less. See, look, it's like a fancy restaurant. See, the thing is with me is like I've never been to a fancy restaurant before, or I might have like once or twice as a kid, but I don't partake in this sort of thing. So as a kid, I wouldn't, I did appreciate it as a kid for sure. Whenever we went out to restaurants, that was like a highlight of my day, or of my year actually, is that I got to go to restaurants, because as a kid I only got to go to restaurants like maybe like 3 times a year, something like that. So, if I get to go to a restaurant once every 100 days or so, then but it's like the place I want to go. I like going to restaurants. I don't like the hustle and bustle of people, although as a kid I didn't care. But I like sitting down in those comfy booth seats and then being served food. I actually really like that experience. It's not for the experience, I guess. I like other people doing my work for me. That's what I like about it, and I like being comfortable whilst that's happening. So, Wow, a fancy sign just for the exit, huh? I've never been here before, so this is actually my first time looking through all this. Oh, cool, they have like a little boat with like trees and stuff. I want to go here. But of course I can't go alone. It's a romantic place. They have people in the boat. Oh, it's like, it's probably like mannequins or whatever. This is very like Small World vibes, you know? It is Disneyland. This place does look like it has a little bit of that Disneyland magic to it. Oh my god, yeah. They have the little stuff over there. I'm just uncomfortable with how many people there are here, so you'd have to time a visit to where it's like the least busy, the least busiest time of year and of the day. So probably an early dinner for sure, like 3 in the afternoon would probably be a good time to get a seat here. And by the time you're leaving, it's like 5 o'clock, and that's when people start coming in. So I don't like how close proximity everybody is to each other. But other than that, ooh, they have jambalaya. You can get a good jambalaya from downtown Disneyland. There's at least in California, there's a really good jambalaya place. They do jambalaya like this, where it's mostly the rice and the meat. It's not soupy like other jambalaya is. So I don't like a soupy jambalaya. Oh, I mean, it's okay, but yeah, I would prefer this instead. Of course, yeah, I can make this at home. I can make jambalaya at home, honestly. I've never done it, but I know the recipes. That's a lot of people. The ambiance. I do like the lights, though. It's very romantic. I'm assuming this is all indoors. It's kind of like in a corner here. Oh, they have macaroons. Those are probably expensive. There's a macaroon place. I mean, in my vicinity, I guess. I still have to travel for it, but there's a good macaroon place. Kids meal. A 9-year-old or under can get seared beef. Roasted chicken. A kid's not a freaking, like, a 6-year-old kid isn't gonna want seared beef. Like, what, did you grow up as like a nobleman? Or like roasted chicken? No, they just want chicken nuggets. Kids have very simplistic tastes. So if I was a kid and they gave me roasted chicken, I probably wouldn't eat the whole thing, honestly. Oh, they give you like a little free bread. Unlimited. Yeah. I like the little swirly swirls of the butter. That's cute. Looks like a good drink. Yeah, this place is a little packed with people. I'd have to do more research before actually wanting to go here, because even I got uncomfortable with that, like these kind of crowds. As I showed the skeleton in bed, like this looking at this gives me a little anxiety. I don't want to be like, even if I had a partner, I wouldn't want to be around this many people. I do like the decor though. But yeah, anyway, so I mean, hopefully I do want to go there at least once in my life, but not when it's crowded. I will go there after the lunch rush, before the dinner rush. Okay. That would screw up my GPS. I don't live in Huntington Beach. Sometimes I'll go on like a website for a store, and they'll be like, "Oh, based on your location, here's your default store." and it's in Texas. The store is in Texas. It's in Houston or whatever. And it's like I don't live in Texas. How can you mess up that bad? That's like 4 states away from me. Anyway, what was I gonna look up? So when I go to LA, I like the Little Jewel's place. That's really the only place I go to. They also have like a matcha green tea place over there that I like to go to. What else was I gonna look up? In Vegas, they have, what is it called? The Bunny Lounge? Top 10 best bunny lounges. Oh my god, it's a bunny. Bear bunny aesthetics. What the heck? Have you guys ever been to a cat cafe? I've never been, but I want to go to one. We'll look up cat cafes. That's what I want. I don't care about whatever I was gonna look up right now. Oh god. Oh, is this, I think this is just a place where they'll look after your bunny for you while you're on vacation. Oh wait, no, it's an animal shelter. Never mind. Don't want to get my bunny over there. Cat cafe. They have a lot of cat cafes in Japan. But, cute cafe, that's not what I want. I know they have cat cafes over in LA, so. What the fuck? Why is your cover picture for your business 2 girls kissing? Bizarre. I mean, if you want business, oh, it's coffee, tea, juice bars, and smoothies. Yeah, these 2 girls kissing is definitely. Okay, which one are we clicking on? This one. Sure. Oh my god. This is abysmally slow. Holy crap. I don't have the patience for this. Wow. I don't have a bad computer. Why is this so... Okay. You guys can at least hear me, right? So basically, a cat cafe is, if you guys never heard of this, it's where, it's a cafe. It's like a little cafe store that has a bunch of cats in it. And the cats are all roaming around and you can pet them, and I guess this one lets you pick them up, although sometimes they don't let you, and you can order like drinks and like cafe drinks, and then food that's like safe for the cats to eat, I guess, in case like the crumbs spill or whatever. Most of the time you can't order food, but yeah, it's just a bunch of cats roaming around and hanging out inside the cafe, and you can go up to them and be with them and stuff. So this place is called Crumbs and Whiskers. That's so cute. This place is cute. Oh, look, there's a little kitties. They're resting on there. These are real cats that they let roam around in the store. It's nice. So this place in particular looks way too open. And it looks like, you know, you're gonna be around a lot of the other people. But there are other places, at least the ones that I've seen in Japan, they're pretty big, and so there are a lot of like little nooks and crannies, like little corners with tables that you can kind of like retreat from the other people. So I'm very conscious of that because I can't enjoy myself when there's like a lot of other people around me. So, or it's very hard for me to like focus on, because I feel like I have to spend half of my energy just being aware of the surrounding people. So it diminishes on the experience. So a place like, I wouldn't go to this specific place, but this is just, you know, to show the concept. They just have all the cats roaming around and you can look at the cats and stuff. So, and I believe this place is also an adoption center. So I think if you do want one of the cats, then you can actually go and adopt it, I believe. So these people had their picture taken. Yeah, see, look at that. The cats just like get up on your lap and stuff as you're chilling out. It's so cute. It's really cute. So, and they take pictures of the cats and hang them up. Aw, that's adorable with Polaroid pictures. That's cute. But yeah, it's like one of these places. Anyway, this place specifically seems really like close and intimate and like social. Which I'm not fond of, especially with COVID. Like, look at that, they're close with I mean, these people probably know each other, obviously, so it's not like it matters, but you're in close proximity with. Dang, this cat is just chilling in their little bed while this guy's picking it up. My cats won't do that. Whenever one of my cats is in like a box or on a pillow or something and I pick it up, they get scared and they get up and they try to jump off. They don't trust me. But these cats are trusting total strangers. Cats before bros. But yeah, this is what a cat cafe is like. So there are better ones though. Anyway, I want to go to Cat Cafe. That sounds really nice. I think in LA, space is a big issue when you want to run a store. So it's hard to have a store that's like big enough. To like accommodate or to have like a lot of nooks and crannies and whatnot. So especially for a place like this, a cat cafe isn't gonna bring in too much money. So my mom always says that if she wins the lottery or whatever, then she wants to open up a cat cafe with my sister. So and have it be like a special needs cat cafe where it's like special needs employees are running it and helping the customers and stuff. So because we're a part of that community. So and she wants to open it up in here or in because I live around like this area. So I live kind of southeast of Los Angeles, so it doesn't seem like there's too many cat cafe. Okay, thanks. Whatever. It doesn't seem like there's too many down here, so. This place is cute. My boyfriend's mom. My wife's boyfriend. I just thinking the meme. All you need is love and a cat. Aww. They have pictures of the cats. They don't have pictures of this place when it's crowded. In fact, this place just looks like somebody's house. I don't think this is necessarily a cat cafe. I think this is just an animal shelter with a playing area. Yeah, half of these pictures are of people who adopted the cats. Yeah, this just looks like a playing area. Okay, so I guess if I don't want like the social aspect of the large amount of people of a cat cafe, then I just gotta go to an animal shelter with a playing area. There is actually one in my area where there's just like this giant playing room. It's maybe like 2 or 3 times the size of my bedroom, and it just has a bunch of cat toys and a bunch of like scratchers and stuff and a few chairs for people to sit on, and it's just this big room, and it has like 30 cats in it. Oh my god, I went there one time. There's just a whole bunch of, it's just a room full of cats. Oh my god, there's so many cats. So it's great, but it's a little bit like this. It's, you know, these kind of vibes where it's just a bunch of cats everywhere. It's just a bunch of cats. Oh my god, all these cats. Did I show you guys Cat Island? Oh my god, Hawaii has a cat island. My computer's gonna freeze when I search something up again, so guess I have to bear with me. Cats with me. Wait, look at these cats. It's so cute. It's so cute. They're just hanging out on the table and on the steps and you know, on the little floor there and whatnot. Aw, this place is adorable. I love cats. I know they have this kind of thing with cats. I know they have smaller versions of this with like bunnies and stuff too. So I don't know where, and I don't know what it's called, but you know, I do not believe they would have a place like this with dogs. Well, they probably do, but it's probably not as popular. Cats are really easy to hang out around. So when I went to the cat room place at the animal shelter in my area, it was really cool. I got to all the cats were like vying for my attention or just hanging out or whatever. It was really nice. And so you get to see the different personalities and behaviors of the different cats. So you could actually, I mean, you spend a half an hour in that room and you can get to know some of these cats pretty well. So, and you could just point to one and pick them up for adoption. It's pretty nice. But anyway, yeah, the Lanai Cat Sanctuary, I believe. So this is if you go to Hawaii, you're gonna end up in like Honolulu or the capital or one of the bigger islands. So what you got to do is you have to, is there a way to full screen this? Probably not. What you have to do is you have to take a boat. It's like a ferry on over to this smaller island, which this island is just filled with cats. So I was looking at this place years ago, and there were better pictures to, I believe it was on the website, so. But anyway, they have like workers and stuff who like go around the island and take care of cats. Oh my lord. Please. Okay. Is there like... There's not like a like a picture gallery or whatever. Open 365 days of the year. Well, they're open on like Christmas. Anyway, yeah, so you got to take like a tour boat over there. Which honestly, like, I want to go to Hawaii just for this. Honestly. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. It's there's all these cats. Look at this. It's just a big island. All these cats. All those cats. Holy crap. So many cats. It's great. It's great. All these cats. Holy cats. It's just a big old island with a bunch of cats. This person's buried. That's nice. It kind of looks fake, but... There's an island in Hawaii where you can meet a bunch of cats. Look at these cats. Oh my god, there's so many cats. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20 cats. There's 20 cats here. Oh my gosh, look at those cats. Anyway, you can get a job here, actually, if you live in Hawaii. You can get a job taking care of the cats, which honestly sounds like a dream job. Like, I would love to live in Hawaii and just take care of cats all the time. Like, as like a career. That sounds awesome. Oh my god. That's right, Japan also has a cat island. Oh my god, so many cats. They're like rats. They're like rats coming to invade, like that video game I played. But anyway, yeah, there's that one, and there's this one in Hawaii. This one in Hawaii, which obviously, you know, it's just a plane ride to Hawaii. I want to go to Hawaii for multiple reasons. All those multiple reasons being food. But they have really good tuna over there. But yeah, while I'm there, I can go to Cat Island. So that's something I want to do. Aw, that's adorable. That's adorable. No, don't save image. Cancel. That's adorable. It's just a little cat. It's just a little cat looking at the boat. Aw. He's just looking at the boat. And he's look, oh my god, there's other cats over there. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 cats over there, just at the dock. I want to go here. Oh my god, I didn't know Japan had a cat island, or well, I had heard about it. I had forgotten, I guess. But yeah, they just have. So this one's a real cat island. This one is like, if you live here and like, or I don't know if you can live here, but like, You just walk around wherever in the island, and there's just cats will come up to you. Or, you know, cats will just be walking around. This is truly like, you know, a cat's paradise. It's not just like an oversized field that with a gate that acts as an animal shelter. This is literally like, there's just all these cats. Holy shit. It's unreal. It looks unreal. There's no way this could be real, but it's real. That's so cute. Oh my god, all those cats. All those cats. Another reason to go to Japan. I can go to Cat Island. Hot Springs, Cat Island, and all the food. Oh my gosh. God. I want to go to Japan. Well, if I want to save money and I still want to go to Cat Island, then I can go to the one in Hawaii. This is the Japan one, but I can go to... Look, this cat's so close to the edge. I'm just gonna jump off. I'm gonna just go to Hawaii. There's three places I want to go. There's 2 restaurants, an eatery, it's just a poke place. There's a bakery over there that I heard was good. And then there's a cat sanctuary. So honestly, it could be like a 2-day vacation. I could hit every spot. The poke place. So okay. Look how fresh that tuna is. Oh my god. So basically, they make poke bowls, which is just, it's cut fish cold on top of rice with like sauce and stuff. Pretty simple thing, but so basically, it was one of the worth it videos. I don't know if I showed it on. I couldn't show it on stream. That's right. It's a BuzzFeed video. So it's this Asian lady who owns this poke bowl shop. Her husband is a fisherman, so her husband will go out to sea early in the morning and catch the ahi tuna fish, and then he'll bring it to the shop and then cut up the meat, and then she'll serve it in the poke bowls to the customers that day. And then the next day, the dude goes out early in the morning to catch the fish, and then brings whatever fresh fish in, and then cuts it up, and then she sells it. And you know, it's just that cycle of where the husband is out there catching the fish, and that's him, and the wife is making food with it and selling that to customers. So apparently, it's this little shop that you can't actually eat in, so you're supposed to eat in like the trunk of your car or whatever in the parking lot. Of course, I wouldn't have a car, but view menu. Oh, they don't have pictures of everything? Come on. Nihongo. Nande. Yeah, they don't have pictures. How about in the media? Wow, they were in a Netflix show? Nice. Good for them. Anyway, yeah, this fish episode is all the locations are in Hawaii, so I want to go there and have all of them. So I'm so easily influenced. Come on. Ahi Assassins. Yup. Woman owned. Do they really have to state that? I don't care who owns it, I care that it's good food. Kiwi. She's like, she noticed me looking at her, and she just looked up. They really gotta have more pictures of their food on their website. Apparently they sell a bag of fish too, which is like, it's just the leftover bones with the meat on the bones of the fish, and then they deep fry it. And you can eat it like a chicken wing, you know, or like a drumstick. I would want to try it. It's a little pricey, but you know, you do it while you're there. They separate the rice from the fish. That's not normally how poke bowls are done, but it probably tastes good. Oh, so they can do it in 2 different styles and then give it to you in one entree. That's cool. So you can get 2 different flavors of the fish in one bowl. That's nice. And then you just take it to the beach. Nice. Oh. Actually looks really good. Just fish, just cold cut fish drenched in sauce with rice and seaweed seasoning. Ooh. Actually seems pretty decent. And they have onions in there. Nice. Oh, they put furikake on there. And furikake kind of ruins the poke dishes. It makes it crunchy. I don't like it crunchy. The hell? Wait, that's a piece of cat food. What the frick? Why was there a piece of cat food on my PJ pants? Yeah, you guys can see the cat just licking herself over there. But yeah, there's this place. Worth its fish restaurants. I'm gonna have to. Okay, that can be anything. Worth it. They turned the video into your generic kind of BuzzFeed article. Well, what a waste of time. But wow, this reads like a middle school essay. The first stop was a poke place called Ahi Assassins in Honolulu, Hawaii. They also tried a fried bag of bones, literally the collar and neck of the fish. It looked scary as hell, but the guys were absolutely blown away by the fatty, soft meat inside. God. This is the kind of thing. This is the kind of article where it's like your teacher just gave you an A because you followed the guidelines of the essay, not because it's an actually good article, or not because it's actually a good assignment. MW restaurant, okay, so that's the second one. The MW restaurant in Hawaii. Yep. The Worth It videos on BuzzFeed got like over 1 million views. And so all the restaurants included, and they always speak positively about the restaurants that they go to, but all the restaurants that are included get like this just surge in popularity right after the video is released. So I was talking about it to one of the workers in Little Jewel's, where there's a crawfish mac and cheese, because that's the only one I've had the chance of going to. I tried going to one in LA, but they didn't have the item featured anymore. But yeah, so I was talking about it to the Little Jewel person. I ordered the mac and cheese, and they were like, oh, it's not that often. Or, I don't know, they said something, and so I was like, oh. Was it like, or do you guys get a lot of requests for this? And they were like, yeah, we used to sell a lot of the crawfish mac and cheese before, but now not so much anymore, because I had gone probably like a year and a half after the video released. So they were like, oh yeah, we used to be super popular for this, but not anymore. So I just want to watch the BuzzFeed video. Can't, because they're gonna copyright strike me. Oh yeah, that was another thing on the stream. Why it took so long for me to fix it. I got a copyright strike back in like March 22nd, I think. One of my streams, it was an 8-hour stream. They copyright striked me for a 3-minute section in the stream. I think I played a song on my phone and it got picked up by the mic. I think that's what it was. Anyway, they gave me a copyright strike and they deleted the entire video, my entire HD. They could have just muted the 3-minute section, but no, they deleted the entire 8-hour video, so that stream's gone. I can't get it back. They delete it, and now my profile has 1 copyright strike out of 3. And they said in order to get rid of the copyright strike, I have to go to copyright school. It's fucking... Which I'm sure is just gonna be this like online video course where they're gonna inform me about, oh, how to avoid copyright in your YouTube videos or whatever. Fucking, it's the most demeaning thing ever. A 3-minute bit in my full day stream, and they had to delete the entire video. They couldn't just delete the 3 minutes, and then they're gonna give me a strike on my profile, and they're like, oh, if you do it 2 more times, we're gonna shut down your whole channel. It's like, holy crap. I'm not like a 1 million subscriber channel or anything, right? I have 5 subscribers. It's like, if there's something copyright, just put an ad on my video, and then the company can take the money from the ads. I don't give a shit. Don't shut down my channel for this. Holy crap. So, it's unbelievable. And it's not like, oh, I'm watching copyrighted material the entire stream. It was literally for 3 minutes. Throughout an 8-hour stream, it was 3 minutes. And they're like, oh, we're gonna have to delete your channel, or we're gonna have to threaten to delete your channel over this. Like, holy shit. Yeah, way to be the community's defender there, fucking YouTube. Like, I can, a small-time YouTuber can get their entire channel shut down, and months of work, months of videos shut down, just because they accidentally played a song that they didn't even know had copyright on it. They don't tell you what songs are copyrighted or not. They don't tell you at all. In fact, this music that I'm playing, it says no copyright, but there might be a chance that one of the artists, all of a sudden decides to copyright their song, and then all of a sudden, and nobody knows about it, and all of a sudden everyone gets copyright strikes for it. And they could very well do that without informing anyone. And then channels would get deleted for playing it. The stupidest thing. So anyway, I had to deal with all that. I still gotta go to copyright school because I don't want my channel shut down. But I really feel like I'm giving into their corporate friendly attitude or whatever. Because what does this do? They're getting nothing from shutting my channel down. It's just simply enforcing rich people to get richer. That's all this is. So, God, I sound like such an anarchist. It's ridiculous. I would never think about this if it wasn't shoved in my face like this. So. Anyway, this is one of the other restaurants. I forgot which food. They were served like food and a dessert. But apparently their dessert selection is like really good. Mochi crusted fish. That's what they were. That's what they ate. So they fried their fish in mochi, which, if you guys don't know, mochi is like this. It's this sticky rice dessert. It's not like rice. It's made of rice, but it's like rice and sugar. And what they do is they pound the rice together with like wooden mallets until it's like so compact. It's like just this like dough. And then they form the dough into and then a regular mochi is like they form the dough into a ball. And you take a bite in it, and it's really sweet. It's a sweet flavor, and it's really sticky, right? It tastes like gum, or it's the same texture as gum, all that sort of stuff. So anyway, so mochi crusted fish. I imagine they use the mochi as batter. They make a mochi batter and they lather the fish in and they fry it. So it looks pretty good. It's definitely, they said it was a unique flavor, so it's something I want to try. And this is just cut up vegetables, it's nothing special. Coconut cake. Some of these images are like super bright. That looks good though. Oh my god, just whipped coconut chiffon cake, kaffir lime pudding, Hawaiian crown pineapple, haupia sorbet, and coconut snow. Ooh, coconut snow. Ooh. If you guys don't like coconut milk is actually pretty good. Maybe not by itself, but I like it by itself, but put in like a Starbucks drink or something instead of regular milk, and it's pretty nice. Coconut milk is definitely a lighter texture. It's a little more watery than regular milk is, but not like watered down milk. That's disgusting. This is actually like it's like soothing and refreshing. It's like if milk was refreshing. That's kind of what coconut milk is like. So. Yeah, they had this creme brulee. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of creme brulee. That's what I was thinking of when the pastries. Anyway, creme brulee. It's this like kind of stacked. It's like cream and fruits and custard. And what they do is they get a blowtorch and they blowtorch the top of the thing. That's why it's like that's why it's like this caramelized brown, and it looks like it's seared and melting. It's because they creme brulee. And so what they do is really cool in the video. And I'm getting all this from BuzzFeed's Worth It series. So, but what they do is you eat it with a spoon. So you dip your spoon in, and it actually breaks this because it's kind of like a crust on top, and it's a crust. Break it, and you break it with a spoon, and it kind of shatters. It's a little flaky, and then it shatters, and then you get into the soft inside of the creme brulee. So it looks so good. Hello tapioca, lily koi custard, canton, and sorbet. I have never had any of those, but it sounds delicious. It sounds delicious. For sure. Ooh. That is, oh my god. Wow, talk about effort, dude. That looks like so much work to make. I cannot imagine organizing strawberry slices in that kind of way. And they gotta be like the bigger parts of the strawberries too. So you're wasting a lot of like the ends of the strawberries and stuff by not including those in here. So the little bits of the strawberries that you can't include in the flour part are probably being mixed into like the frosting and the batter to make the cake. Steak from a non-steak place is don't worry about it. Mochi crusted kona kampachi. I don't know what that is, but it's probably a fish. Hawaii apparently has like really good fish, really fresh fish. Because Hawaii's in the middle of the ocean, so it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so you're gonna get that Asian flavor to it for sure. Because Asia fish is in the Pacific Ocean, so it's the same species of fish. Farmer's salad, yeah, that looks like something you got at the grocery store. Ooh, now that looks good. Oh, look at those flakes. Look at those flakes. Oh my god, look at those flakes. Oh, it's so flaky. It looks so flaky. It looks so good. Oh, you can just imagine just biting into that and it just crumbles in your mouth. Oh yeah. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. With that whatever whipped stuff that is on top. Ooh. And they always decorate their desserts with a flower. That's cute. Banana Foster's Millet Fuel. $6. $6 for something like that? Wow, that's pretty good. There's no way I'd be able to make that at home, that's for sure. See, the only thing you do or you get at restaurants should be stuff that you can't make at home. Because I'm not gonna pay $15 for, like spaghetti and meatballs at an Italian restaurant, or like, eggs and sausage at a Denny's or something like that, right? So I'm gonna just make that at home, buy it on food stamps. But like an omelet, like I have a hard time making omelets, so I'll get that from a restaurant, or like not linguine, but like ravioli from an Italian restaurant. I can't, I have a hard time making ravioli. And so it's like something like this. How do you even make that? How do you even, you have to be like a culinary chef in order to make something like this. So anyway, apparently the two owners are, it's a husband and wife, and the husband makes all of the regular dishes and the wife makes all the desserts. She's like a dessert culinary chef. So that's why all the desserts look really good, because she like specializes in it. So unagi and butterfish arancini. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh, it's just fried balls of unagi fish. Oh, unagi is so good. Oh my god, unagi is eel. If you guys don't know, it's eel. So unagi's eel. Eel. Yeah, it's eels. But anyway, eel tastes really good. The eel meat, oh my god, it's out of this world. There's a reason why it's so expensive. My god, this is probably like $15 at least. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if this is 20, to be honest. These are probably the kind of flakes too that are heat sensitive. Octopus flakes are heat sensitive as well, and so the dish is hot, and so they put these flakes on top, and the flakes will actually like curl up and like move, and they're flexible. They look alive almost while they're on top of the dish. It's really cool. If you get takoyaki, it's the same thing. Georgia O'Keeffe. Wow, these two look almost identical, yet they're different drinks. Flavor changes as the cube melts. Ooh, that's interesting. That is interesting. That's a nice. This is one of those big ice cubes too. But I mean, it's probably just they froze juice or something. Still. $6 for a piece of coffee cake. Okay, it looks like a decent piece of coffee cake. Chilled cauliflower soup. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Anyway, so I want to go here for the mochi crusted fish, whatever fish is available, and then any one or multiple of their desserts, and then the other dish, the flake one. Yeah, this one looked good. So I'd want to get the mochi fish, and then their desserts, for sure. That's why I would come over here. Nope. What was that? Black truffle caramel turtle bars. What's this one? That sounds pretty good. I want ooh. I'm not like a chocolate kind of guy, but I still like desserts. I still like sweets. So if it's like a really good sweet, charging only $6 for something like this is it's like insanely cheap. Like, I can't believe how cheap that is to get a specially made dessert by a dessert chef. It's so cheap. It's like cheaper than the grocery store. Anyway, I would be very interested in trying different sweets. I'll go to like Whole Foods, and they actually have a dessert section in Whole Foods. It's like a bakery. I was like for desserts, and I'll get like the fruit tarts. Oh, I love those fruit tarts. And then they'll have like raspberry. God, I forget what it was. I haven't been there in a while. They'll have like cheesecake. I love other things. I love that stuff. I really love that stuff. It's not an everyday thing for me, but like once a week, I have something special like that. Like I could have a fruit tart once a week, and I'll be pretty happy with my life. So I don't have it that often, but I definitely could for sure. So anyway, stuff like this is actually pretty appealing to me. So stir-fried edamame. I mean, edamame is cheap. It's a waste of money almost to get at a restaurant. And see, like these are really nice. Honestly, like I would pay $6 per thing of this, because I would only get one for myself, right? Or, two for me and the partner, but... Ooh, a non-alcoholic blue cocktail. That actually looks like a good drink. I like the unique flavor. I'm a drink guy too, so I actually really I like cocktails because it's like a unique blend of flavors, and I'll actually get virgin made cocktails with no alcohol in them, just because I like the flavor of like the different juices and stuff that they combine. $12 for that candy bar. Well, it looks like a longer candy bar. You could split that with someone. It looks like there's little golden flakes on top, and the fact that they give you a chocolate truffle that looks like a scuba ice cream with a little flake. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my god, $12 is totally worth it for this plate, for sure. Like, not realistically, but if you're going to a place like this, $12 is kind of a steal, especially considering how fancy this place is. Wait, what year was this though? 2019. I'm sure the price has gone up to $15 because of inflation. A cookie. Oh, apparently they make like take-home cookies here too. So. Togarashi popcorn. What makes this popcorn special? I can get a bag of popcorn at the Dollar Tree. It'd be good to like take back to the hotel room or whatever. Anyway, I want to go to Hawaii. That looks pretty good. I don't know what it is, but it says persimmon salad. I don't know what that is, but it looks pretty good. Honestly, like, if you give a salad a good flavor, it's totally worth it. $5 for what's essentially 2 leaves of lettuce and a cut up cherry tomato with some cheese on top. I mean, it probably tastes good, but if you're like on a diet or whatever. But Kampachi toast with caviar. Ooh, what's that? What's this? It looks like mold. This looks like mold on top of it. But it has a caviar on top. I'm sure it's like fish. Dang, if they're putting caviar on that, I'd say it's probably like $12 for this piece of toast. Actually, avocado toast by itself is like $6. It's probably like $20 for this piece of toast, honestly. If they're putting caviar on top. That's a lot of caviar. Ahi Pok Mandu. Ooh, this place has a lot of stuff. Oh, I want to go. I want to go. Oh. I wish like I could order from a restaurant like this, but then just have them deliver it to my hotel room. Like that'd be really nice. That'd be really nice. I know like Uber Eats exists, but you know, Uber Eats, the food's gonna get cold. So even if I were to pick up the food at the restaurant, you know, order it for carry out and then take it back to the hotel room or take it back to my house, it's gonna get cold by then, and it's not gonna be as good. It's not gonna be as fresh. Which means to get the most out of whatever. I mean, the dessert will be fine, but you could actually technically you could eat the meal at the restaurant and then order dessert to go, and then take that home. It's a strawberry shaved ice. Haupia tapioca. Tapioca is like little balls, but it's of I believe it's fruit flavored little balls that burst in your mouth. I believe that's what tapioca is. I might be wrong. I might be thinking of something else. So tapioca, mochi ice cream. Ooh, mochi ice cream. Mochi ice cream is basically the mochi that I was describing, but it forms a hollow ball, and inside that ball, the filling is ice cream. So I don't know how this is mochi ice cream. I guess they mix the mochi into the ice cream. Strawberry yuzu sorbet and shaved hibiscus strawberries. That looks good. Ooh, there's like a little lemon slice in the middle. Looks cute. The presentation alone makes it super worth it. $12? Yeah, that's expensive. It's worth it. It's worth it for sure, but it's not like, I'm not coming here every week sort of thing, right? Yeah, lovely hand there. It's a pork roll. Huh. This place has a lot of cool stuff. I want these balls. I want to, I don't even know what these balls are. I mean, it says unagi and butterfish. But it's like, I don't know how, because every single time I've had unagi, it's been a different taste. Because depending on how it's prepared and what it's paired with, it can taste completely different. It could be a completely different eating experience. So I want to get this and take that first bite just to see what it is, right? I'm like that adventurous with food. If it looks good, I'll put it in my mouth. It doesn't matter, right? If that cock be looking good, then I'll shove it down my throat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. Or am I? I mean, chicken does taste pretty good. So. Anyway, what's the last restaurant? I would be here all day if I was going through that menu. Yeah, they got that mochi crusted fish. $38, and this was back in 2018 too, so I'm sure it's gone up to like $45 for that mochi crusted fish. And that's like, this, like, I could eat this and not be full yet. I could eat that much food. That's actually doesn't bode well. That's an expensive fish. I want to try that. I want to try it, and I'll spend the $45 to try it, but I don't know if me and a partner were to each get our own with an appetizer and with the cocktail drinks and with the desserts, I could see us spending at least like $150 there for one restaurant visit. So, what was this place called? I didn't even look at the name. Chef Mavro. When a restaurant is named after the chef who opened it, that's how you know that. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to. Oh no, actually I can search. I don't want to search in Orange County. What is this? I wish it would show the location. Hawaiian. Is this in... No, this is in Anaheim. Wait, they have a restaurant in Anaheim? If they have the silly little fish dish, then I don't need to go to Hawaii for it. You know, normally if you're dropping $150 on a restaurant meal, then it's for a special occasion. In fact, when I got that caviar last year for like, what I pay $100 for it, or like $80 for it or something like that, people were like, "Oh, what's the occasion?" It's like the occasion was I wanted to eat it. That's what the occasion was. I don't you fucking. Okay, this isn't getting me what I want. Chef Mavro, Hawaii. M by Jeremy Siegfried. $50 and over. Photos. If these are user submitted photos, it's not going to be that many of them. Okay. I want a photo of that crusted fish. Holy hell. Hawaii Yelp. Here we go. This is all because I can't watch the fucking YouTube video on stream. Here we go. Closed. Oh crap. Did they close business? They shut down the restaurant. God dang it. Are you kidding me? Wait, did they? Okay, these people went here 2 months ago. Okay, people report this restaurant's closed, but it looks like it's closed on. It's only open for half the week. So it's closed now. Okay. Okay, the restaurant's closed today. Don't. Why does it say? No, but the title of it says closed. Whatever. I'm not gonna listen to them. Just. Anyway, just. I can still go to Hawaii. I can, even if this place doesn't exist anymore, I can still go to Hawaii. Alright, that's. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find it on here. Oh my god, there's like people are taking like multiple pictures of their same one plate of food. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Anyway, they have this. Can the GIF load? I'll watch the GIF. Here we go. So basically, they fry this piece of fish in its skin, and they like crust it and whatnot, and then they open it like that. They cut this crust open, and then there's the fish inside that's like cooked and packed with these flavors in it, and it's $140. It's baked in a salt crust. Oh my god, they just include a picture of the guy with a smile on his face. What a shitty article. Whatever. Anyway, I still have enough to justify going to Hawaii, alright? You know, I could go to Hawaii like next week. Caviar tacos are crafted out of Yukon Gold potatoes and topped with hamachi and Golden Ostera caviar. The Golden Ostera caviar was like the super expensive kind. Permanently closed? Are you freaking kidding me? I hate you. I hate you. Why do all these places go out of business? I hate them. I never got my caviar taco. No. It's permanently closed. Why? Why? I mean, if they have such a huge bar of entry, not many people go to Vegas to live the rich life. People just go to Vegas for like just the base tourism. So a place like a lounge like Rose Rabbit Lie like this, where they have a dress code and an age limit, and it's attached to like watching this pristine show, and it's part of the Cosmopolitan, which is already a rich people's hotel, and they're serving things like $47 tacos, then it's not going to be a place that people who are just tourists in Vegas are going to, just stumble upon and be like, oh, here's a place. I'll spend an evening and $100 here. Right? Most people aren't going to do that. Most people who don't know about it aren't going to do that. So most people don't even go to Vegas with like enough formal clothes. Like my mom and one of her friends had gone to Vegas like a few years back, and I told her, I was like, oh, you guys should go here, and you guys should go here and try this caviar taco that I've been hearing about. And so they went over there, they like walked by the place, but they didn't bring any clothes that would fit the dress code, because this restaurant has a dress code. A darkly lit place with tons of mood lighting, and live music is a common feature at the supper club, and cocktail attire is required. Though as long as you're dressed on the nicer side, the dress code doesn't seem to be an issue. So I would have to dress like really nice. Like I have maybe a couple of really nice shirts, and I would wear like my best pair of pants, but not jeans. But I have somewhere I have like, you know, business leather, not leather. It's that nice material. It's that nice material that looks like leather, but it's like cloth. Not leather. What am I thinking? Cocktail attire. Anyway, this place is close, so I don't even have to think about that, to be honest. But this picture probably. What the heck is that? Okay, so the image on the right probably isn't, but I think these two are. This is pretty representative. So for a dude, it's a nice shirt with a tie, and then this kind of material for pants. I have this, but like in a light brown, like a light brown. And for a girl, it's gonna be, you know, a similar material in a dress or something that looks nice like that. So, although the women's attire like that is really weird. Ugh. Like dressing for something like this, like they're just these kind of dresses. It's like I can't get it any bigger than this, but these kind of dresses, it's like you're going way out of your way to be fancy. You're going way out of your way to be fancy and fashionable, but fashionable doesn't necessarily mean you look good, because there's different aspects to fashion, and this kind of fashion, at least in women, isn't really like maybe something like this on the far right looks really good, but it's like, you know, the kind of dresses that like celebrities wear when they're on the red carpet. It's like, I don't like, dudes wear generally the same thing. It's a suit and a tie, or like an open thing with a V-neck, but it's still like this really like expensive material. And that's fine, because it's like, okay, it's generally the same thing, but women have a lot more variety as far as like dresses go and stuff. I like my women wearing something modest. That's what it is. And so I don't necessarily want, they don't have to look like extravagant, right? They don't have to look extravagant. Hey guys, give me 1 second. Don't trip. Every time I get up, there's a risk of me tripping over my headphone cord. It's so short. They have this cat island. Anyway, flights to Hawaii. Here we go. Should have put in from LAX. Google Flights is super convenient. They list like all of okay, flights. Don't explore. I don't want you planning out my whole vacation. I just want to land somewhere and then just figure it all on my own. We're not doing round trip. We're doing one ways. You search for a flight, and it's a one way. Then you can go like this. And eventually it will load prices. Don't open it like this, you piece of shit. Oh my god. Okay, fucking. You have to type in the actual airports. Honolulu. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. Flights.google.com. They really know how to not do what you want them to do. It's like, oh, let's make this website pretty and do all this other crap. I don't want Los Angeles, I want LAX. And I don't want Hawaii, I want the Honolulu airport. Here we go. Daniel K. Inouye International. That sounds great. See, now we have something specific. And now when I click on here, the prices are going to load. See, look at that. If I want to go, what's today's date? April 24th. So if I want to fly tomorrow, then I can do it on $130. There we go. So it looks like the plane tickets are cheaper when I'm doing it immediately for this specific flight. Whereas with other flights that I've done, it's I have to plan it like maybe 2 months in advance, and that's when the cheap prices will be. So, but it looks like because of the time of year, right? Nobody's really going to Hawaii in April. So, why do they put the freaking CO2 emissions? What, am I not going to take a specific flight because of how much it damages the environment? Like, honestly, like, who cares? Like, the plane's going to fly anyway, regardless of if I'm on it or not. So it's not like it matters. It's going to expend the same amount of fuel, regardless of if I'm sitting on that flight or not. So it shouldn't matter at all, but that kind of thing pisses me off. It pisses me off because it's like, it's either hypocritical or it's inconsequential. Either way, they don't need to provide that information. The information that I would like to have is how crowded the flight is currently. How many seats have been sold on the Delta flight? Because that's gonna involve my COVID risks, right? Am I gonna be packed in with a bunch of people who might potentially have COVID? That's the kind of information I want. I don't give a shit about carbon emissions. I care that, if I cared about carbon emissions, I would be fighting to reduce the amount of cars that people have. Because the vehicles that we use in our everyday lives emit way more gas collectively, or emit way more carbon into the environment collectively than anything else. It's just the very fact that we're a car-based society. Our carbon emissions are like exponentially higher than compared to, like, let's say Japan, because Japan uses electric bullet trains to go all over the place. They don't use personalized gas emitting cars. So until this entire country goes electric, then we're going to have an environment problem, regardless of how much we look at the planes or the factories or anything else. So, gas prices shot up to $6 a gallon here, and people are still filling up their cars with gas. So this isn't going to end anytime soon. In fact, if they doubled the price and raised it to $12 per gallon, people would still pay it. If they raised it to $20 or $30 or $100 a gallon, people would still pay it. Maybe not as much people at $100 a gallon, but people would pay it. I could see it going up to 15 a gallon, and people would still pay it. Maybe they'll try to drive their cars a little less, but they won't really think about it too much. So they're gonna be the poor people who can't afford, who still need a car, but they can't afford an electric car. But they're still gonna fill up their gas on, $15 a gallon. So I see that happening. I mean, Europe already charges like $12 a gallon for their gas. So anyway, a 6-hour flight to Hawaii is $130. That's a one way or another. And then I want to find a one-way back. So doing it in 2 separate purchases actually decreases the price for me. Or I should, theoretically. So I could stay there as long as I want for maybe about a week. And then it's $130 to go back. Okay, so $260 for, there's gonna be fees. So like $300 for a round trip flight to Hawaii, and then it's gonna be $100 a night for a hotel, and then I'm gonna have to pay for the restaurants and stuff. So like a 3-day vacation in Hawaii, where I go there on day 1 and then I go back on day 3. So that's 2 hotel nights. It's about $250 plus a $300 from the flights. $550. And then all the restaurants, I'm probably going to be dropping about $100 at one of them, and then probably another 100 across all the other ones. So that's about $750 plus the cat thing, which would be another price. So it's going to be about $800 for like a 3-day vacation total in Hawaii. That's a lot of money, $800. To be honest, I could go to Japan for just a bit more. I mean, if I would rather save the $800 and then wait until I save up more. So Tokyo. Narita Renzoku. Renzoku is like organization, I think. Anyway, here we go. See, it's about double the price. It's about double the price for the plane tickets, but I'm going to Japan. That's what it is. I'm going to Japan. So it's about double the price. So if I wanted to go to Japan, let's say May 10th. Say I made it a round trip. Maybe I can get a deal on a round trip if multi-city, oh my god. One way or another, I'm gonna find ya. I'm gonna hit ya one way or another. I'm gonna meet ya. I'm gonna hit ya. See, the hotels in Japan are a lot cheaper too, because I can just stay in like capsule hotels. As long as I just have a place to sleep at night, then I can stay at capsule hotels. I can stay at manga cafes, and they have showers in manga cafes for whatever bizarre reason. So anyway, it looks like it's gonna be $550 if I do Air Canada. Why am I doing Air Canada? They're gonna go from LAX to Canada and then over to Japan, and then back. I'm gonna go into Triangle. Ooh, those carbon emissions though. Those carbon emissions, guys. I don't think this is okay. I don't think it's okay for my plane to be exhausting 813 kilograms of carbon, of CO2 into the environment. So I'm gonna have to pay extra to get reduced carbon emissions. Oh, these are more carbon emissions, but it's a non-stop flight. Is this much money worth a 16-hour layover in Canada? If it's a 16-hour layover, I could probably go to like a place in Vancouver or something. Oh my god. But anyway, for one person, if it's a $500 round trip, that's actually pretty good. That's both ways, by the way, so I can go to Japan on 500 bucks. I won't be able, I'll have no money left after I land, but I can still exist in Japan for that much for that much money. So, you know, that in itself is a novelty. Oh, I went on vacation to Japan. I didn't have enough money to do anything after paying for the flight, but you know, I went there technically. I was technically in Japan. I had enough money left over to go to McDonald's. Oh my god, in Japan, they have, I don't know if I showed you guys. I believe it's in Tokyo. Yeah, the Final Fantasy Cafe. This is where I want to go. I want to play Final Fantasy 14, and then I want to go. And then I want to go here. This is like, I don't care how crowded this is. This is the kind of place that like only gamers are going to, right? It's themed after Final Fantasy, or after the video game. It's the Eorzea Cafe. That's the Eorzea. That's the name of the of like the country that you're in, and when in the video game. So this they have a real life cafe in Japan that is themed, completely themed after the video game. Oh my god, this is the only. Oh my god, can you imagine like your favorite video? Can you imagine like a Mario themed restaurant or like a Zelda themed restaurant or whatever? This is exactly what that is, but for freaking Final Fantasy. Oh my god. And so if you play the Final Fantasy 14 game, then you'll understand like all of this. They have like artwork of the stuff up here. Oh my god, they have like the Astrologian's globe and the Gunslinger's gun and the Marauder's axe over there. Oh my god. And like the map of Eorzea. Oh my god. You have to purchase tickets. Limited number of seats for each time slot. Oh, so it's gonna be crowded. Now, that's the one downside of this. It's gonna be crowded. But this is like, I've always wanted to go. I've always wanted to go here. Honestly, like if I go to Japan, this is, and I always think about this too. It's like if I go to Japan, I've got to go here. So even though I haven't played the game like to the fullest, it's like I still got to go here. How much is the ticket? $10. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Oh, they have the zoomed in. Okay, so it's less popular, or there are off hours for weekdays around mid-afternoon. Okay, so there is less crowded times. That's cool. It's a Final Fantasy coaster, and you get a Cactpot lottery ticket too. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, every little item in this place is souvenir worthy for sure. The whole menu is also in English as well as Japanese because there's, you know, it's Akihabara. There's going to be a lot of tourists here. They've prepared English translations for the menu for non-Japanese speakers. The menu is obviously machine translated, but you get the gist of it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The number ticket you received earlier is for the Cactpot lottery, which is in the game, being held at the moment. One or two lucky guests will receive a grand prize, a Final Fantasy themed dessert consisting of a stack of pancakes, whipped cream, and honey toast. Aw, that's cute. Oh my god, they have the little Moogles. Aw. Oh my god. They have the little Moogles. Dude, screw the Blue Bayou restaurant. This place's decor is... This place actually is like... Actually means something. Okay, so they just... Oh, they put like little rapier swords in here, or like a little broad axe straw. That's cool. That's cool. It's a total gimmick for sure, but it doesn't look like you really need to be a fan of the games to enjoy this stuff, because it's obviously just a normal cafe with, you know, just with extra themed decorations, but still it's... I'm not expecting like great food from a place like this, but it's an experience, you know? Oh my god, you can actually play the game in the cafe? No way. Why would you want to? Wow, you can play some of your favorite fun. Some dude's playing the online game. Like, you need... Or it's this lady. Why would you... Why would you come here and play the game? You can just go home and do that. Oh, you can get souvenirs too, man. Is it worth it? If you've never played the games or watched the movies, it'll probably be more difficult to enjoy your time here. It seems like this place is only after the Final Fantasy XIV, though. Admission. Whoa, it's $40 if you purchase the ticket online, but it's only $10 if you purchase it from a ticket machine in the convenience store. What? Why is there such a huge price difference for buying online? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, better get a hotel that's close to the cafe. Man, this isn't the kind of place that you go more than once. Like, you don't really need to. They have this cafe that's themed after this. They also have I mean, this is a if for Final Fantasy, but the fact that they have this in general is just amazing. But if you guys have heard of the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you guys have probably heard of it. It's one of those popular like meme animes. But anyway, it's super popular, so they actually have a bar that's themed after JoJo. It's oops, not barred, bar. I didn't spell the word bizarre right. But yeah, they have a bar themed after the show. What the? Oh. Which is cool, I guess. I mean, I'm not a fan of the show or anything, but they have this in Japan, so apparently it's pretty cool. But it like, I'm not a particular fan. I don't necessarily want to go here, but it just goes to show that show the place itself. It just goes to show that, like, you know, there's when people are a fan of something in Japan, you know, there's probably gonna be like a themed restaurant for it or whatever. Okay, I can't. Oh, here's a picture of the bar itself. Or kind of. It's like one of those cramped places, though. Anyway, cat cafes. New York grilled cheese. What other places I want to go to? There are a lot of food areas in Japan, but did I do this on a stream where I looked up like Japanese hot springs? The onsens. This is where I want to go to in Japan. I apologize, guys, if you guys wanted like me playing a game or something or talking about anything else. It's just I don't want to do my homework right now, so instead we're gonna look at pictures of cute Japanese girls taking Japanese baths. Look at that. I'm just kidding about the cute part, guys. I'm actually not attracted to Asians like at all. So they look aesthetically pleasing, but that's about it. So anyway, I really want to go in these hot baths. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's a couple where men and women can bathe together. Oh my god. Man and woman. Man and woman. Woman. Are you a man or are you a woman? Look, it's like your own little personal hot bath. Hot spring hot bath. he's just like and she's just laughing at the goofy face he's making. He has such a weird haircut too. They look like a happy couple though. Aw. I want a happy couple. I want a couple of happy couples. I want a couple of happy couples. Anyway, I want to go to a hot spring. This is what I want to do. I want to submerge my elbows into the hot water. Or, not my elbows, my shoulders into the hot water. That's all I can think about. Because my shoulders get cold. My shoulders and, like, my forearms get, like, cold. And I have to like, hold my hand to them to, like, heat them up. And so if I submerge my forearms and my shoulders into the hot spring, then, like, my whole body will heat up, and then the heat won't be able to escape anywhere, and so my internal temperature will just increase. And I love that. I love that feeling so much. Oh my god, I love jacuzzis. I've told you guys before, if I build my own house, I'm building a hot spring in the house. Like there will be 2 rooms in the house. There will be the house room, it's a studio apartment, and then off to the side there will be a hot spring. They're like a jacuzzi or whatever built into the floor, and that's it. That's the whole house. It's just gonna be that. Like, it's just gonna be those 2 sections, and that's it. If I had it my way, I would build it with like stones like this. Oh my god, having one of these in my freaking house. Holy crap! Or just like to the side of my house or whatever. Oh, talk about luxury. I would get a smaller version. I would get a 1-man version of this for sure. But look how comfy this is. Oh my god. They still have the steps and the railing and whatnot that you need for like a pool, but it's like, it's rocks and it's like naturey and stuff. It's nice. Oh, this is a mirror, it looks like. Is it a mirror? Wait a second. No, it's not a mirror. Huh. Yeah, this is too big. But like, I would get like the rocks and the decor, and I would have like it just to be a circle with just rocks instead of like, you know, plastic or whatever a normal jacuzzi is. Rocks and stone. That's what I would have. And it'd be able to fit like 2 people at most. So that'd be nice. Just a little place where I can just stretch my legs out and just chill. That sounds good. That sounds comfy. I like those jacuzzis in like hotels where you can actually like sit down on the step. You can actually sit down in the underwater, and it feels like a seat. And then you can actually put your legs down like it's a normal chair or whatever. Like it's like a bench. It's like a circular bench. Or you could stand in the middle of it because there's like standing room and you're still kind of submerged a bit. So your head's sticking out, or well, depending on how tall you are. But I would get it adjusted to height for sure, so that I could sit down and submerge like my whole shoulders while I'm sitting. Oh, that'd be great. But then I could still like put my arms up on the stones if I want to, if it's too hot. Oh, that'd be perfect. Oh, that'd be great. And then I could have like a little shower thing like this off to the side, where I can just sit. This kind of thing, you sit down in front of it, and it has a little shower hose, and you just rinse off all of the murky water off of you, right? You know how like you go to the beach, and you go in the water, and obviously you have all the salt, and you come out and you have all this salt water on you, and it's kind of grimy on your skin. So they have showers. They have showers in at the beach near like the parking lot, where you're still in your bathing suit or whatever, or your swim trunks, and you can actually, it's fresh water, and it'll rinse you off, and you rinse off there, and you get all the salt water off of you, and then you have to go to the car. But something like that is really like bleh, because it's a shower that's out in the open, no curtain or anything, and it's next to a bunch of other showers that people are using. You have to wait in line for it. And you're doing it in the middle of like a walkway too. At least here or there. At least at these beaches. It's like that. It's terrible. It's terrible. I don't like the experience of having to like wash myself off with this public shower, and then, you know, in my swim trunks in the middle of this huge group of people. And then having to dry myself off and then go back to my car, you know, in order to go home so I can take a proper shower. I don't like that whole process. I don't like the end of a trip to the beach. I never liked it as a kid either. So I liked going to the beach as a kid, but I never liked the end process of where I gotta wash all this stuff off. Anyway, if you get a little jacuzzi, whether you go to Japan for it or if you get one in your own home, then having one of these to wash yourself off afterwards or beforehand is really nice, because it feels just like your own personal shower. There's normally seats here you can sit on. I believe you could sit on this bench here. Most people sit down somewhere, and then they kind of rinse themselves off while they're sitting down with the water. So it's really nice. It's really convenient. Like this is the Japanese way of doing stuff, is keeping clean, but in the most convenient way possible. And I just absolutely love the amount of thought that went into that, because this sort of thing spawns from other people not liking the inconvenient side of it, and so they figure out, okay, how can we streamline this? How can we make this better? Because I hate the current thing. So and they come up with something like this, where even if it's a public sauna or a public bath, you can still individually do it or whatever. And since Japanese is a very like private kind of culture and like attitude in the people, you know, this sort of thing in the most public place possible, which would be a public hot spring, they still have a little bit of a way for you to like kind of separate yourself and, you know, get clean before you go in and participate. So that's really nice. But yeah, anyway, I want like a very miniature version of this in my own house, like inside the house, because that's that would be ideal. But in America, you're not going to find that unless you're going to like a multi-million-dollar home, so that is specifically customized like this. So I would have to build my own house and then customize it myself. So, or I'd have to buy a house and then just rip out one of the rooms and then get this installed, which would be just as expensive. So there's a lot of these like little conveniences and quality of life things that I want in a house that I don't get. Like I don't want a separate bathroom. I want like a toilet like attached to my bedroom, or like I want the ability to like, I want to have like my living room with that's set up like a home theater, but then I want like a toilet right off to the side, so like I don't have to even stop what I'm doing in order to go to the bathroom, right? Because I'm still within the proximity of whatever it is, right? Because you guys know how like in a movie theater, if you're going to the movie theaters and you're watching a movie and you need to go to the bathroom, then you have to leave the movie theater and you get back and you've missed like 10 minutes of the movie. It's terrible. I have to like plan my bathroom breaks when I go to watch a movie. Or I used to. I don't watch movies anymore, but it's like, and then there's, if you're going by yourself, then there's always a risk of like, you might lose your seat or something like that, or like someone might steal your popcorn or something. It's like, oh my god, there's all these things you have to think about. Ugh, public. But anyway, it's all these little things that have like inconvenienced me in life that I'm gonna make a house that is specifically tailored towards being the most convenient and most the highest quality of life for my specific lifestyle, right? You cannot live in my house if you don't follow my lifestyle, because my custom built house will not be tailored to be accommodating for any other lifestyle, right? You're gonna have a hard time, right? It's, if you don't want a home theater set up and a toilet right next to the TV or whatever, right? It's not literally right next to the TV, but within proximity. Then, if you don't want any of that, then it's like, what do you get to do? You get to sleep in the house, and then you have to leave if you want to enjoy anything else. So, I want like a little nice room where I can read, with like that's separate from everything else, like a little reading nook, or like a tea room, right, where I can read on like a leather recliner chair, and then that's like kept cool. And then I want that home theater, and then I want a bed and a toilet like really close by to that home theater set up, so that I don't, I wake up in the morning and I can just like within the minute, just turn on a PlayStation and play a game, right? Or turn on the computer and browse the internet or whatever, what have you. So, all these little things. Or if I want to take the time to read, then I don't have to read it in my home theater where all my stuff is, because I'm going to have a separate room for it, right? I'm going to have a little separate nook where I can just focus on reading a good book. And like my kitchen's going to be close by, and I care about my kitchen because I like to cook. I'm going to put my money into that. But the thing is, there's going to be nothing else. There's not going to be a traditional living room with a couch. There's not going to be multiple bedrooms. There's not even going to be a single bedroom, to be honest, right? The bed is going to be at the back of the home theater, so it's not going to... And so is the bathroom, so it's not, like... Because if, I'm tired for bed, but I need to go to the bathroom, I don't want to have to walk down the hallway in order to do so. In fact, I'm the kind of dude who will, I'll procrastinate on going to the bathroom because it's too far away. I'll procrastinate on, brushing my teeth because the bathroom's too far away. I don't want to even have to think about that. I want to be able to, brush my teeth and then, spit out everything and then fall over into my bed, right? I want it to be literally that close by. So I don't want to have to get up and go do it, right? I need it as, close and convenient as possible. When I do real things, I'll get off my ass and I'll do it. But, if it's basic stuff like this, like going to the bathroom or brushing your teeth or playing video games or whatever, I want it to be, or sleeping, I want it to be as close as possible. Also with a bed, I want the bed to be in the corner of the entertainment room, but I want it to be walled. I want it to be in the corner, but then I also want it to be walled off, so it'll look like So it'll look like this, where you have the whole... Okay. I can just do a shape. So you have the room, right? and you know, my bed is gonna be here, right? And then, you know, I'll have like the sink and stuff here, but this will be like this will be like, you know, it'll be open. It'll be like open, so this will be like, you know, the sink and whatnot here. So this will be like sink and like the toilet. And this is the bed. Right. But that looks bed. There we go. But what I want actually is you know, the bed can be like this, but I'll also want like a wall. Maybe like this. Maybe I want a wall here. So I want like a wall. Make a different color. I want like a wall here. Can you thick? I want like a wall here so that it's so that like the this doesn't look good. I should make the bed red. And then I should make this black. There we go. There we go. That conveys it. So I have the bed. But I have the bed here, but it's in the corner, so it's already surrounded by two walls. But then I'm gonna have a custom third wall here. So then, and then, you know, there's gonna be, you know, the TV here and you know, a chair here. That's an H. Whatever. There's gonna be like a chair, and then looks like a car. And it's gonna face this way, right? It's gonna be one of those comfy lounge chairs, or whatever. And then that looks like an A. God damn it. Whatever. I'm not an artist, so I don't know how to draw a chair. Are you kidding me? There you go. There you go. So anyway, that's a chair. So I guess. So anyway, that's a chair. It's gonna be facing the TV. And here's the bed. But the bed is going to be it's gonna be surrounded by two walls. So like here's your pillow, right? And it's surrounded by these two walls. But then I'm gonna have a cut, you know, naturally, because it's in a corner. But then I'm gonna have a third wall here, so that I don't so that you can roll to either side of the bed, and there will be a wall there, and it'll be very secure, right? Because as animals, we like to sleep in confined spaces because we feel protected, we feel sheltered. So, what's the most confined space you can be in? Well, you get a big bed and you're surrounded by three walls. So you're not trapped because there's an exit. But you're not trapped because there's an exit here, and you know it, you can feel it, right? And it's a king size bed, let's say, so you have a lot of room to roll around and stuff. And, you know, if I had a partner, I would probably have 2 sets of bed sheets, so that, you know, if I accidentally steal any from her, then she would have her own, so she, you know, she doesn't get cold, because I move around a lot when I sleep. So this would be good. A king size bed would allow for enough room for me to move around while she's still comfortable. The multiple sets of bed sheets would allow for her to have a pair, or her to have a set, while I still like bundle up, assuming that we're not like cuddling or whatever. So in the event that we're not cuddling, so it's as a backup. And then there will be multiple walls so that I don't fall off the bed, because there is a risk that I might fall off the bed. I haven't fallen off the bed in years, but it's still like that. It's still like that secure like shelter sort of thing. So right now, as you guys can see, my bed is there's no walls surrounding it, and in fact, at the head, which is where you're at the head where my pillows are, where they're supposed to be like a what would you call it? A baseboard, I believe, whatever the bed frame is at the front. Instead of that, what I have is I have you guys can't see because of the thing, but I have a chair. I have a black chair that that is leaning up against the wall, or where the back of the chair is leaning up against the pillows. So when my head naturally pushes the pillows this way, the chair blocks them from falling off, because I had this problem where I put that bed there and I didn't have the chair, and and I would wake up in the morning and my pillows are on the floor because I've pushed them that way off of the bed. So anyway, that's I don't feel that secure, and I'm gonna push all the stuff off the bed. So when I sleep, so because that's what you naturally do, right? You're naturally just like trying to go forward. So that's why you have a baseboard there, but I don't have a baseboard for my I don't have a baseboard blocking my head for this bed. So because I got this bed for cheap, and it was just the mattress, or just the mattress and the box underneath. But yeah. So anyway, that's a huge problem. So I'm so I'm a little passionate about this. So I would get a bed. Obviously, it'd be in the corner where the head is, and then one of the main wall is gonna block one side of it, and I'm gonna have a custom built wall right here, so that I can so that I'm blocking the other side of it. So, and then of course there's an escape where your feet are. So all you have to do is, I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth while I'm on the toilet or whatever, or I don't do that, afterwards, or I just put like one of those like automatic brusher machines inside my mouth, and I just let that do its job, and then I spit afterwards, and then right after that, it's like 1 foot away from the bed, and so I can just jump into bed, and then, or I can just crawl into bed and then just go to sleep. And then once I crawl into bed, where my head is, I'm seeing mostly walls. I'm seeing mostly walls with being able to peer out into the dark house, into this dark part of the house. So, plus if I accidentally leave the light on anyway, I mean, ideally I would have like a light switch here that I can turn off while I'm in bed. But yeah, if I do want like a light on for a nightlight for whatever reason, I haven't slept with a nightlight since I was like 6 years old. But for whatever reason, if I want that, or if I'm just taking a nap and I want the light on for it, I gotta have the light over here, and then it's gonna block this wall is gonna block most of the light from me, so I can still see light, but then So in a case where you get a night light or whatever, you have the light on the other side of the wall, and then it just dimly shines this way, so I see that there's a light on, but it's as dim as possible. So I'm not gonna see the light bulb or anything directly. So that'll be nice. My head, I'll be surrounded by these walls, and that'll be comfortable. So, and ideally, I would get like what they have in the insane asylum rooms, where it's like the cushion padded walls. Ideally, I would probably want that too. So even if I do roll over and hit the wall, it's not going to be a solid wall that I'm hitting. It's going to be like a padded cushion. So especially for the head area, that would be nice too. So, and adding, doing all this stuff for the bed setup wouldn't cost that much extra money. The thing is, you just have to plan this out when you're building your own house or your own building initially. So that's something that I've thought about. But anyway, this setup, this being the whole house, like honestly, if I just over here I have a kitchen. So I do kitchen. Boss boys. There we go. Right. If I have the kitchen here, then I can just cook all my food here, take it to the chair, eat it. Right. Maybe I have like a table. Maybe I have like a table here, right? And it's like it kind of looks like a table, and then last line straight. It doesn't make any sense. There we go. Nope. We're just gonna leave it like that. And so this is this is where I eat. I could have my my comfy chair here, and then I could watch TV. This TV, right? And then you do that, right? Have this seat be able to hold 2 people on it. Fantastic, right? Kitchen. This is where I prepare my food. Whatever. I have like an exhaust port out here, so so like the smoke can go out of the house or whatever. And then I have an exhaust port, like a not exhaust port, but like a air ventilation thing going up to the roof of the house here, so that the toilet goes up, the toilet stink goes up, and then the kitchen smoke goes up. So I could have this a little more isolated. I could actually have a divot in here to be the kitchen. If I want to separate the kitchen from the rest of the house, then I could just design the house to be, like this, right? And just have this space be the kitchen. But Kiwi, yeah, I'm giving you attention. Attention over. All right. And then and then that would allow enough like ventilation and breathing room for all of that. And then for my reading nook, right, I would maybe have like something off to the side over here, and then I don't know where I'd put like a hot spring, maybe like over here I'd put a hot spring. The hot spring setup. Or I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I just put it right here. Honestly, I could put it in the same room. Probably not. But yeah, anyway. This is how I'd set up my house, typically. Or ideally. So I would have like a sliding door here. Or yeah, I would have like a sliding door here, so it can close like a wall, but then I can open, so I don't see it when I'm watching TV, but then it can open up, and then I can just go into here, and it's my little reading corner or whatever. But obviously all of this stuff will be accommodated to have a second person be able to join me in any single part of the house. The toilet will be obviously open, so it's going to be exposed, and then of course the sink will be too, and obviously the kitchen will be big enough to have 2 cooks in it. So, and then the chair will be big enough to have 2 people sit in it, and so will the table. And then the reading area over here will have 2 seats available. So all of it will be built with a second person in mind. But this is the general setup of like the kind of house, and this would be the whole house, right? This I don't need any other thing other than this, right? At most, right, the only thing I haven't considered is a shower, which I would have over here. So I would have a shower in the corner of the house. And then, I don't know, where would I have the door? See, this house doesn't have any windows. Where would I have the door? I don't know, maybe the door could be here, I guess. Here's the door. Oh, there's a little door. Yeah, maybe the door could be here, and then you go in. The bed is blocked off from the door, and again, I would be able to go to sleep in the bed without even seeing the front entrance. So there'd be the door, there'd be a carpet here, take your shoes off there's the entrance, there's a carpet here, take your shoes off, and put on the shoe rack along this side of the wall. And then you have immediate access to the chair if you want, the reading room if you want, the bathroom if you want, the shower if you want, the bed if you want, and then you have to turn the corner for the bed. But then the kitchen, if you want, you can walk straight to it. So the kitchen would ideally actually be more of like guess the kitchen would ideally be like here. And then, so obviously this isn't to scale. This is actually a pretty small, or it would be a lot smaller than this, to be honest. Can you, okay, there we go. And then there we go. See, just like that. There you go. Look at that. What a great house. What a great house. This is the official blueprint. You give this to a builder and he'll know exactly what to do. Nah. It's but this is a general idea for the house, right? Literally you need nothing else, right? What do I have? I have all the necessaries of a bathroom. I have the bed. I have a little nook for my reading, but then the main bulk of the house is just going to be a single home theater, right? It's going to be a home theater designed for 2 people, right? And then, if I have a family of 2 kids, then, I can put a second chair. I can put like 2 littler chairs on either side of here, and that's it, right? There's enough of a kitchen. Although if I have kids, it's going to be difficult. I'm going to have to... I would have to repurpose the reading room into a bedroom. And then I would probably I would have to double the size of the reading room and put a wall here and then just have a second entrance, and then I could repurpose both reading rooms as single bedrooms each. The kids won't get that much. And then if they want to do TV or whatever, then I'll put a second TV here, and then I'll just have a little divider. So we all kind of have a little privacy with our TV stuff, but we're still all big happy family. So whatever, right? That would future proof the entire house. So this would be the main house. I'm making it as small as a studio apartment would be. A studio apartment with a couple extensions, and that's about it. So, of course, if I had children, I would have to actually close off the whole sink and toilet area too. So, and we would all be sharing the same one bathroom, which would be a little inconvenient. But whatever, for the kids, if they grow up with that from day one, and as long as we're like, I'm like me and my wife are loving parents, then it shouldn't be, who don't scold our kids every 10 seconds, then, the kids shouldn't really mind it. As long as they get their own little bedrooms off to the side here, to be in, then it'll be fine. They'll have immediate access to their parents via this bed, but at the same time, they won't, we'll still get a little bit of privacy with this wall here. So that's this wall next to the bed, that traps the bed in, serves a lot of purposes. So that's why I would want that. So. But yeah, and like I said, if you have kids, you're giving up like at least the first like 8 years of your life to have to give these kids like proper attention and stuff before they grow independent. So one of the things you give up as being a parent would be your privacy. So if the kids can have comfortable immediate access to me and the wife, me and their mother, while at the same time having the option to have their own little privacy in their own little rooms that are my reading rooms repurposed into bedrooms, then that's enough. But once they leave their bedroom, then they participate with the rest of the household, because it's all open concept. Then like this, then that's gonna be the most ideal. That's going to be the most intimate thing while still giving the kids what they need as far as privacy goes. So, but that also gives them the opportunity to get as much attention from their parents as possible within the house. So, which is something that like little children need access to. because it allows them to grow closer to their parents. And as long as me and their mother actually care about the kids, which if you don't, then don't have kids, then then the kids will be happy to interact with us all the time, every day. So at least until they grow up and they grow a little bit older, and then once they're like 12 or 14 years old and they want a little more privacy than just a small little cutout into my studio apartment design, then we can start talking about okay, let's add to the house or whatever, or let's make a second house right on my piece of land, because this would be part of a an acre plot of land, which, as I said, an acre plot can hold like 4 houses on it. So once my kids become teenagers, as long as they help me, I can build a separate house for them entirely, and then they can start getting used to living on their own right next to it, right? So what I would do is, I can make a second house, assuming I have the money and building materials and energy for it. I can make a second house off to the side, completely independent, or I can make this second house with like a door cut out here, so that they can go in and out of, they can go in and out of like their own little private living space. So, and then I can turn their old rooms into back into my reading rooms, and my ideally two kids would just be able to, they would have like a little area here, and then they would be able to completely split this part of the house into their own separate rooms. So go like that, close this off, and they would be, this would be for the son, and then the daughter. And hopefully you'd put up a strong enough wall to where they can't like really hear each other snore. So, and whatever, right? And if there are any complications, then we can, if one of them's misbehaving or whatever, then we can move the misbehaving one back to one of the reading rooms as like punishment. So until they can conduct themselves better. So they'll still have to share a house with each other, but like they're gonna be teenagers, and I'm gonna raise them right, so they should be respectful to each other. They're gonna be roommates as siblings, but it's roommates where they have their own separate little space, and then this little area will be like an entrance living room area, and I could actually put like a makeshift kitchen here, big K for kitchen, so that they could like cook their own foods and stuff, help each other out or do things independently or whatever. And again, they'll have immediate access to the house here, but then I could also put like a door here as well. So that's the crappiest looking door I've ever seen, but my first one was a lot better. But yeah, I could have a second house attached to the first house with a doorway that they can still access their parents if there's any problems, but it's a separate living space for the two of them once they become teenagers. So I would say actually, people would probably disagree with me, but I think that teenagers are a lot more capable of being responsible and independent, as long as they are raised right and they know the rules. So I would probably say like possibly as early as like age 13, and once my kids are 13 years old, then I'll let them live on their own in this kind of aspect, or in this kind of situation. They won't be able to move off my land until they're legal adults, but they can be if they want to, they can be completely separate from their parents. You raise them right and they love you, they love their mom and dad, and they're not going to want to be 100% separate. But if they have problems with me and their mother, and they want to be independent, or they get mad and they want to fester in their anger for a week or so, they can. They don't have to live in the same house. They don't have to be scared of hearing mom and dad's footprints right next to their bedroom, footsteps right next to their bedroom, when they don't want to associate with us. And that's the benefit of being able to live alone. But at the same time, I'm still going to be able to go to them in the case of an emergency. Or, I'm still going to be able to walk in there. I wouldn't walk in there unannounced. I would probably knock on the door like, like a visitor would. On the condition that they let me in every time. So, obviously. But I would be training them to be able to live on their own as early as 13 years old. If they're problem children, maybe 15 years old is when they would get to move into a situation like this. But little nooks and crannies for a bedroom it doesn't cut it for a teenager. So, but I'm not gonna want to redesign the entire freaking house, because once they move out, or if they're gonna build their own houses on my land, I still, and I'm like, how would I be at that point? Like 47, 48 years old at that point. I'm still gonna want my studio apartment. I still want my studio apartment, situation here. So I don't want to have to change this too drastically for a family. I'm, to accommodate for my kids, I'm gonna want to give my kids their own accommodations, right? So any other parent would look at me and say, you're going to let your 13-year-old live on their own? It's like, no, I'm not going to let my 13-year-old kid live on their own. I'm going to let them live independently. There's a giant difference. And the difference is in this. I have immediate access to their separate living situation. Because if a kid doesn't know how to leave the nest until they're like 23 years old, or until they go to college, or whatever, right? Which is typically the age. They're not going to know what to do, because they've lived under their parents' watchful eyes until they turn 18, and they leave as soon as they can, and they don't know what to do with themselves. Because they didn't learn that skill, because the parents are so overprotective. You have a situation like this, and the kids are going to be able to gradually grow up. If they have a problem cooking their own food and they end up starving or whatever, I can step in and be like, okay, look, this is what you got to do. You got to be responsible. And if you can't, you're moving back in with us. You're moving back with, me and your mom. I would need like a bathroom in here or something. Or ideally, I would have one bathroom per kid, but it's kind of expensive. Toilets are pretty expensive. But, I would have the plumbing skills in order to wire up the toilets to septic tanks. So, considering that I did it for, the first iteration of the house. But yeah, this is what you do. This is what you do. And then, this bottom part comes later, right? When the kids are starting to grow up, and they're going to have the satisfaction of, they're going to be helping me build this. They want to live on their own. They're going to be helping me build this. And even if they don't want to live on their own, I'm still going to really push for this, right? 16 years old is the latest. Once they're 16, and then they got to start, leaving the nest and living on their own. If they live in their room over here and they got to go through the door because they're a mama's boy or whatever, it's for some reason, and then they, need to interact with us every day, then so be it, right? It's like, they're probably not going to, at that point, they're probably not going to grow out of that. So hopefully I don't nurture them too much in that aspect, but that's going to be a lot of careful parenting. But yeah. Anyway, what do you guys think? Does this look like a suitable setup? Because in my eyes, this is like ideal. And obviously, like all this empty space over here and here, it wouldn't actually be that empty. Like this isn't to scale, so the bed's gonna be bigger. The sink and toilet are gonna be bigger. Maybe I rotate the bed and change one of the walls. Maybe the shower is put somewhere else. These lines are ventilation, so what it's gonna be is in the ceiling. I'm gonna have a hole cut out, and then just like a large cylinder tube just going straight up to the surface. Because ideally, this is gonna be underground, either to the surface or just to the roof. and then I'm going to have a couple of fans installed in that cylinder tube that are going to push air out and then pull fresh air back in. So I'm going to have that in the toilet because obviously bathrooms get a little stinky, and then I'm going to have that in the kitchen as well for smoke to escape from the house when I'm cooking. So, and then, you know, they can be repurposed to, when I'm not using the toilet or the kitchen, then one can blow used air out and another one can inhale fresh air from the outside into the house. So that's what it's going to be. I'm going to have all that. Solar panels on the roofs to provide electricity if I have the money for that. And then obviously plumbing is going to have to be underneath the house through tubes in order to lead the toilet waste and the sink and stuff to septic tanks. So, 'cause composting toilets are going to be a pain if I have to change them every week. But I'm not necessarily above that, so. To me, this is an ideal situation. You have this I read a story where this husband and wife, they had a kid together and then they got divorced. But instead of moving to separate houses, or one person stays in the current house and the other one moves across town, what they did is they took their current house and they split the house in two. And they split the house in two, and so there's a shared wall like this, but there's a door in the middle, almost exactly like the picture that I have here, except this bottom area is big enough to be a real house as well. So they separated it like that. So there's, you know, about a house worth of stuff here and then a house worth of stuff over here. And so the divorced wife lived in this part of the in one section, and the divorced husband lived in the other section, and their daughter. And so the parents wouldn't see each other because, you know, they're divorced. They don't want to live together, but they live next to each other. And so the daughter, and there would be a door here, so the daughter could go to her mom's house whenever she wanted and to her dad's house whenever she wanted. And they had shared custody, so it wasn't a problem. So the daughter, who was like, I think 10 or 12 at the time, would be able to transition back and forth between both parents. And according to the poster, you know, the kid was happy being able to see both her mom and dad whenever she wanted, without having to wait till the weekends to see her father, or, you know, wait till the weekdays, or have to go to her mom's house during the weekdays or whatever, right? So the daughter was pretty happy with that situation. She was the one using the door, and it's just that these divorced parents were sharing a wall with each other, but they were still living in their separate places or whatever. So the post was about a conflict that arose from that, but the conflict doesn't have to do with this, what I'm talking about. It was a situation like that, and the music stopped. And oh yeah, I was gonna put a hot spring somewhere here. But I could have a hot spring in one of these rooms. Or I could have it off to the side, over here. I could have a hot spring over here next to the kitchen. That'd be nice. But yeah, anyway, yeah, so the story was like that. And it was great. It was a cool concept. It was a cool idea. And people in the comments were actually applauding them for having such a creative concept, and that allowed their daughter to not be that much affected by her parents' divorce. Because the hardest thing for a kid when a divorce happens is not being able to see one of their parents as much as they'd like, because the other one has custody, some or all of the time. So that was an ideal situation, and they applauded the parents for giving the kid the freedom to, you know, choose which parent they wanted to hang out with at the moment. So, And of course, that took both parents having really good communication and staying good friends with each other through the divorce, which is something that I probably wouldn't be capable of because I'm a little bitter about that. But this goes off of that similar concept, but instead of separating the mom and the dad between the two, I'm gonna separate the parents from the kids, or I'm gonna separate the kids from the parents. That's what I'm doing here. When the kids become of age, then they can live in their own little abode like this. Obviously, they still gotta share the place, but obviously, as I've drawn here, they get their own separate rooms. And obviously, it's not gonna be exactly like this. I would make adjustments, but I only did it like this because I had a very limited amount of space on the bottom of the screen here. I mean, I could have scrolled down, I guess, but yeah, it's going to be a similar concept here where I'm going to have one, both of the kids are going to get to live technically on their own. They're still going to, I guess, share a house with each other, technically, but I could not have that. I could have, instead of that, I could have, like, down here would be the son, and then I could have a separate door here, and then a separate house. And so I could actually have like two squares here. I could have two separate squares here, and one's for one kid and one's for the other kid, and it's their own little house with their own little kitchen and bathroom and stuff, and there's space for their room. And then there's going to be a door in between to where they can come into the main house whenever they want, but then they'll still get free access to leave their own house, right? It's going to be a connected but still separate building. So a separate building that's going to be connected by a door. So, which they actually do design houses like that. They'll have like these houses where it's like a 2-story thing, where it's like a big 2-story building where the first floor is cut in half, and you have on the left is one person's home, and on the right is a second person's home, and it's separated by a wall. And then on the top, on the second floor, then the second floor is a little smaller, and the second floor will be a third person's home. So it's apartments, or maybe it's split in two again, and so it's 4 people, and they share a wall. So, and then everybody shares the ceiling / floor with each other between floors. So, and of course, each resident can go outside and inside of their own apartment, but it's still like a part of one giant building that's technically one building, but the building is sectioned off into different living spaces. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here with my kids. So because my kids should, and I'm going to have an interconnecting door because obviously, they're still my kids, right? I got to be able to access them in emergencies, and they got to be able to access me whenever they want. But me and the other parent. But so that's how it's going to be connected. But then once they come of age and they're like, hey, I liked this, but I really want my own full house when they're 18 or 22 or whatever, then I'll be like, okay, cool. I will help you build it if you want to build it on my plot of land, but I'll give you the space on my land for free, right? And so they can build their own house, similar to mine or different from mine. I don't care. It's their life, right? They can build their own abode on my property, or they could just continue living in the little sectioned off area that they have. And what I'll do actually at that point is because I don't want to, honestly, I don't want my kids to like be like super intimate with, like, still rely on me as like a caretaker when they become adults. So what I would do is I would let them live in their own little part of the house, but then I would destroy the door here, and I would just replace it with a wall, or I would block it off somehow, so that they have to leave through the front door and come to my front door in order to visit me. So they would live literally right next to me, but it would still be like, okay, if they want to hang out with their parents or have dinner once a week or something like that, then it's got to be like a visit, like like 2 adults would be, right? They're not going to live with me like, father and son or mother daughter or anything like that. So they gotta at least start transitioning to leave the nest because they're not going to live in my house until I die. I'm not going to put up with that. So if they're like special needs or they're disabled or something, then I'm not going to do any of that, right? I'm going to still take care of them as their caretaker. But if they're normal, healthy human beings who are just have anxiety or they're antisocial or whatever, they still gotta live on their own. They still gotta live on their own, and they gotta get comfortable with being independent, because I don't mind like having a romantic partner who's dependent on me, because I like that sort of thing. But again, I'm not. If it's not a romantic partner, then that's not gonna fly with me, right? My cats being attached to me gets a little annoying, and so my children being attached to me when they grow up or when they're adults is going to be impeding on my life. So because I'm gonna raise my kids in order to be able to survive in society. That's your objective. That's the objective as a parent, is to make sure that they can grow up into proper adults. So not so they can follow your rules, or not so they can become like you, or not so that you can, put them on a leash and have them as a pet, right? You nurture them and you make them grow in a positive environment until you make them happy, but you also prepare them for the real world, because that's the real world that they have to enter. And guess what? I'm gonna die before them, so they can't be relying on mommy and daddy forever. So they're gonna become of age and graduate high school, and they're gonna need to go out in the world. So they're going to need to be able to live their own lives. So the first step to that is facilitating independent living. And once I facilitate, and this, as teenagers, this situation where there's a door attached to a separate section of the same building, and they are technically independent but not completely isolated. This is where you go when they're teenagers, and then when they become of age, then you separate them further and you make them more and more independent. So, but while considering that, okay, housing prices are ridiculous right now, and building materials are going to be ridiculous, and so we're going to have to, if they want to live on my plot of land for the rest of their life, they're more than welcome to, right? It's free real estate, right? And I'll take care of my own, but they're still my children and I want to look after them, but they're not going to be relying on mommy and daddy for the rest of their lives, right? They don't get to, right? I don't get to. I got to go off and I got to freaking save up money for this, and I got to start my own life, right? So they got to leave the nest, right? It's a little hypocritical of me because I still live with my family, but I live with my family because of financial reasons, and that's it, right? I can't afford to live in California if I don't have 3 roommates. So, and my family are kind people, so they, it's not bad to live with them, but as soon as I can afford to, I'm moving out. So that's what it is. So I want to give my kids the mentality and the ability in order to mentally and financially be able to leave the house whenever they need to. So because I spend my whole life in the suburbs, right? First of all, I'm gonna have to work my butt off just to keep all of us alive. And second of all, they're not ever gonna be able to move out, because they're gonna move out into another suburbs place where they're gonna have to work the rest of their lives just to survive. So that's not an ideal situation. If you can solve housing costs, then you have eliminated 3/4 of your need for money, just right there. Rent or a mortgage takes up at least 75% of your income if you're making a decent livable wage. It's 3/4 of your income. It's insane. And that's of a full-time job. If my kids don't want to work a full-time job, they shouldn't have to. But that's going to be up to me to give them the ability to not do that. My parents never gave me the ability to do that. My parents were living dollar to dollar, or paycheck to paycheck. So there's no, so now all of us are trapped here. So that is not a good situation. It's not an ideal situation. Because you feel this feeling of entrapment, of like, okay, even if I wanted to leave, I wouldn't be able to. So it's not like my family's bad. Again, my family's pretty easy to live with, and they're nice people. A little judgmental, but it doesn't bother me. I mean, I've had conflicts with them, but it's not like an outrageous amount or anything. So it's not like they're unlivable. But still, if I find a girlfriend and I get married, I'm not gonna want to raise a family in this bedroom. But as it is now, I can't afford not to. So this is my solution out of it. Doing this in some cheap area. Have my own farm right next to this living situation where I grow, where I produce my own food. Enough money to build this along with purchasing the land, along with like electrical setup and plumbing and all that. That's gonna secure me. Right, I've already taken care of my shelter and my food. And my electric needs and all of that. So the only money I'll need is for, clothing and toiletries, which I can't make myself. Because I'm not going to raise sheep for their wool and then process that into cloth and all that. So that's way overboard. So I'm going to need clothes and other toiletries and necessities, along with, like shampoo and soap and stuff. Along with, and then I'm going to need internet connection. So, along with all of whatever technology is in here, right? I still got to buy the TV for this. I mean, I could move the current TV that I have, which is what I probably would do, since I spent so much money on it. But, my kids are going to want something, so I'm going to need to have the money to do that. So. But yeah. I mean, I'll still need an income. But I'm not going to need to work 40 hours a week at a career for it. If I can get this, just the top part of the setup, secure, like within the next few years, then I'll be more than halfway to like a self-sustaining lifestyle. So, which is what I'm aiming for. But anyway, all of this is an ideal for me. It's a the heck? Oh, I gotta go like this. No, I'm gonna need to do. Smaller fonts. I don't know, easy. Perfect. Okay. Oops. Ah, shit. Ah, whatever. It's staying like that. Okay. But yeah. This is an ideal. Obviously, if I don't have enough money for this, and there's something else that's cheaper, then I'm gonna have to settle on that. This is kind of my ideal situation. So, and this would be a lot cheaper than building a traditional house, because a traditional house needs to have a lot of these amenities attached to it. A glass door for the backyard, multiple walls cut off. You know, I'm gonna need like at least double this amount of space for the house built, just to have room for all the different rooms, right? If you wanted to be like a 3-bedroom place with 2 bathrooms, and you know, a lot of that is like a lot more expensive, and it takes a lot more planning. But this is just basically an open room with a couple of divots in it. That's all it is. So. And then I just need to make this one wall down here with this door area able to be constructed on. So, if need be. So, it won't look exactly like this, obviously, and you know, maybe a lot of things will change once I actually put, you know, pen to paper, but like if I actually get closer to doing this, but this is my ideal. So, having this all, doing it underground. So instead of a door here, I could have an elevator. Oh, well, I would probably just have a ladder, to be honest, but I want a ladder. If I have a sickly wife, then I would create a pulley system where it's gonna be a rope with a basket on it that can hold a human, and then I would be able to pull the rope up. She would sit on it, and I would be able to pull the rope up from my other end, from the other end of it, and then she would be, you know, pulled up or whatever. With a pulley system, the more pulleys that you have on it, the less of a load it's going to take from me. So even if she weighs like, you know, 150 pounds, if I attach it to 3 pulleys, then I'm basically going to be having to use enough force to maybe do like 30 pounds, you know, to pull like 25 to 30 pounds or whatever. So the pulley system gets a weight distributed a lot, and that's what they use in like heavy machinery and stuff. So, you know, whatever's more energy efficient, which is why it's silly to me when I read about like, oh, you know, somebody's married to medical patients and they have broken their back, or they have back problems because they've had to lift their wife or their kid from the bed to the changing room to the bathroom and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, and they've had to do that for the last 20 years. And it's like, dude, if you've had to do that, if you have to physically pick up your partner and, you know, put them places every day for years and years, instead, why don't you think about, you know, an efficient system where you don't have to do that anymore? Because to me, if I have to do that like for more than a week, I'm gonna get sick of it. But I'm not gonna get sick of it and give up and divorce the girl, right? I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a solution to this, right? I don't want to break my back by the time I'm 50. So I'm gonna create devices and machines in order to make it so that I don't have to do it myself. I don't have to do it myself. If my wife needs to go to the bathroom and we're trapped in this little wall, then I'm going to make, and she's on this, let's say she's on this side of the freaking bed, right? Then I'm going to make a divot into this wall, and I'm gonna make it so that this part of the wall can lift up. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have her roll over when she's lying down. I'm gonna have her roll over onto this little platform. And what I'm gonna have the platform do is I'm gonna have a 3-piece machine where it's basically 3 squares. The machine will be 3 squares, and she's gonna roll on top of them, right? She's all the way down here, right? And I'm gonna have it so that once she's rolled on top of this little platform, then she can press a button, and the square and this top square will rise up. The middle square will stay in place, and the bottom square will lower. And so it'll go from a flat position to a position like this. right? If that makes sense to you guys. And guess what? Guess what this looks like? It looks like a freaking seat. And guess what? She's gonna go like that. She's gonna be, and the machine itself, right? Let's say she's a quadriplegic or whatever they are, where they're like paralyzed from like the neck down. She can just roll over. I can freaking push her over, right? It's like whatever, right? It's gonna be literally right next to the bed, attached to the bed, and this wall over here is, you know, it's gonna be able to lift up, and then she'll roll over onto this metal platform, or onto this, I guess, metal platform, whatever. I can put cloth on it or a cushion on it and make it comfortable for her. And the middle part will have a hole. It'll have a hole right where her butt is, but it'll be a closed hole that it can open using like a little lever or whatever, like a little slide lever. And so guess what? That hole, once the whole machine, you know, the top lifts up and the middle stays put and the bottom lowers, and now the machine has propped her up into a sitting position. Guess what? That little hole that opens up, there's a toilet here. There's a toilet here. There's a toilet here. And so there's a toilet underneath this three-piece metal sheet the whole time. There's a toilet there the whole time. And she sits up, and there's a toilet there. Whoopie-doo. And then she poops, or whatever. Constipation problems. She needs to go to the bathroom. And she's a paralyzed medical patient. So in other words, I would have to lift her up and take her to the toilet over here. I would have to get up at 3 in the morning in order to take her to the toilet. I'm not doing that. So I'm not, you know, lifting weights at 3 in the morning. So what she gets to do is she gets to press a button, and this wall over here lifts up. She gets to roll herself or ask me to push her over to the metal, over to this board. And this board is going to be attached, it's going to be a machine that lifts up and down, kind of like a hospital bed would, except, or maybe like a recliner chair or something, I don't know. But it's going to do it for her, right? It's a piece of machinery. And then it's going to prop her up into a seated position like this, and underneath that seated position is going to be a toilet. And then she's going to poop or pee or whatever. And then she's going to finish. And then guess what? She's going to press a button that's on the side over here. And then she's going to press a button. And then the machine is going to recline back into this lying position. And then she's going to roll over back onto the bed. And then with a button or with just her hands, she's going to close the wall back up. And then she's going to go back to sleep. Look at that. Minimal physical movements. And it was all done by the machine, and she could do it independently without even have to wake me up. So, problem solved. She doesn't get to wash her hands or anything. I mean, I could, if it really went the whole mile off to the side here, I could put a sink for her to wash her hands, but honestly, like, I'm not gonna give a shit. This is going to save me a lot of work. If I marry a medical patient, this whole device, even if I have to put $5,000 into making such a contraption, this is going to save me from back problems. She gets to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night without even having to disturb me, right? Even if she's like almost paralyzed, then she can do this. I'm sure hospitals have a more efficient method, but this is what I came up with. This is what I came up with in the shower while thinking about this. All right, I'm not even married to a medical patient, but you know, I don't know anybody who's paralyzed, but I just thought about this because I thought, like, man, wouldn't it suck if like I had to wake up at 3 in the morning every day and pick up a 100-pound person and transport her all the way to the toilet just because she needs to go tinkle a little bit? Wouldn't that suck? wouldn't I get back problems by the time I'm middle-aged? Wouldn't I myself end up in the hospital after so much physical labor? Yeah, that would suck. So what's the solution? This is the solution. This is the solution. This is a solution for that little problem. And then, what other problems would there be? What other problems? She wants to get out of bed in the morning. Or maybe she can't get out of bed, but she wants to participate in being alive still. So, what I can do, here we go. Here's another solution. The bed can cut in half. The bed can cut in half. And then her half detaches and can be pushed around all over the place like a hospital bed. Look at that. And so instead, even if I don't have that on like a scooter mode or something where she can control it herself, I can do it because guess what? All that requires is me holding a handle and pushing or pulling it to wherever she wants to go. Like a wheelchair. Or like, carrying a wagon, I guess it would be more. But, I have the bed detached at the halfway point. I just have a button or a couple of switches that do it, or not switches, but like the physical, like switches or whatever, that detach the bed, and then she can, because I can just have, instead of one king mattress, I can have 2 twin mattresses next to each other, and then her side of the bed can detach in the morning, and then I can pull it around or push it around. I can pull it around like a wagon or push it around like a wheelchair. And the bed itself can recline up like a hospital bed can. So I would make it custom built because I don't want to buy a hospital bed, like a real hospital bed. I don't like that. So I would just have I would have a regular twin mattress or like a futon mattress. Yeah. You can just get a futon mattress, the kind that folds up into a couch. You can just get one of those because those fold up easily. And then, I'll sleep on one too, just to match her. It's fine, whatever. And then, it'll fold up, and then you can have it fold up or go up or whatever. And then she can come right next to me, and she can be on her silly futon mattress right here. And she'll be like that, and she'll be leaning up, but she's still in bed. And then we can all watch TV, and then she can be next to me while we watch TV together. Easy solution, right? Guess what? She wants to watch TV. Normal person is just, okay, time for weightlifting today, and then they'll have to go to the bed and lift up a 100-pound person or a 150-pound person, and they'll have to physically carry her over to the couch because it's a normal house with normal stuff, because they're not accommodating for the fact that they have a hospital patient living with them. There you go. Easy solution, right? My wife doesn't have to lift a finger her whole life, and I don't have to break my back at all for any of this, right? You're using not only technology, but you're using physics concepts in order to solve these problems. This is simple stuff, right? This is simple stuff, right? She wants to go to the kitchen, I can wheel her on over to the kitchen. She wants to actually get up and like changing the clothes, I'm still gonna have to do like physically or whatever, but it's not like I would have to help her with that stuff if she's like a paralyzed patient. But that's not too bad because she just I just have to lift her hips a little bit to take off the pants, and same lift her back to take off her shirt and whatnot. Right? It's not that bad. Getting her into the shower. Obviously you have a chair in the shower, but how could I do this? How can we take showers? Oh yeah, okay. So I was thinking about this, transporting her into a wheelchair, or having her take a shower. Here's what we do. All right, that basket idea that I had with the pulley system, where if we have an underground house, if I have an underground house and I just have a ladder going straight up, obviously a paralyzed patient isn't going to be able to go up that. So I'm gonna put her in like a human-sized basket, and then it doesn't have to be a basket. It could be like one of those things they use for paragliding, those seats. She sits in it. It's attached to a rope. Pulley systems at the top, going all the way down to the bottom, where I'm gonna be there with a rope. I'm gonna pull it. 25, 35 pounds of weights of force that I have to do. She weighs way heavier. She's way heavier than that. But we're using physics and the concept of leverage in order to transport her. So that same concept, what we do is we have one of those silly little baskets right next to the bed, and all I have to do is just roll her on, put the basket right next to her when she's laying down, roll her onto the basket, clip the little rope to it, and just prop her up a little bit, right? Again, this is a lot less physical effort than actually carrying her. I just have to do that a little bit of setup. And then I use pulley systems. And guess what? That rope can be blue. And the rope will go from here all the way around. And then there can be a port to the sink if she wants to wash her hands. There can be a port to the real toilet. There can be a port to the shower. This is just she's basically on like a movable swing at this point, because she's going to be in a seat, and instead of like a chair, it's going to be like this kind of like reinforced basket that's holding her weights, and she's going to be dangling by a rope in the air, so she's going to be able to sway a little bit like a swing. And then obviously you just have a system where the rope is on like a little like, what do they use for zip lines? You guys know zip lines, right? Where you go, wee, you go down the zip line. It's just one of those. It's one of those that's attached to the rope, but obviously it's not going to be a zip line. It's going to be just a normal rope that goes along the ceiling and it's attached to the rope. The rope is going to be along the ceiling, so it's going to travel like this, and then, it can transport her over here, and then I can transport her to the kitchen, and then transport her to, and then, transport her over here, and then over to the kitchen, and then, I can transport her over to the door where she's gonna, where her basket is gonna switch to the door, and then she can go up the chute, right? So I will be able to, even if she can't move any of her limbs, and I got to do all this myself, what I'm essentially going to be doing once she's on the basket, in the little swing of a basket, right? It's, you guys think of like a paraglider seat, right? Or like one of those baby swings, for example, right? Like a simplified version of a baby swing. The one where the baby's got to be secure or whatever. You just open the front, right? And, you can put a seatbelt there if my wife is going to freaking like spill out every 10 seconds, but whatever, right? A little seat that she's in is attached to a rope that's attached to a freaking pulley, like a zip line thing, but it's not a zip line. And I can either push her around or pull her around by the rope all throughout this blue area, from the bed all the way around the house, all the way she can go wash. I can push her to wash her hands. She can go to the toilet. She can go into the shower, and then from there she can get off of the seats, and then plop her right into the chair, into the shower chair, right? Or she can stay in the seat if I make the seat waterproof. Then it's time for a shower, right? Let's put a plastic bag over the seat so it doesn't get wet, and then we can use the shower hose in order to wash her off, right? I'm gonna have to wash her off, but in the shower, but I'm not gonna have to do any physical labor. She's done with that, dry her off, whatever, put on her clothes. The clothes in this position, the clothes will be a little bit difficult, but and again, she can go to the TV via this rope system. She can transport her bed if we have that too, to the TV system. If we're just gonna, she can go to my home theater and just sit up in her kind of hospital bed, and then we could play video games together, right? If she has control of her hands and her eyes, or she could just sit there and watch me, or we could watch stuff together. She can go to the kitchen if she has control over her hands and her arms. I could have this little basket rope system go right up to the kitchen counter so that she's able to help me cook if she so wants to. I can even have the stupid rope system go all the way from here, all the way down through the door over here so that she can visit her children when they become teenagers and then become independent. I mean, it's so versatile. As long as she doesn't mind being stuck only in the house, right? Because, you know, obviously if we leave the house, we gotta transfer her to a wheelchair, which would be pretty easy with that kind of system. It'd be hard to get out of the wheelchair and back into the leather basket, so that'll be another challenge. I haven't thought of a solution to that, but besides, you know, just physically lifting her, but we could get the wheelchair customizable so that, you know, it's able to, so I can open part of the wheelchair and just have her slide on over to this leather basket that's carrying her all over the place. We could do that. There we go. I just thought of it. I didn't have a fix, but then I just thought of a fix, right? But anyway, if this makes sense to you guys, look at this. I don't have to do any. I still have to accommodate for her. I still have to take care of her in managing all of this, but I don't have to physically pick up a 100-pound person every single time she wants to do something, or every single time she needs to do something. I don't have to carry her from the bed to the shower just for her to get cleaned. In fact, if she has control over her arms and she's just paralyzed from the waist down or something like that, I don't know, then she could do all this herself. She could do all this herself because it would only take arms to do that, and she would have a hell of a lot easier time and a lot more freedom being able to go throughout the house via this kind of system than having to wait on me to find the strength and the energy and the time to do it for her. This would give her a lot more what do you call it? I guess a lot more independence, but a lot more like control over the things that she's able to do. Because you think like, okay, somebody's like a paralyzed hospital patient, or somebody's like wheelchair bound or something like that, right? Or they need a walker or something. That person typically has a lot less freedom even within their own house. They need a nurse there all the time. They need a caretaker. They need somebody watching over them 24/7, all this sort of stuff, right? But technically you don't need to. You just set up a system like this in the house, make sure it's reinforced enough to where the person doesn't fall, and you're good to go. This person could live on their own with very minimal help. They can still have like a little Amber Alert thing on a necklace next to them in case, you know, oh, I've fallen, I can't get up, right? In case of something like that. But which, you know, obviously if it's like my wife, then, you know, it's just call my phone if I'm out. It should be like, hey, I missed. You know, I tried to go to the toilet and I fell. I'm like, okay, honey, I'll be home in like 15 minutes. It's like, well, you know, whatever, right? And the occasional screw up, I will have to lift her up, or, you know, I'll adjust the pulley system so that I can adjust the height of the seat so I can bring it all the way down to the floor and then just roll her onto the thing and then lift it back, and then have the ropes lift it back up, right? It's still like, I'm still gonna have to do stuff for her, but, you know, depending on how disabled she is, but it's going to be very trivial, right, compared to having to lift her up and transport her physically everywhere, right? You know, okay, think about it, in life, right? Farm work was hard, you know, like, farm work was hard, so what did they do? They built tools, and then eventually they built technology to do the farming for them. You know, they built tractors and stuff, so that you wouldn't have to go through the field and bend down with a hoe and, you know, scrape the land all the time. Drawing water from a well. What did they do? You know, they dug a well, but they didn't want to have to draw the water, you know, physically carry the water and all that stuff. What did they do? They created hand pumps to draw the water from the well easier. And then they used and then they came up with an invention, you know, the big stick that they put on their shoulders to carry two things of water, using their leverage as body, or using their body as leverage. And then what did they do after that? They came up with an irrigation system to where all the crops would be watered automatically in a controlled river-like system. And then what did they do after that? They came up with plumbing, and so then all of the water can be transported by pipes directly to your home. And now we have sinks. Now we have sinks where I just flick the faucet, and then I get as much water as I want, right? Throughout humanity, we've created technology, and not even just like electronics, but we've created systems we've created systems that lighten the load of our physical tasks. And it baffles me that we don't do the same for medical patients. We don't do the same for people who are paralyzed. I have not seen one instance where somebody has a system like this rope, like this travel on a swing on a rope in their house. I have not seen one instance of something like this allowing ease of movement for somebody who's paralyzed. I have not seen a single one of these systems. What, do you have to go to sleep in your wheelchair every day just so that somebody doesn't have to pick you up? Right? It's like, you know, you need, like, no, you have to go to bed. You have to get yourself into bed, right? People, I mean, I've seen imagery and videos before of people having in their wheelchair, and they have to go from, they're paralyzed, from their legs are paralyzed, so they go from their wheelchair to their bed. And it is the toughest thing in the world for them. They have to use all their arm strength. They gotta be a bodybuilder their arms have to be those of a bodybuilder in order to lift themselves up and then just plop themselves over to their bed, just to get in the bed. And God forbid we start talking about changing clothes. It's like, people are doing that. People are doing that in the current year. Why? I just came up with a system in 5 minutes that can eliminate the need for all of that. It can eliminate the physical load on both the patients and the caretakers. I have it all figured out. I have it all figured out. You gotta work out the kinks and the details, but I have it all figured out. Your house's structure can support the weights. All you need to do is set it up properly. You spend the time and a little bit of money to set it up, and you're good to go, right? You're good to go for the rest of your life, right? As long as the patient doesn't want this, extending to outside. Like, God, I could extend it to the outside, right? If we have a backyard garden, I could put up like wooden posts, like wooden poles that are pretty thick, and then string the rope along the posts as far as the hook goes, exactly like a zip line, exactly like a straightened out zip line. And they could just travel. They could travel. In fact, I could have the thing be electronic, and they can just push a little forward joystick on the armrest of their chair to go forward themselves. What an easy, and then they get to go outside and go in their garden, right? By themselves, or with, without having to be a burden on their caretakers, if that's, if they still want people around. It's like, and then what do their caretakers have to do? What do the nurses and their partners and their family have to do? They just have to supervise. They just have to supervise and help with the little bit of details, or help in the case of an emergency or whatever. But that's it. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. And it's, why a house doesn't have this sort of stuff, it's beyond me. Yeah, oh yeah, a bunch of ropes on the ceiling could look pretty intrusive, and yeah, it's a pain in the butt to make. But you know what's more of a pain in the butt? Having to have the husband and the son of the family having to physically lift and transport this hospital patient, this paralyzed person, all over the place all the time. That is hell of a lot more inconvenient. So this is my I programmed something because I'm lazy and I don't want to do all that. So I'm gonna put in the effort now so that my future self doesn't have back problems. So my future self doesn't have to carry my wife around every single place, every single minute, right? This increases the quality of life because, hospital patients, they know how much of a burden they are on their caretakers, and most of them actually have a conscience and they feel guilty about being a burden. This makes it so you're not a burden anymore. You're not a burden anymore because you've created a system where the person can do it themselves, or they can do it with a minimal amount of help, depending on their disability. If somebody was paralyzed from the waist down, like they lost their legs or something, but they still had movement of their arms, they would be able to navigate their entire house by themselves. From their bed, to the shower, to the TV, to the front door. I mean, they would be able to do it all themselves if they still had movement of their arms. Why this doesn't... But I've never seen anything similar to this. I've never seen. I mean, obviously, people don't have to string ropes along their ceilings. You know, there's probably more practical solutions. But I've never seen any other solution that's practical like this. I've never seen anything else that would accomplish the same thing that this does. So, and it swings. It swings. We have swings in the children's playground. So why can't we create a similar system that allows for diverse travel throughout one's living space? It's just, I don't know. It's just, I can't be the only one who's thought of this. That's what it is. I think of these ideas for these problems, and then I feel like, why hasn't anyone thought of this? Why hasn't anyone done this before? In fact, this feels like something I could sell. This feels like I could patent this system and then sell it to medical patients, and then I could probably get government sponsoring for them to pay for it. Because guess what? This would decrease the need for caretakers to be with a medical patient, and so it would decrease the cost of labor for travel nurses. And that would be something that helps the government. And so the government would surely sponsor a system like this, and I can come in and I can install it. I could start my own company and install something like this, right? And people would appreciate it, and people would pay money for it. And it would better the lives of people. There's no way that this doesn't exist somewhere. That's the thing. I can't be the only one who's thought of this. That's what it is. I can't be the only person who has thought of a way to conveniently travel or to conveniently transport a hospital patient or a disabled person or whatever. Because yeah, we have wheelchairs. Congratulations, right? Having to transport from the wheelchair to the bed sucks. And having to transport from the bed to the wheelchair sucks. And having to transport from the wheelchair to the shower sucks. And having to, all this sort of stuff. And you have to build your whole house around this anyway, right? You have to build ramps for the wheelchair and all this other stuff anyway. And a lot of people can't even control their own wheelchairs, right? They have to get those electric ones, so they're already spending $6,000 on something on that, and they have all these problems that come with it. So I don't know. This system sounds fun. I would love to sit in a chair being supported by a rope and just swing around everywhere. That sounds like a fun time, honestly. Like, if I didn't have control over my legs, this would be the next best thing. So, and hey, maybe when I grow old and I start becoming paralyzed, then I could use this system myself, right? Of course, I would have to have someone watch over me, but just as, a medical patient would, but that's what you do, right? I don't know. Now that I think about this whole thing seems a little convoluted, but it's like, and then you have this whole thing attached to another rope that the person in the chair can pull, and then they can transport themselves, right? I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at all this, and this is what I would implement, but at the same time, I would have to work out all the kinks and stuff of it. As long as I can make the person roll on the bed, then they would be able to roll into this chair that I could onto this piece of leather that I could then like clip into a chair and then attach to the rope and then be able to pick them up with leverage with the rope and all that, and transport them. Or, you don't even have to do that. Just have the detachable bed thing here. Husband and wife, and the wife's paralyzed. We'll freaking just have two separate mattresses, and have one of them turn into a hospital bed. Not a real hospital bed, but, the same kind of, machine. Without having to buy a hospital bed, because people have to pay for hospital beds. People pay like $8,000 for a hospital bed. You don't need to pay that. All you need to do is create a slightly folding mechanism, which is something I could do physically for free. But, if I had the right materials for it. But I don't need to be an electrician in order to figure that out. Yeah, anyway, you just do the whole bed cut in half concept and then just wheel them around the whole house, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. And then you cut a hole where their butt is in the bed, and then, they can you know, drop a deuce in the toilet or whatever they feel like doing, right? You just have something like that. I'm sure the hospitals do that. And then getting over to the shower, well, you can have the pulley system with the ropes be just used for the shower. Because again, it's gonna, you're going from the bed to the shower, you're gonna have to be picked up. I don't want to have to do that every single time. I would rather do my overly complicated rope pulley system and then be able to lift the person up with minimal effort. So I would rather, you know, apply 30 pounds of force every time than 150 pounds of force. So just to make sure the thing's sturdy enough, and then I can pull them up with the rope off their bed and then swing them all over to the shower and then set them down on the shower seats. There we go, we're good to go. And then they can shower themselves with the hose or whatever. So I'll wash their hair for them. That's totally fine. If they can't lift their arms that high, I don't know. There we go. Easy peasy, banana squeezy. Don't squeeze bananas. It's gross. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, aside from all that, there we go. Okay, so this is the one I want to save. House idea. Perfect. All right. See, look at that. Easy peasy. Oh. Go like this. There we go. Now I'll save it. Nice. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I'm so smart. It's probably... There we go. That communicates it because it goes from the flat to the up position, and there's a toilet there. I don't know how to draw people sitting. I don't know how to draw stick figures sitting, I guess. If you draw someone sitting, you gotta really focus on like the bend of their thighs and stuff, and that's really complicated. I don't have depth perception as far as art goes, so I can't draw depth, which is why I'm bad at like proportions and shadowing and all that sort of stuff. So, because I don't have the creative mind for it, like those more advanced artistic techniques. I guess I gotta learn, but I don't necessarily want to be an artist. But yeah, is what it is. Oh my god. Ooh. Ugh. Yuck. It's potent. Potency. But yeah, anyway guys, hope you liked my talk. This has been my TED Talk. Ah shit, it's 4:30. I have 4.5 hours to do my essay and I haven't even started it. Anyway guys, you can look at this picture for a while. I'm gonna be back out. I wanna get some water. Be right back, everyone. Bless you. Be right back, guys. Ah, God damn it. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Oof. I just thought of another idea. Because the whole system, it's based off of, no, whatever. The whole system was, I'm comparing it to just simply using a wheelchair, and it's like, okay, the only problem, because having a system like that go throughout the whole house is kind of convoluted, right? Just having a swinging floating seat going from rope to rope is a little complex, or it's a little more than necessary, but compared to a wheelchair. But I can apply this idea to a wheelchair. So basically you have a wheelchair, right? You have the wheelchair, it's like this, and there's the wheel, right? I don't know the exact proportions for a wheelchair, but let's say it's like this, right? And you have the wheel spoke, the spokes, and it's a wheelchair. However, so just going around on the wheelchair is, you know, it's fine for when you're already in the wheelchair, right? It's totally fine. I think wheelchairs are definitely worth. I know they're a bit pricey. I've seen wheelchairs being sold for like $1,000 for just a chair with wheels. But if that's what you gotta pay, it's kind of worth it, right? If you have the disability. So, but the thing is with a wheelchair, right? It's just this. With a little footrest down here, I believe. But yeah, whatever. It looks kind of weird. Yeah. Looks weird because of the size of the thing. There. Anyway, that's your wheelchair, right? It's kind of odd. So, however, a wheelchair is good once you're in the wheelchair. And when I say wheelchair, I mean regular wheelchair, or you can be an electric wheelchair, right? With the one with the little joystick that lets you zoom around. And those ones are a little more complicated, so. But anyway, it's the same concept, right? You're in the wheelchair and you can move around at your leisure. But there's 3 problems to the wheelchair, right? Getting into bed, going to the bathroom, and taking a shower. Those are going to be your 3 problems with a wheelchair, right? All 3 of those problems require being lifted out of the wheelchair and onto the bed or onto the toilet or into the shower. And then vice versa, once you're in the bed or the toilet or the shower, you're done. Now you got to lift out of that facility and back into the wheelchair. And that's what takes the physical labor. And that's what most people complain about. The way that I'm going to use my pulley system, I can incorporate my pulley system into solving that problem though. What I'm going to do is there's the seat of the wheelchair, and you could just do this with a regular wheelchair. You're going to couple this, you're going to take the wheelchair and keep it. Or if it's electric, you keep it, right? But you add onto the seat you add onto the seats your little basket. This is a basket. Okay. And obviously this thing is made to be like the seats of whatever. You guys can understand what I'm saying here. This is like paragliding seats. Like this, okay? These are a little bulky. Here you go. Here you go, right? It's like this. So imagine it's basically just a cupped seat, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. It's like a cupped seat, right? And you don't have to have this big old thing. It can just be like this section of it, right? It can just be like this little section part of it or whatever, right? It just has to be big enough to support your body weight. But with a wheelchair, obviously, like, your body weight is supported by just a thin piece of cloth or whatever, right? Which is fine, right? So you don't need that much. Paragliding seats are just enormous because, it's used for paragliding, so you're going to need a lot more to the seat. But if you're just at your house, you only need about half of this, right? So you only need just a seat, basically just like this flexible piece of like fabric to sit in, right? And you sit you're gonna sit in the fabric. So you attach that to your wheelchair, or you don't attach it to your wheelchair. You just put it on top of your wheelchair. You just put it on the seat of your wheelchair. So now you're basically on two seats. You're on the silly little bag, the silly little like open cup piece of fabric. And that silly little cup piece of fabric itself is on top of a regular wheelchair or on top of an electric wheelchair. Detached from everything else, right? It's just this part. It's just the seat part, okay? But it's important. If you're sitting on top of this thing that is separate from the wheelchair, or that's, technically not attached to the wheelchair, then if you want to get out of your wheelchair to go to bed or the bathroom or to the shower or wherever else, that's where my rope system comes in. Okay, it's the same exact concept of the rope system. You have, let's do a different color, let's do gray. You have the rope system here, maybe, circle, and you have the rope system, and it's a circle for the shower, okay, it's, shower. All you need to do is have some fun. All you need to do, the rope from the ceiling, or the pulley system or wherever, right, the rope above you can go, it can extend down, and it can clip onto the chair. I want to do the clip in purple. It can clip onto this part of the chair, and the rope can actually split off and clip onto the bottom part of the chair too. So it can clip onto these two areas, so it's kind of like picking you up, right? Just like this is, right? Because you have the parachute, or you have the one parachute attached to this harness, and then the harness is attached down the guy's crotch, and then it also is attached to this little belt that's going over the back or whatever of it, right? So you have you have a clip. You have a clip area on the head part of the bag, part of the cupped seat, and then you have a clip on the crotch part of the clip seat, right? So the opposite end, obviously. So you have that clipped on, and then you have those clips there, and then you just clip those to the rope, to the gray rope. And then obviously in real life it's not gonna be gray, but you clip both of those onto the rope, and then all you need to do is pull. All somebody else needs to do is pull. So you have somebody over here with you have somebody over here with a rope. Right, you have right, let's say it's me, and I have and I'm doing this, right? Right, I'm fucking whatever. I'm pulling the rope with my hands. I'm pulling the rope, and I'm lifting the bag, the brown bag here with the person in it, up. And then the bag will lift up because obviously I'm on the other side pulling it. I'm pulling it down, so the bag's gonna lift, and then that's gonna pick up the person. But it's gonna pick up the person, and then from there the person is dangling by the rope, and then can swivel on over to, I'll swivel or they'll swivel on over to the toilet or the shower seat or plop onto the bed or whatever, right? But it's a completely controlled pulley system. And the thing is, each additional point of the pulley will reduce the amount of force necessary in order to pick the person up. So I'm pulling with my hands, but first of all, it's more of a controlled thing. I don't need to bend my back or lift from the knees in order to pick this person up from an awkward position. I'm just simply pulling a rope, but I'm using my arm strength in order to pull the rope, but I'm only applying like 20 or 30 pounds of force because it's on a pulley system, which pulley systems mitigate how much weight you need in order to carry the same amount of weight on the other end. So what that means is that I'm going to be putting in less effort. Me or the caretaker or whatever puts in significantly less effort in order to lift the weights, or in order to lift the person. The person just needs to be attached to the rope, which they are via the bag. So all this is a little tedious because first of all, they have to sit on this bag all the time, because if you have to transition them to the bag, then it's a little pointless, right? Then this whole thing is pointless. But so they have to sit on the bag all the time, so hopefully it's going to be a comfortable bag. Obviously you'd prioritize that, but it's going to be as comfortable as being in a wheelchair would normally be, at least. So, but you have that cupped seat of a bag, and then they're sitting on it, and then it attaches on both ends to that rope that will go to the gray rope that goes up on the pulley, and then somebody else pulls it on the other end in order to lift them up. And then from there, the rope itself can be like a zip line, where where the gear can send them, it can send them any which way along, as long as it's along the rope that already exists. So if that makes sense for you guys. So basically you can, as long as you attach the ropes and as long as the system is built properly, you clip the ropes to the bag that the patient is sitting on, and then you pull the rope in order to lift them up. And then you pull the rope from the other end in order to lift them up. And then you can also pull the rope or have them just zip line across When I say zip line, I mean like a horizontal zip line, right? So they actually have to be pushed by somebody or by them. So like it's like a swing, right? It's like if a swing was on a rope system that could like transport them, right? Like a ski lift, right? Like imagine a horizontal ski lift, right? They have this at my fair. They have a horizontal ski lift where you can travel from one end of the fair to the other, and it's just like a horizontal thing. So you could have it like that. You could have it all electronic because that exists. I just remembered ski lifts. So yeah, you can have a horizontal ski lift that just goes from one place to the other. So, and as long as you have the starting seat and you can attach it to the ropes, then you can attach yourself and be lifted up into a ski lift system that will transport the person along the ropes in order to be transported to, and it could be, they could position it right next to the toilet or right next to the shower or right next to the bed, right? So you could have it at just those 3 points and then just have 3 separate short systems, or you have just one long system, or if you want to use it for the whole house, you could wire through the whole house, right? But all of this can be done, like this can be like I can set one up in my bedroom, right? It's like, if you just buy a rope and a couple of nails and some of these pulley things, then I could do that. In fact, I had a pulley system in my garage at the previous house that I lived in. I was using it for weight training. It didn't last long, but my dad was like, okay, look, look, big boss, you're a weak kid. I was like 13 at the time. He was like, okay, look, you're a weak kid now, so this pulley system is going to make it so that, and it was only one pulley, but he was like, okay, this pulley system is going to make it so that it's easier to lift weights, right? Because I needed to practice pull-ups. So he was like, okay, a bar, like it was a wooden bar attached to a rope that went up to a pulley, and then it went over the pulley and then down on the other, and then the rope extended down on the other end, and then there were a bunch of weights on the other end. So he was like, okay, look, you can't, a full pull-up by yourself is all of your body weights. You need to get used to the motion while starting at a low pulling weight, and then gradually increase until you're able to do your full body weight. I was like, okay. So first I started at like 20 pounds. So there's a 20-pound weight on the other end of the pulley, and then the rope went up, attached to the weight, went up over the pulley, back down to my little pull-up bar. And so I would pull on the pull-up bar, and the pull-up bar would go down, so I would be doing the pull-up motion, but instead of lifting my body, I would be lifting on the other end. It would be a 20-pound weight. So, and then once I got comfortable doing that, then I upped it to 40 pounds, and then 60, and then 80, and then 100. So I never got up to my full weight doing that, but that was one pulley with gradually increasing weights. This would be multiple pulleys, so I would do at least 2. So like I said, the way pulleys work is that for every single pulley that exists, it decreases the amount of force you need to pull the weight by a factor of 2. So I believe it's a factor of 2. I would have to look up the science behind it, but if need be, if I'm super weak, then I could attach more pulleys. I could attach 3 or 4 or 5 pulleys if I really needed to. So then when I pull, I would be doing 10 pounds of force, and then I could pick up a 100-pound person with 10 pounds of force. So, and obviously lifting a 10-pound weight is, it's kid stuff, right? So, even my 6-year-old child would be able to lift the medical patients. If I had 5 pulleys attached to the whole system in order to distribute the weight evenly. So, but that would be great, because then I wouldn't need to do anything, right? Because then I could just have my children do it, because it's so minimal. Or if I really need to do it, I could do it one-handed, right? Because it's so the force required is so minimal if you have a system like that. So, although I don't know how to set up a multi multi-lever pulley system. That's something I would have to research. So, but obviously the concept's still the same. You use a pulley, and then I'm doing a pull the rope down motion in order to lift the medical patient up by the rope by this bag. And then once they're lifted up, then they can be transported anywhere along the rope that exists. So it would be, via a zip line, via a zip line. So zip line could bring them over to above the toilet. You just lower them down onto the toilet, and then the bag. I mean, for a toilet, the bag would want to have a flap on the butt that opens up, and then you can open up the flap from the crotch area, and you can like open it forward, right? And then you have enough room to expel stuff, right? Keep the toilet seat clean so you can keep the leather bag clean that the person's sitting on. For a shower, probably want to keep the thing waterproof. I don't know how you're gonna wash the shower or how you're gonna wash the back of the butt. Those would be challenging, but those are other issues that can be solved without having to lift the person up in their entirety. And that's the whole point with this. As complicated as all this seems, and as much money as all this seems, what this does is, if I ever have to take care of a medical patient who needs a wheelchair or something like, or who can't walk on their own, whether it be my wife or whether it be one of my children, or whether it be one of my relatives who gets sickly and needs to live with me, God forbid, but if I'm ever in the situation where I need that, then I would create the system so that I won't have to physically work as much in order to take care of them. So, in fact, with a system like this, the person themselves could use the pulley system itself, right? Instead of me being over here, instead of me pulling it, I could have the other end of the rope be right here, and then the stick figure person who's sitting on the seat can pull it themselves. Right? They can pull it themselves if they have the upper arm strength in order to do that. And again, a pulley system means that you won't have to, right? There are people who pull themselves up via ropes, right? You guys think about rock climbing, right? When you're rock climbing, oops, I spelled climbing wrong. Climbing, rope, here we go. Rock climbing rope. So basically with rock climbing, you're, okay, no, this isn't what I'm talking about. Okay, look, fine. I was thinking inside a rock climbing facility, but this explains it well enough. If this person, I'll zoom in a little bit. If this person needs to descend from the mountain, then what he's going to do is he's going to hold one end of the rope and then let it go. He's gonna let it go, and and he himself is going to descend, but he's still gonna hold onto the rope so that he descends very slowly. But if the opposite is done and he wants to ascend, then as long as he has the upper body strength for it, then which even I would have the upper body strength for something like this, so you add more pulleys and anybody could do this. He could grab the other end of the rope and then start pulling it down. And then he pulls the rope down, then he pulls the rope down, and his body is going to rise up because he's going to pull himself up, right? There are people who pick up felled trees by using rope and a pulley system, right? No human being is strong enough to pick up a tree, but they use ropes and a pulley system in order to mitigate how much strength is required in order to pull that tree. And so a human being using enough rope and pulleys can lift up even like a big tree that's fallen. So obviously if you can pick up a tree, then you can pick up yourself, right? And so for somebody who's wheelchair bound, but that's it, they could technically, given enough pulleys and given the ease of access, they could pull the rope and lift themselves out of the chair. As long as the rope has something secure to hold on to, which you would implement that. So I don't exactly know how. I would obviously have to research the particularities of it, but that's kind of the gist of it. So if this guy wanted to lift himself up the mountain, he would grab the other end of the rope, and then he would pull the rope down in order to then lift himself up. So in that same concept, the black outlined person here can pull the other rope and thus lift themselves up out of their wheelchair. And they lift themselves up out of the wheelchair, and as long as that other rope is secure so that it doesn't drop them, then they will then be able to zip line across to the bathroom or to the shower or whatever. And then once they're there, they would then just have to lower themselves back down. So it's a pulley system combined with a zip line system, and it's all supported by the fact that it attaches to a seat cloth that it attaches to a seat that's on but detached from the wheelchair that they use, because obviously when the rope isn't here, then they're basically just on a thicker wheelchair seat, and they can move around on the wheelchair freely. So it won't impede on their wheelchair use, but they won't have to be their whole body won't have to be physically lifted by another person. Their body weight will only have to be partially lifted via the pulley system in order for them to go to the bed or to the bathroom or whatever, right? And then that combined with my little, right next to the bed, there's a little machine a little platform that, will go up, go up, and then down like that, so that it becomes a seat. And then underneath the seat here will be a toilet. So will be a hole for a toilet. So they can just roll onto that if they're in bed, and then just press a couple buttons and then go poop. Right? They don't need to get up. They don't need to wake me up in order to do that themselves. So, and then once they're done, they just press the couple of buttons, return it to the default position, roll back over, go back to sleep. So that's something worth investing in, because a lot of people who are medical patients also have bladder problems, so they need to go to the bathroom a lot. But I can imagine in a hospital, having to get up from your hospital bed to go to the bathroom is quite the chore. So something like this would be something like that combined with this, this for going to the shower or going to the other toilet or going around the house if you want to, would be insane conveniences, and conveniences that would prevent me or any other caretakers from having to physically lift somebody up. So this seems like a system that could be sold, honestly. Like, I could patent this and then I could sell it and set it up in people's houses. So that you can wheelchair over to the bathroom, and there's a rope and a couple of pulleys, and you just attach to them, and you lift yourself up, and you swivel yourself onto the toilet, right? The seat that you're on opens a little bit, has a flap, you go poop, or pee, or whatever. Close the flap, attach the ropes, swivel back onto your wheelchair. Whoopie-doo, right? Because I am not doing any of that for myself or for another person. Like, you know, if it's absolutely necessary and it's like a one-time thing, then sure. But if it's gonna be a constant thing, then you design a system like this so as to reduce the workload onto whoever has to do the work, right? So this is something I would invest my time and money into doing if I had this problem, right? So that's, you know, because you have to, right? It's like, you know, it's because if it's an everyday thing, right? Most people don't recover from being wheelchair bound. So, unfortunately. Or if they do recover, it's going to be a few years. One of my uncles, his wife and daughter got in a car accident, and they became paralyzed, or they were temporarily paralyzed. I don't really know how that works. This was a story I was told as a kid, so I don't know how much truth there is to it. They were, his wife and daughter were, their legs weren't, like, they broke their legs, but it could recover, so it took months to recover. So my uncle like redesigned their whole house to be wheelchair accessible so that his wife and daughter could go around and access the front door and the bathroom and all this sort of stuff from wheelchairs. You know, my dad's telling me all this, you know, this amazing thing that his brother did, right? But now I'm thinking about that story, and I'm thinking, okay, well, did my uncle, and I could see my uncle doing this, did he have to physically lift his wife and daughter every single time they needed to use the toilet, or every single time they needed a shower? Did he have to do that? Or did they get waterproof wheelchairs and just showered in the wheelchair, right? Or, you know, their wheelchairs backed up like a car, like a truck, on top of the toilet, and then had a flap to open, right? It's like, technically you could do that instead too, but I don't want to take my wheelchair to the shower every day or every time, so I imagine no one else does either, right? You could have a shower. And then, you know, and then off on one of the walls, you could have like an air dryer that blows towards the shower seat. So once you're done with the shower, you basically have what's the equivalent of like exhaust vents in the shower wall pointing towards you, and then just blowing hot air at you while you're in the shower seats in order to dry you off. And so then you're all dry, including your hair. Maybe your hair takes a little extra, whatever. And then you're in your shower seat, but you've dried off already. And then you get back on this little bag thing, and then you get lifted up, and then you get plopped back onto your wheelchair. So that would be super convenient too, because then you don't have to sit in the shower for an hour waiting for everything to dry naturally. And you just have hot air being blown at you until it dries instantly. So that wouldn't be too hard, because that's just, I mean, we already have that for like heaters and stuff, so. And air dryers already exist, so. I mean, you could just take a plug-in air dryer, but you don't want to take a plug-in air dryer to the shower, because it's electric, right? You're going to shock yourself, you know, in one way or another, or someday, right? But yeah. Kiwi leaf? I think so. But yeah, it's easy solutions, I don't know. Easy peasy, right? Just throw some money at it. set up, be a little creative. There you go. Now I don't have to lift up my 100-pound wife or my 150-pound wife every goddamn time she wants to go tinkle. Or at least I don't have to, like, you know, do bodybuilder level of weightlifting in order to do it, right? I pull a rope. I just pull a rope and it's done, right? It's super easy. Yeah, there's extra steps. Who cares? Who cares, right? I'd rather something be tedious than backbreaking. Because I don't care about that, right? If I get a wife who's, like, disabled, that's what I signed up for. I'm not going to care about that aspect of it. The thing I'm going to care about is if I start getting back problems from doing it. And if I have a son and he has to help out, then he's going to start getting back problems from it too. I've read stories about that. That's not good. That's not good at all. You need to figure out a solution to avoid that. Any amount of heavy weightlifting is going to cause physical damage to the caretaker. So this is a solution around that, right? It's not, oh, I gotta do this or whatever, right? It's not like, oh, but I have to deal with this. It's, let's fix this problem. And this is the fix. Or at least this is the fix I've come up with. If someone comes up with a better idea that's easier to implement and more convenient, then sure, I'll take their idea instead. But this is my idea. This is my idea. Totally homemade. I'm good to go, right? Why would I need to do anything else? So yeah, this is the idea. This combined with the roll onto the board next to your bed that tilts like a hospital bed, or that tilts from a flat board into a chair as a toilet. That and this and whatever else. I mean, I'm sure that there would be more problems associated with something like that, but there would be more problems, but as the problems arise, I'm gonna just deal with them for a little bit, and then I'm gonna find a solution, because finding a solution like this was like the easiest thing in the world for me. So if there's a different problem that requires a different solution, then within the day I'll have a solution for it, and then within the week I'll have the solution built. So that's not a big deal to me, because I don't want to have to put in this effort as much, as soon as possible. So. But obviously, if I'm like renting a house, then this thing would probably be pretty tough to get cleared through the landlord, which is why I wouldn't tell them about it, and which is why I would have to do it not illegally, but without their permission, and then they would probably charge me money to reset it. I'd probably lose my security deposit or whatever, but I don't care. Why would I care? I'd rather lose my security deposit than lose my back over this, or lose my muscles over this, right? So. You guys want to see yourselves? Nah. This is my mirror, guys. Oh boy. I had to take this down because it was on the wall opposite of my TV, and it was in my dark room. It was reflecting the lights from the TV onto the mirror, back onto the TV, and causing a glare. It's like something you don't think about, so I had to take it down. And I don't really have another wall that I can put it on, so. Yeah, no, not My room's a mess. But yeah, anyway, if I build my own house, then that last picture is what it's gonna look like. So, like, almost exactly. So, hopefully almost exactly. It's like my dream situation, but just a giant room where most of the room is dedicated towards my entertainment setup, right? My TV and my game stations and stuff, and my game consoles. I have a gaming computer on there too, if I can afford it. Fantastic, right? And then, you know, I would have a gaming computer attached to the TV, and then I would have a wireless keyboard and mouse, so that I could sit back on my couch or on my recliner chair, and just have the keyboard and mouse on like a breakfast in bed tray on my lap, and then just be able to, you know, browse the computer via that or whatever, right? So I would like that as well. That sounds like a very convenient situation. That's actually something I need to set up for my current TV right now. So I need to get this computer plugged in there, and then I need a wireless keyboard mouse setup, or at least extension cords for the keyboard mouse setup I already have. So, and then a breakfast in bed tray. That's something I just thought of right now. That actually sounds like a good idea. So, because normally I would just have them on like a foldable chair. I have a foldable chair right here. That's my laptop on it right now, and I would just put it on there, and it'd be too cramped and all this stuff. But yeah, I could just get a breakfast in bed tray now that I think about it, and that way I don't have to move my desk. And I just have it balancing here. I just need to attach it to the arm rest somehow so it doesn't fall off when I move my body or whatever. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Anyway. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, my hot springs. I forgot that's what I was looking at. Oh yeah, this couple. I remember that. This guy's dorky smile. 10 best hot springs in Japan. Is there even a difference between them? I mean, I can imagine the difference between the rich and the poor ones, but yeah, look like something like this, right? This is some like it hot. That's a funny tagline. Yeah, like something like this. I just need a sizable room, and then I just get this. Or, you know, I could shrink this even. I could shrink this to where it's only like this little section of it. And then I have the rocks surrounding it. And that's it. That's all you need, right? Because I only need to fit like 2 people in this, right? I'm not getting a party of people. I'm not getting all my friends and family together to freaking be in this, right? Even if I have kids, the kids are going to be small enough to fit into that kind of space with me, or they're going to want to be by themselves, and then once they grow big enough, they're probably not going to want to, you know, hang out in the hot springs with their parents. So, which is fine by me. More space to myself, right? God, I'm going to spend it every day. If I can get an indoor jacuzzi, which has been my dream since I was a kid, then I'm going to spend every day in it. And yes, I'm serious. Ever since I was like 12 years old, and I saw, I went to the fair, and I saw they were selling jacuzzis, and I was like, dude, you could just buy one. And of course, it was like $6,000 for one, and that was at the time, so they're double that now. But at the time, I was like, this would be awesome. But then I had a friend who had a jacuzzi, and he had it outside, and the majority of the year they didn't use it. And they had to, you know, whenever they wanted to use it, they had to take off the cover and clean it out and fish out all the debris from the trees and the plants that had gone in and all the sorts, and then they had the whatever, right? And I was like, man, that's so inconvenient. And so as a 12-year-old, I was like, I want a jacuzzi, but like inside the house. That's what my idea was. And then I told my parents, I was like, hey, could we put a jacuzzi in the house? And they're like, no, we can't put a jacuzzi in the house. That's not normal. And I'm thinking, I don't want to be normal. I don't want to be normal. We we didn't have much space in the house. But the thing is, if I design my own house, then it's going to be designed with putting a jacuzzi in the ground. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do, because that's one of the things that I want to do, right? It's like, I have two things that I want in my house. I want a dedicated home theater space, and I want an indoor jacuzzi. Those are the two things that I want. No indoor swimming pool, no 3 bedrooms, no 2 living rooms, no spacious backyard, none of this. Home theater, indoor jacuzzi. And the thing is, you typically assume, like, you see the $1 million houses have, the multi-million-dollar houses even will have either the indoor jacuzzi or the home theater, right? And you look at the price and you think, oh, this is so luxurious, and you look at the price tag, it's like a $20 million house. But it's a $20 million house not because of those things, but because of the size of it and the location, yada yada, right? I'm thinking, like, dude, an indoor jacuzzi at most would be like 10 grand. And a home theater setup would only be the cost of the space you're dedicating in the house and a comfy recliner chair, which I literally have one in my living room, and then the cost of the TV and the DVD player or the streaming device or whatever, which I already have all that stuff. I already have all this stuff. So a home theater is literally just section out a part of your house, or dedicate a part of your house in order to have this, right? Because I don't want a living room with that gets a bunch of sunlight. A home theater, watching TV is supposed to be, I'm isolating from the rest of the world right now kind of experience. So I have a makeshift one in my bedroom, but my bedroom's not big enough in order to fit everything that I need plus the TV in here. So that's why when I build my own house, I just need to have that in mind. And a home theater that just blocks out the rest of the world is a fairly cheap concept to think about. And then an indoor jacuzzi would require little maintenance in the long run. You just simply need to have it built in the first place. And for like 10 grand, that's like a fraction of the cost of building a house. So it's like, why wouldn't, it's like when they built like my current house, why didn't they put an indoor jacuzzi in here? Why didn't they do that? We have 2 living rooms, but neither living room has an indoor jacuzzi. Why would they not do that? Why would you not put an indoor jacuzzi? Everyone would love an indoor jacuzzi. Everyone wants hot springs. Everyone wants access to hot springs or a swimming pool or whatever, right? But why is it only the multi-million-dollar houses that have those when these facilities are relatively cheap? They're cheap compared to the price of the house. If you sold a house with an indoor jacuzzi, it would sell for like $250,000 more than the equivalent house without it, at least. But the thing itself to build is nowhere near that kind of cost. So it just doesn't make sense to me. It seems like it's just this niche thing that nobody thought to have, which doesn't make sense to me because it's something that I've always wanted, right? Even as a kid. So even like an indoor swimming pool, even if you want to repurpose the jacuzzi into an indoor swimming pool by just simply cooling the water. If it's a hot summer day and you just want to take a dip in a cold pool of water, then just make the water cold. Just have a thing that cools the water, I guess, and then just get in your swimming suit or be naked if you live alone. Just go in there. That sounds ideal. Honestly, if it was the summer, I would spend my entire day in a cool pool of water. Like, that sounds pretty comfy. And if it's fresh water, I don't have to take a shower afterwards, right? And as long as I have like an air filtration system or a water filtration system in there, which are insanely cheap comparatively, then I don't need to worry about anything. It's like you don't even need to maintenance the thing. It's like the whole thing will run off a minimal amount of electricity as long as you set it up properly, right? And what is a hot spring? It's just a hole in the ground. Or what is a jacuzzi? It's a hole in the ground built, but then it just has a bunch of water. It just has a bunch of water in it. It's just basically a big sink What do you guys think? It's just a big sink, or it's just a circular bathtub. That's all it is. In fact, I had a friend who, his parents, in their master bedroom, they had a jacuzzi as a bathtub. And I was thinking, like, dude, you're so lucky, or your parents are so lucky that they have a jacuzzi as a bathtub in their master bedroom, because this is something I'd never seen before. My parents didn't have a jacuzzi as a master in their master bedroom. Nobody else I knew had a jacuzzi in their master bedroom, but my one friend's parents did. But it's like, how much did the house cost them because it had that in it, right? And of course, that was on the second floor too, where, you know, the people who built the house actually had to intend for that in order for it to be built, which is why you're not going to find it anywhere else, because when people build houses, they don't think to have a jacuzzi in it. Why would you not have a jacuzzi in your house? I don't understand. Who needs an extra bedroom? Who needs a second living room when you don't have a jacuzzi in your house? It's just a giant sink. That's what a jacuzzi is. It's just a giant sink for your whole body. It's just a giant bathtub for your whole body. You know, I want to take baths, but my bathtub sucks. I have a bathtub and it sucks. It's like this high. My bathtub is like this high. So like most of my body is out of the water, and my feet can't even, my legs can't even stretch out all the way before hitting the other end of the bathtub. It sucks. So I get like my legs minus my knees wet, and then I get up to my stomach wet. That's my bathtub. That sucks. Screw you. Why did you do this to me? Yeah, someone shorter might not have as hard of a time. It's still gonna go up to maybe like their chest, maybe like their biceps. Biceps? Pecs? It's gonna go up to like their nipples, alright? That's what it is, right? Maybe. And they're gonna barely be able to stretch their legs out, right? For an adult person who's shorter than me. They're not going to be able to, you know, like completely submerge themselves unless they like push their butt forward and like roll over and lie down in the thing, because bathtubs aren't deep enough. It's like bathtubs were specifically designed for children. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? Adults want to take baths. Adults want to have that relaxing feeling, because every time I go to the pool, every single time I would go to a pool at a community center or a hotel or anything like that, there's adults in the jacuzzi. And it's like, these people only get to enjoy a jacuzzi or a swim in the pool when they go on vacation. But yet they paid $500,000 for their house, and their house doesn't have any of this stuff. Why would you do that? Why would you do this? I hate it. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. This is something that, like, if I'm building a house, I am going to feel it. Or if I live in a house, I'm going to feel it if I don't have access to this stuff. I want it. And so, because of that, I think a lot of people would want it. Like, if, like, you guys tell me, if you had a jacuzzi or a pool, if you had a pool of water that could be hot or cold inside your house, would you use it regularly? The answer is probably yes. If it was inside your house and you didn't have to worry about any privacy issues, then you'd probably use it. In fact, a lot of people would probably go swimming naked in it, right? Even if it's something like as big as this, even if it's like a quarter of the size of this, even if it's like, you know, just this big, people would still step into the water, or at least put their feet in it, right? We sell like foot bath, or they sell like foot baths. I was like, cool, we sell a foot bath, right? Good job. But it's like, you know, why didn't you just get a thing in your house? Why didn't you do this? Why do I have to go to Japan in order to experience hot water? I hate them. I hate them all. That's just, as with everything else, I hate them all. Whoever was responsible for this is the person that I hate. is the group of people that I hate. Whoever builds houses without these amenities in them, I hate them. Everybody deserves a jacuzzi in their house. If you pay for a house, it should come with a jacuzzi. If you buy a house, it should have a home theater, or at least enough space for one, right? It doesn't have to be movie theater quality. Thing is, you know, you look at the $1 million houses, right? Right? You look at freaking indoor home. You don't even have to do indoor. You could do home theater. Here we go. Home theater. Here we go. You know, you see images. People sell, but you know, look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look how nice that looks. Well, there you go. But yeah, look at that. Look how nice that looks. You don't need all that. You don't need all that for the look. Replace this big old screen with just my TV, right? My TV was like $2,000, but I got like a seriously nice TV. Plays out something that's $2,000. The speaker system is gonna run you a few hundred for sure if you want like a true theater. But honestly, just a pair of wireless headphones is gonna do wonders, right? And think about it, wireless headphones, and then you don't need any of the sound absorbers that are on the walls. So all you need is a room that is separate from the rest of the world like this, right? There's no windows or anything. And then you just need these lights on the ceiling that you can turn off. And then what's left? It's a TV, a speaker system, or a pair of wireless headphones, right? Or a pair of regular headphones with, you know, just a cord going from the TV to the seats, which is exactly what I have. They're $10 on Amazon. And a pair of regular headphones, or just the TV speakers, right? The TV speakers work fine. I mean, you don't need all of this. Or you could get like a $100 like Bosie's sound bar, right? I have a sound bar just sitting in my closet, right? That I paid like $40 for, and it's fantastic. So you get a $40 sound bar, attach it to your TV, and then attach it to your regular TV that everybody has already. And then what's left for your home theater setup? A recliner chair. That's what it is. A home theater setup is basically just your normal TV setup, except it's in a room that can get dark, and you have a recliner chair. Those are the only two requirements that create a home theater setup. It's the room and it's the recliner chair. Most people have a recliner chair somewhere in their house, or at least most people who, you know, have furniture have a recliner chair. Maybe the recliner chair doesn't have a cup holder, but you'll survive. A basic recliner chair that you would find in a leather furnished living room, which is most living rooms, which, you know, I have one in my house. I have one in my living room that I got for free because it was a hand-me-down from a family member. But anyway, these chairs are only like, what, $300 or something like that, which is, compared to everything else, is nothing, right? And then you don't need the sound absorbers if you live by yourself, in a house, by yourself. And then, or if you don't live by yourself, I mean, who gives a shit, right? It's whatever, right? A $40 sound bar, the TV you already have. So all you need, basically, what do you need for a home theater setup? That you know you normally wouldn't have. It's the room. That's it. It's just the room. And just like the indoor jacuzzi thing, the room needs to be built into the house. You need to have a room that doesn't have any windows in your house. That's the only requirement, is that you have a room with no windows. But in whoopie-doo America, there are no houses that have rooms that don't have windows. Every single room in every single goddamn house in America has windows, because they're like, oh, sunlight's important. Well, apparently not when you go to the movie theater, right? No, sunlight's not important. They just don't want you to feel rich. That's what they want. They want you to look at a home theater setup like this and think this is a multi-million-dollar house. This is not a multi-million-dollar house. You know what I would do? I would build a house that is just literally this one room with a bed in the corner, which is what I showed you guys on Paint, just a couple hours ago. Is I literally am building a house that is a home theater setup with a bed and a bathroom in the corner, and that's it. That's the whole house. So what do you need to do in order to, or what's the requirement for getting a room like this in your house? Well, it required that the person who built your house had a little bit of foresight into thinking, maybe people want a home theater setup, so let's just build a regular room without any windows. Maybe somebody wants a place to escape from the world, so let's build a room without any windows. But no, nobody built a room without any windows in any house. And I hate them. Just in the same sense that I hate them for not putting a jacuzzi in every single house, even though it's a minimal cost. I hate them. It's an injustice. It's an injustice. It's a crime that they didn't do this. I can't believe it. These are the two things that I want in a house, and no regular house has either of them. It's insane. The houses that do have jacuzzis, they're in the backyard outside. Unbelievable. Yeah, I get it. You want to be in a jacuzzi out there. You want to have a swimming pool outside. That's great. Why would you want to have a jacuzzi outside? If you're in Japan, then sure. You're surrounded by nature and there's hot springs. That's an ambiance. You're not going to get this kind of atmosphere in the backyard of your house in America. You're not gonna get this, right? Because everybody lives in the suburbs, and guess what's in your backyard? There's the back of your house, and there's the wall that separates you from the other houses. That's what you get. That's no place. So if my backyard has a shitty scenery like that, then put the jacuzzi inside. Put it inside. What's wrong with you? You already have a big space for a backyard. Just build an extra room. You can have the sunlight shine in for all you want, right? You window Americans, and then put the jacuzzi in there, and that way you don't have to maintenance the jacuzzi at all, because it's inside the house. What is wrong with you? It's so easy, and they didn't do it. They never do it. You don't see any indoor jacuzzis. Indoor jacuzzi hotels. That was the first freaking, look at that, indoor jacuzzi hotel. They've literally, it's in our culture. It's ingrained in society that only hotels will have an indoor jacuzzi. Unbelievable. You know how easy it is to just put 4 walls and a ceiling above a jacuzzi. You don't need to think about this, not rocket science at all. But look at this. The J400 collection. I'm sure that's gonna cost $20 million in order to build. This is so ridiculous. Come on, it's a circular deep bathtub in your house. You already have a bathtub in your house, and you already have the space for it. Put the damn thing inside your house. Oh my god. But no, I gotta look on Pinterest for the multimillionaires who had the money in order to alter their house enough against conventional standards. Look at this. You know how freaking expensive a house that has this would be? A house that has this in any part of the country would clock over $5 million for that house. But guess what? If I built my own goddamn house and I put this exact room in that house, I could build it for $100 grand. I could build it for literally 2% of the cost of what it would cost me to buy it already built. It's unbelievable. And this person, this is basic ass setup. They put a pool, they put a circular sink with jets in it and a bunch of water in it in the freaking ground. What do you need for that? You could go on one of those primitive YouTube channels and just watch 2 freaking African guys digging holes with shovels into the ground and making their own theme park out of nothing. That's all that it takes. You have a house, and before you build it, you take a shovel and you dig a hole in it. You reinforce it with wood or plastic or whatever the heck you want, and you dump buckets of water into it, or you turn on your faucet of your hose that you already have in your backyard until it fills up with fresh water. You put an a water filtration system in there and a couple of jets, and you're good to go, right? You don't even need the goddamn jets. You just need a water filtration system and a heater, which I can buy on Amazon for nothing. Why is this a $5 million house? Why is this it has to be part of a multi-million-dollar mansion, just like the home theater does? Your home theater has nothing more than what you already have in your living room, aside from the fact that there are no windows. There are no windows in that room. That's the only thing. The only difference between this room and your regular living room is that there are no windows. That's the only difference. And yet everybody raves about having a home theater and, oh, how this is such a cool thing, it's such a rich person thing. And yet nobody does it. Nobody designs a house like this. Nobody designs a house like this with that in mind. You don't even have the option. That's the problem. It's like, oh, if people had the choice, and most people are saying no, that would be one thing. But you don't even have the choice. You buy like 95% of the houses that are on the market right now, you will never be able to build an indoor jacuzzi or a home theater in there, no matter how much you want it. It's insane. And the other 5% of houses that you can do that either already have it and are clocking in the multi-millions in market price, or it would be insanely tedious and a lot more money in order to alter the house in order to have those, because again, it's an alteration you have to do, which is much more expensive than just building it in the first place. But no, they never thought about any of this. Like this. What is this? It's a hole in the ground. That they have clearly it's just a bathtub. It's a deep circular bathtub with benches inside. How expensive can that be? Why is this kind of thing only seen in hotels and in multi-million-dollar houses and in niche homes where, because, if I got something like this built in my house, even if I did it myself, it would cost me tens of thousands of dollars at the very least. And if I had to hire help for it, it would, I'm looking into the hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to get something like this installed. It's so stupid. I could just make this myself. In fact, I could make this myself with a shovel and some dirt. I could make this myself. If you think about it beforehand, if you build your own house, it's ridiculous. Why? Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me, America? This is what I want. This is the only thing I want. This and this. Oh my god, but it doesn't have to look like this. Again, it doesn't have to look like this. It doesn't have to look like this or this. All it has to do is be functional. That's all it has to be. You be functional. If I turn off the lights, then I should only be able to see the TV. And guess what? That's what I do. I have a room. I have a TV. I turn off the lights. But no, I have a window. I have a window that I have to use 2 layers of blackout curtains, and I have to use reflecting foil on the outside of the windows just to get some peace and quiet from the friggin' light outside. Day and night, because there's a friggin' street light that's shining into my window that's right across the street from me. And then what am I left with? I get this small ass room that, is relatively big compared to the other rooms in the house, but it's small enough to where I can't fit anything in my room besides my bed and my TV. But then, of course, I have to have other things because I need a dresser and I need a hamper and I need, a clothes rack and I need a desk for my computer and all this sort of stuff. So I can't have this. They just won't allow me. They just, they've just kept this from me for my entire life. And I'm gonna have to save a buttload of money and buy my own plot of land and build my own house just to have these basic things. It was so easy. You could have just put a freaking jacuzzi room. You could have just had a separate room with no windows in it, and then said, "Oh hey, here's the home theater." But no, I can guarantee you this is in the helm of a multi-million-dollar mansion. Why would you need that? Why do you need to pay millions of dollars just to have something that's, something that's just a simple upgrade from your normal living room TV setup? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The lack of this in America. It's like, people are like, oh, I wish I was a millionaire or whatever. It's like, what would you spend your millions of dollars on? They'd be like, oh, I would get an indoor jacuzzi, and I'd get a home theater, and I'd get a mansion. That's like, you don't need $1 million to do that. You don't need $1 million to do any of that. But no, they just think, oh, I want to buy a place that's already pre-built with that stuff. Well, it's like if American home builders had the foresight for this, which is not that hard, then they could have built houses with the ability for you to upgrade into that for very minimal cost. But no, people want it, but they can't have it, and nobody built it into that because they're keeping it from us. They're keeping it from us. It's another government conspiracy. They only want rich people to feel rich. They want poor people to not have the ability to feel rich. They want poor people to sit there and struggle and pursue wealth. Because the more people that pursue wealth, the more wealthy people earn. And so, I want to become a millionaire so that I can have a home theater in my home. Well, it's like you don't need to be a millionaire in order to do that, but apparently you do. And so people, pursue being a millionaire, and then all of a sudden, this, like, instead of, thinking like, okay, this hole in the ground that's made of plastic and that has hot water in it actually doesn't cost that much money, right? It doesn't cost that much money. I don't need to be a multi-million-dollar, company CEO to be able to hang out with my trophy wife girlfriend in my house. Look at this, they're in their house. Congratulations. And oh yeah, of course they're in a condo on the top floor of a sky rise in a wealthy city. That's what this picture is. You replace the background with country, with just like a wooden built cabin in like country forest next to a trailer park, and you can still have the jacuzzi and the wine with your girlfriend. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. You don't need to be the most richest person in the world. All you need to do is slap a jacuzzi in the middle of the goddamn house. That's all you need to do. You don't need to do anything else. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can edit out all of this and put freaking the crime of Chicago in the background, and and guns and bullets and all this sort of stuff, and they'll still be having a great time sipping on their champagne in their hot tub, right? Because it doesn't matter. You don't need to live in the best place or have the biggest house in order to do any of this. All that needs to be done is that your house is built so that you're able to apply these accommodations to it if you want to. But houses aren't built like that. Houses aren't built like that, so I gotta build my own goddamn house with it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I gotta be a rich, white, retired couple, on the beaches of Miami in order to just submerge my body in hot water. Why? Why have they kept this from me? This doesn't make any sense. Look at this. This is like some rich people's home. Indoor hot tub installations in detail. They don't publicize this. They're like, oh my god, look. Oh my god, look. Look, we're multi, right? It has to be in a multi-million-dollar home. That's what all this imagery looks like. Yeah, you have to have granite walls in your bathroom, and you have to have spacious, and you have to have, the beaches of a private island out of your window. You need to have that just for you to submerge yourself in hot water in your house. In order to submerge yourself in hot water in your house, you need to be a millionaire. No, you don't. Stop lying to me. You don't need to stop lying to me. Look at this. This looks like a basic. Look at it. You see the wall here? No, it's not a basic house. They're in the Queen's Palace. They're in the English Queen's Palace. Right? That's the kind of walls that are here. That's the kind of furniture that's here. You don't need to be the Queen of England in order to submerge your body in hot water. What is wrong with you? There's There's no reason why I need to own a multi-million-dollar company firm in order to be able to sit in a recliner chair in front of the TV I already own in a dark room. There's no reason why I need to have an excess of money in order to enjoy such a simple thing. Oh, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't restrict me from having this, right? I have to build my own house from the bottom up just to have any of this stuff without hitting the jackpot. It's insane. Why do I have to build my own house just to submerge myself in hot water within my own walls? This doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. But no, they're gonna keep it from me. I literally have to buy the most expensive champagne in a high-rise apartment looking over Los Angeles, and I literally have to be dating this woman in order to have a jacuzzi in my house. Those are the requirements that this picture is telling me. I have to have lights that shine in this particular format, and I have to be seeing these buildings in this apartment in order to have a jacuzzi in my house. That is what they are telling me. They want me to be a millionaire YouTube LA celebrity in order to submerge myself in hot water in my own house. No, you can't do this to me. I hate them. I hate them all. I hate them all. You guys can't change my mind on that. I hate them all. I hate them all. I know that I don't need to do any of that, and I don't need to complain about this in the slightest because I can just do this myself, but I still hate them all. When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was dunk my body into hot water. That's all I wanted to do as a kid. I took as many baths as possible before I grew big enough to not be able to fit in the bathtub. And now I miss it. And it's been 13 years. Or it's been like 15 years that they've kept me from having a jacuzzi in my house. It's their fault. It's their fault. For being like, no, you're not rich enough to have a jacuzzi in your house. No, we're not gonna do this. No, we don't have the space for this. We cannot. You have to visit a ski resort in order to have a sauna in your house. You know what was the breaking moment for me? You know what was the moment that tipped me over with this? It was I went to a discount Japanese store. I forget the name of the store. I doubt it's even in business anymore. But it was supposed to be like the Japanese dollar store. Anyway, their stuff was more than $1, and they had pretty expensive stuff in there. One of the items it was a giant store. You think about like Walmart, but it was like a discount store with like Japanese knickknacks and stuff. You know what was a breaking point for me? I was walking through that store. I don't know why I was even there. I was like a teenager. I was walking through that store, and you want to know what I saw? I saw a giant 4-walled box that probably reached almost up to my ceiling. And it had a door, and you could walk inside the box and sit down. It was a sauna. It was a sauna, a steam room. That's what a sauna is. It was a steam room that you could go into naked, and just hot steam will hit your body. Your body's in the room of hot steam, basically. A personal sauna. I had only seen saunas in luxurious Japanese hotels and all this, like rich people stuff or whatever, right? It was like something that the rich accessed, or you had to pay an entry fee to go to in a different location. This was a personal sauna. You could buy it and just drive it to your house and just plop it in the backyard, or plop it in your house if you could get it in there. And you just go in the sauna whenever you want, get your body steamed, do it whenever you want, right? How much was it for such a luxury? It was $1,000. $1,000 for what would normally be a millionaire's luxury convenience. It was only $1,000. That's nothing. That's nothing. I could spend $1,000. I could go buy that thing right now and not even miss the money that I spent on it. That's how little amount of money that is. $1,000 for something that I saw as like a luxurious convenience for the rich people only. Because I thought, oh, saunas and jacuzzis and all that stuff, you gotta be a rich person in order to have that stuff available to you. I gotta go to a $100 a night hotel just to have one day's access to that stuff. No, I can just buy it with what's essentially pocket change. I just ship it, as long as I have a truck, I just ship it over, just drive it back into my house. I just have it. I could use that sauna today and all the rest of my days. I was thinking, what the hell? I could buy my own personal sauna for only $1,000. Obviously, it was a discount store, and the price was discounted. And since then, there's been inflation, so it would be more expensive, but still. And then I got to thinking, okay, this sauna is basically just wooden walls like this. It's just wooden walls like this. With a machine attached to it that creates steam. That's all it is. That's all it is, right? It didn't have the swimming pool in it. It wasn't this big. But it was like, okay, it was just basically a box that like maybe 2 people could sit down in. And that's it. That's it, right? That's all it was. So, that was a tipping point for me because I was like, okay, I guess this sauna that's insanely cheap, that's like actually affordable for a normal person, isn't such a luxury anymore, right? Because it's something that everybody could have access to. As long as you spend a little bit extra money in order to get it, you could have it in your house or next to your house and use it every day for the rest of your life. $1,000 to have, like, if you like using saunas, then that's like the cheapest thing you've ever bought, right? That's the cheapest thing you've ever bought compared to, how much of a quality of life increase you're going to experience from using it. So I was like, okay, why is this thing so cheap comparatively, right? I was like a teenager, I didn't have $1,000. But I was like, okay, I could feasibly get $1,000 if I really wanted to, or, like one of my parents could actually afford something like this, right? I didn't want it because I don't particularly like saunas, but I'm more of a jacuzzi kind of guy. But I was like, okay, why is it so cheap? Well, it's just 4 wooden walls and a top with a bench and a little sauna machine. That's why it was so cheap. Okay, but if it works, right? And I only need one as big as myself. Right? I'm not going to be using the sauna with my, extended group of friends and family. So I was thinking about, what did I think about? Well, I thought about the thing I've thought about since I was 12 years old. A jacuzzi. I want a hot tub in my freaking house, right? I was thinking, okay, realistically, how much would what is a jacuzzi? It's a hole in the ground. It's just a giant bathtub, basically, that has water in it. And then I was thinking, wait a second, a jacuzzi in my house isn't a luxury, it's just a slightly more expensive thing. Why have I gone my whole life without having this thing available to me? That's where it is. They didn't build houses with them. They were like, oh, you don't deserve a jacuzzi indoors, so therefore we're not going to give it to you, right? Oh, your house has enough space for it? Now we're still not gonna give it to you. Now, instead of that, we'll give you a second living room. What are you gonna use a second living room for? Absolutely nothing. But that's what you get instead of an indoor pool or an indoor jacuzzi, because only rich people get indoor jacuzzis. No! You can't do this to me. Why? I hate them. I hate them. It's because it's these things that have the connotation of being for rich people. But if every home had them, then the luxury aspect of it would go down, right? It would diminish. But realistically, how much does it cost to put a deep circular bathtub into your second living room? How much does that cost? Well, relatively nothing compared to the kind of value that you assign to it. Because you think, oh, only millionaires have indoor pools and indoor jacuzzis, or only like nice hotels have those things. It's like, no, you could have it too if you just, if they had built it in. If they had built it in and then just charged you a little bit extra when you bought your house, right? Because people are signing mortgages that are like $500,000 here. You want to buy a house, you're paying like $750,000. And guess what? All of that money, and you still don't get an indoor pool or an indoor jacuzzi. You don't get that. What do? You get a second living room that they did nothing with. It's like they could have made it $760,000, just slap on an extra 10, and then they could have built the house with the jacuzzi in it. And then been like, okay, if you don't want the jacuzzi, then here's a board to cover it up so that you never have to see it again, and you can use the second living room as a second living room. But here's an indoor jacuzzi if you want it, or an indoor pool if you want it. But nope, they never did that, right? They could have doubled the value of the house if it came with that. But nope, so I hate them. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that my friend's parents had. It was one of these indoor things, but this was like their bathtub or whatever. Or it wasn't something like that. It was a little nicer actually. I couldn't believe they got one on the second story. That's beyond me. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be super expensive to do that. But or like if you do something like this that's like, super nice or whatever. It's like, yeah, you're gonna need drains around it and stuff, but it's something that's just literally like a circle in the ground. Just be careful not to splash water everywhere, and you're gonna be fine. It's like you don't need any extra stuff for this. Just dig a hole, like you know how many times I've contemplated just like, oh, I'll take a section of my room and I'll just break the floor, and then just use a shovel and just dig the dirt until I form a circle, and then I'll just put hot water in it. I've thought about that so many times. I've thought about that recently so many times because I need it. I am so desperate for this. But no, it's associated with, oh, I have to have a separate room in my mansion in order to have it. I have to have a separate room. Look at this. I have to have a Victorian era style room with stone slabs for steps and brick reinforcements and a 3-piece window looking out into the sunset and a customized door. Oh, I have to have all of that just so that I can put my body in hot water. I hate them because this is the kind of image that you associate with that, and therefore it's not a poor person's luxury or it's not a poor person's thing to have. It's not even a middle class person's family thing to have. It's something for people who are extremely rich. That's the image that this gives. It doesn't cost that much money to put a hole in the ground and fill up with hot water, but the image behind the luxury of it makes people think that this is a rich person's luxury, when it's not. It's not a rich person's luxury. If I looked up freaking jacuzzi, all I have to do Look at this. What do I want? Here we go. Look at that. No, I don't need freaking assistance, you piece of poop. Oh my god, they hate me. Okay, here we go. No, I don't need assistance. Get the fuck out of my way, you stupid chat. I hate websites that do this. Anyway, ignoring the bottom right. Look at this. Look at this. I can submerge my body in hot water. For how much money? $3,000. Wowie zowie. I can get 5 of these right now. I can get 5 of these. That's how little amount of money that is, relatively. Relatively. At my old job, I would need to save up money for like half a year. And then I'd be able to pay it. Or, look, as low as $166 a month. Oh my god. That's less than a car payment. That's way less than a car payment. Can you... Yeah, okay, cool. And then what's the requirement for me making it like under, you know, in the ground or whatever? A shovel. That's the requirement. I take a shovel and I dig out a rectangular piece of ground, and then I have them plop this thing underneath it, and then I plug the electrical cord into my wall outlet. That's the requirement. And guess what? I could fit it in my room too, because I could put, if I cleared off my room, I could lift up my mattress. When I'm not using my mattress, I could lift it up onto the, against the closet, put the jacuzzi where my bed is, and then underground, right? And then, or underneath the floorboards or whatever. And then when I go to sleep, I just put the cover over the jacuzzi and then plop the mattress on top of it, right? And it's still gonna be at the same level. That's all I need to do. That's all you need to do. In fact, that's how I would design a van if I went van dwelling, is I would put the mattress up and suspend it when I'm not using it, so I have more floor space in order to do stuff. But yeah, I just cover with my mattress when I'm sleeping, and then just pick up my mattress when I want to use the jacuzzi. It's easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. $3,000 is nothing. That's nothing. And then I can submerge myself in hot water every day for the rest of my life. Of course, I would never do that in my room, because my room's hot as hell. And plus, this specific jacuzzi isn't exactly what I want, so. I want a wooden one that goes deep, and it's the Japanese one. I think I saw the Japanese ones for like $8,000 or whatever. Japanese jacuzzi. Can you fucking... Oh my god. Okay, I double clicked in order to... Okay. Okay, my entire computer froze. My entire computer froze because I tried to type something into Google. Unbelievable. I double clicked in order to try to highlight. Okay. Good. Backspace. Backspace. Japanese jacuzzis. We're gonna shop for it. Here we go. Soaking tub. Japanese cedar soaking tub. $3,000. Oh my god, that's insanely cheap. Look at this. You want like one of those rich people's like freaking stone marble tubs? It's $1,200. Why haven't I bought this yet? What the hell? I could have bought this like 6 years ago. Why haven't I bought this yet? It's because I don't have any place to put it. It's because, oh, they get upset. My landlord would get upset if I put this in my second living room. Because I don't have any way to disperse the spilled water. Relax in our 47-inch freestanding tub. Okay, 47 inches is 4 feet. About. So, I would have to sit. As long as there's a space to sit. Free 90-day return. It's $25 for delivery. For something this giant. The problem is... Oh, it says with includes seats. That's nice. The problem with this is that it has the little... I can't. My whole computer is going to crash if I try to visit the website. The, this faucet needs to attach to a pipeline. And so I would have to actually I would actually have to hire a plumber in order to reroute the water under my house in order to go into this pipeline. And the only place that I could do that without pissing off anybody is I would have to do that outside. And I don't want to do this thing if I have to do it outside. So $1,000, you know, what's this gonna be like? With tax, it's gonna be about $1,500, which is nothing. That's nothing. That's no money at all. And I can submerge myself in hot or cold water every day for the rest of my life in a luxurious fashion. But it's just I'm not allowed to set this up anywhere, which means that a house needs to be built with the intention of, okay, one day we can put a jacuzzi in here or whatever. So I need to have that, and then I would need to have a drain for the water. So I would have to actually have to redo the entire second living room, or at least a portion of it, in order to use this. So, which, you know, landlord's gonna be pissed if I do that, even though I'm adding something to his house of great value. So I really want this. You guys have no idea how much I want this. And I'd be willing to pay the money too. I paid more than that for my television. Shit. I have 3 hours to finish my essay. I haven't even started yet. God damn it. Wow, my computer's gonna crash. Okay. Shipped to home not available in California. Okay. Never mind. Oh, they had the design there. Oh, whatever. It had a seat in it. So you could actually sit down in that, just like you can in a regular jacuzzi. Except it only had one seat. So, and I don't think more than one person could technically fit into it. You just get a nice little thing like this. Get this for super cheap. As a kid, I always wanted this, but I thought that, oh, these things are super expensive. I thought they were like, oh, they're $10,000 or $15,000. And as a 12-year-old, I'm like, okay, you know, nobody's gonna spend $10,000 on something like this. It's $1,000. It's, you know, something like this is 1,000, 1,500, maybe 3,000 for a really nice one, or for a moderately nice one or a themed one. It's only $10,000 for the ones that are like luxurious. So unique shaped bath. fill one of these up with cold water, and on a hot summer day, I would just stay in it for the entire day. Like this. Because, you know, you go to a swimming pool on a hot summer day, and you could spend all day over there. So, if I could have this in my house, then it'd be easy peasy. Yeah, I gotta do my essay. Holy crap. Even if I had one of these, I would still want to go to the Japanese hot springs, because it's a unique thing still. It's gonna be a different experience than regular stuff, so. How long are these playlists? 3 hours. Well, in 20 minutes I'll do something about that. Okay. Because I'm a little hungry. I should get some food. I'll have a protein bar. I do need some caffeine though if I'm going to be awake for this. So I have an open caffeinated sparkling water in the fridge that I'm gonna go get right now. So I'll just be right back, guys. It is much cooler in the rest of my house than it is in my room. It's gonna be a problem during the summer. I got one of my mom's friends moved, so they were getting rid of stuff, and so I got a window fan. It's like a double fan that attaches to the window, and so it can blow out hot air and then bring in some of the fresh air from the outside. So I got one of those, and then I also got one of the standing fans, kind of swivels. One of those tower fans, which they're okay. Anyway, neither of them actually like cools the air. It only circulates the air that already exists, which, you know, in California, where it can get up to like, where it's going to get up to 95 degrees almost every day this summer, I'm combined with the heat that my TV, PlayStation, and computer produce, I'm gonna need I need something that artificially cools the air, like air conditioning. So an air conditioning unit for my window would have been ideal, but my window is so oddly shaped that there's no air conditioning units that actually fit. So I would need a portable air conditioner that's with a custom attachment in order to just barely fit my window. But all the portable air conditioners that I read reviews on got mixed reviews. Half of people were praising them, and then the other half of people were saying that they didn't work or they broke after a month or whatever, right? But considering that each of these is anywhere from $400 to $800 a piece, means that I don't want to take a coin toss chance on, or a 50-50 chance on whether this thing is going to work or not. Some people on some of them were saying that the return policy, they didn't honor the return policy or anything like that, or they accused the person of breaking the machine themselves or whatever, so they couldn't get a refund. And it's like, I'm not going to risk that much money on something that could break, that people have experience with breaking, when I can't get my money back for the manufacturer's error on it. So anyway, so I'm deciding to go this year without getting one of them, and then I'm gonna wait until like December until the price drops for these, and then I'm gonna have to preemptively get one on a discount in preparation for next year's summer. So I'm just gonna have to deal with the fans that I have, the sun heat blockage that I have on my window, along with a foot bath that I can go into. But I'm probably not gonna be webcamming for it too much during streams for that reason, or for the reason of it's gonna be super hot in my room. I'm gonna need to have my shirt off all the time. So, and I can't webcam with my shirt off because it's considered lewd. So, oh yeah, Kiwi, protein bar. Look at this. It's it looks like one of those like Kellogg's cereal bars, like Fruit Loops or something. It's birthday cake flavored, but it doesn't have any sugar in it. So it tastes like the flavor of sprinkles combined with whey protein powder. So that's what it tastes like. But decent. I have the birthday cake one, which I'm not too fond of this one. It's one. But I have this, which is it's glazed donut flavor. This one's amazing. Oh my god, I can't believe how much this tastes exactly like a glazed donut, but it has 1 gram of sugar in it, although it does have a lot of sugar alcohol in it, so I don't know what that means. But even considering the sugar alcohol, it's only like 6 grams of sugar, and it's 20 grams of protein, which is a lot of protein. Definitely not a meal replacement, but it's a good snack. Kiwi. Okay, kiwi. I want to listen to lo-fi. You guys have been listening to this playlist the whole time. On loop twice already, but I haven't been listening to it because I didn't have my headphones on, so now I do. Kiwi. Okay, so my homework assignment, the stream might crash. Stupid thing is saying encoding overload. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Well, I can't turn down the settings while it's in the middle of streaming. It's only encoding overload because my computer can't process anything right now whenever I do something. Yeah, look at that. My entire computer freezes as soon as I try to do something. Okay. Alright, 2.5 hours before the deadline. Let's figure out, I'm writing a 3-page essay. I can technically turn this in late and I'll lose some points for it, but it doesn't, honestly it doesn't matter. I mean, technically in college I can get C's on all my classes, but I've been getting A+ just because the work is so easy. But write an essay summarizing and responding to the essay by evaluating the effectiveness of Stuart's argument. Include the title of the author and the full name of the author. Include the title of the article and the full name of the author in the introduction. Quote the author to support your claim. No need to include outside or secondary sources. Okay, so I need to understand what diagramming and evaluating arguments is. Evaluate unstated or suppressed premises as well as the stated ones. An unstated or suppressed premise is assumed rather than voiced outright, but is nevertheless needed for an argument to work. Consider this highly unscientific poll conducted by a TV news station. Question: which do you believe Senator Hillary Clinton is most out of touch with? Illegal immigration, border security, or the American people? I see what they're saying. The pollster is operating as if it's unquestionable that Hillary Clinton is out of touch with something. In other words, the question presupposes that she is out of touch. However, this unstated premise is debatable once it is brought out into the open. Is she in fact out of touch at all? A listener or reader who is not alert to such unstated or suppressed premises is, without realizing it, agreeing to debate on the communicator's terms, when those terms may be unfair. In fact, on more complex or serious issues, it is often things people take for granted that they may actually deserve the most critical scrutiny. For example, in the argument, "This medication is labeled as totally natural, so it is safe for me to take," the suppressed premise that natural guarantees safe is not trivial and can certainly be challenged. Yeah, I see. That makes a lot of sense. In the Hillary Clinton question, which do you believe Hillary Clinton is most out of touch with? That definitely implies that she's out of touch with something. In fact, that she's out of touch with all of those things, just on various levels. So the person who asked the question tricks you. They tricks you into thinking, okay, well, let's see here. Is she out of touch with this, or this? Right? They're not arguing whether she's out of touch. They're stating that she's out of touch and trying to get you to believe that immediately. So just simply asking the question, even if you don't answer the question with something that they want, then you've already kind of half agreed with the fact that, oh, Hillary Clinton is out of touch with something, even if you don't realize it. I get it. This medication is labeled as natural, so it's safe for me to take. Yeah, that's another one. I like these examples. This is interesting. Like, because you can influence people using this. Stating a question in that way makes it so that stating a question in that way makes it so that the listener, the person who answers, adjusts their mindset to agree with the validity of the question, which isn't always the case, right? It's, what if you actually like Hillary Clinton and you don't think she's out of touch with anything? Then if you agree with the validity of the question, then you're bashing the person that you were supporting in the first place. And so the question itself can change people's minds, because people will naturally adapt and adjust to be able to answer the question, rather than arguing against the question itself. So that's how it easily influence people, especially gullible people, for sure. It's like if you ask a question like, oh, since you have to go to the hospital, which one do you want to go to? That's more of a forced choice, but it's the same concept. Do you really have to go to the hospital? Well, by answering that person's question, you already agree that you have to go to the hospital. What if you don't? Well, you didn't get a chance to think about whether or not you have to go to the hospital, because the way that their question was stated is implying and making you agree to going to the hospital. So you could do that with anything, or people could do that with anything. It's dangerous. Besides recognizing the use of induction and deduction, you can use diagramming or outlining to develop an understanding of an argument's overall structure. Remember that an argument, as defined here, isn't a quarrel, but rather a group of statements, some of which the premises are offered in support of one another. A group of statements in which the premises are offered in support for the conclusion. Okay. So the first order of business in analyzing an argument is to recognize what the main claim is, the conclusion, and what other claims are being used to support it, the premises. This is much easier to do when the author is explicit about the steps in the argument, when the premise and conclusion indicator terms appear in the text as signposts. Right. It's easier when that happens, but an author could be hiding their opinion and just very subtly be changing you to be subtly persuading you to agree with an opinion that he doesn't outright state. And when people hear information and draw their own conclusions, then they stick with that conclusion they think they drew themselves way more than somebody just telling them an opinion. Right. For example, if you're asked a series of questions, and the way that the questions are asked directs you towards a certain opinion, then by you answering the questions, you're going to be, as they are, then you're going to be directed towards that opinion that they're guiding you towards. But at the same time, since you're the one answering those questions and they're not explicitly telling you what the right answer is, then you think that you came to that conclusion on your own, and then you stick by that opinion. When in reality, you didn't come to that conclusion on your own. It was because the person asking the questions asked guided, specific questions that made you think that way. So really, it's not your own opinion. You were just convinced via indirect question asking. But you solidify and stick to that opinion more because you think that you came up with it yourself. Which is part of how people manipulate others. others, and then people manipulate others, they convince others in arguments, propaganda, cults, religious followings, things like that. If you ask the question, why do you think God is good? Then by answering that in any which way, you are automatically accepting the fact that, okay, God is good. And then you're giving reasons to support that because you yourself are answering the question. But when I asked that question, I wasn't asking you to, I didn't necessarily want you to think that God is good in a certain way. I just wanted you to think that God was good, right? Instead of the opposite opinion, which would be God is bad. Because if I asked the question, why do you think God is bad? Then you're going to answer that on the assumption that God is bad, right? And people fall for this stuff all the time. It takes being able to look outside the box, or outside of the question itself when it's asked, which is thankfully something I'm able to do. But I think as a teenager, I wasn't able to. I had a teacher my freshman year of high school who he opened my eyes and other people's eyes to the world of politics, and basically he got us to think critically about what was going on in the world and in politics and all this sort of stuff. He was a really cool teacher. But by the end of that class, everyone was thinking about politics and thinking about like the impact of other things and all this sort of stuff. But the thing is that teacher was liberal, right? He was a Democrat. So the things that he was talking to us about and the things that the questions that he was asking and the discussions that were being had were like this. It was very, it was about unstated and suppressed premises, where he would pose something as a problem and then ask what the solution to the problem is, or ask what are people doing or whatever. And then by asking it in the form of a problem, people recognized whatever he was talking about to be a problem. And obviously with a problem, there needs to be a solution. And that solution is liberal territory. It goes against conservative views, but obviously that was on the premise of that this thing is a problem, right? And so he did that a bunch of times, and then people started believing it. Or people started believing, thinking that mindset. Most of that class left the class thinking very liberally, thinking like a Democrat. Myself as well. The majority of those kids continued to do so all the way to college, but I was fortunate, I was going to be the same way, but I was fortunate enough to have a friend who, I had a friend who was conservative, who was showing me the other side of the argument, and he was showing me the other side of the argument, and I looked at the other side of the argument, and then I said, hey, wait a minute. Why wasn't I thinking about this before? And then I realized that, okay, my freshman year teacher was steering us towards a direction to where we agreed with his views. Even though he didn't explicitly state his views, he was guiding us towards that direction. Me getting the opposite perspective made me realize that. And because of that, I adopted a lot of conservative values, which is the opposite end of the political spectrum, Republican. But now having both perspectives, I can then think outside the box, because now I know what to look at. I know both sides of an argument, and so therefore I can look at things critically, and I can look at things, objectively. Is this thing we're talking about really a problem? Is the solutions that we're employing that seem logical are they actually logical? Are they actually beneficial? And then I was able to look outside of everything, and it helped me be able to think critically. But now I look at the world, and I look at people my age and older, and they have one solid opinion, and their opinion on something might be destructive, but they themselves don't realize it. Just look at how many people voted for Joe Biden. But you need a lot of, not knowledge, but you need a lot of foresight in order to not fall into one camp or the other. You need the ability to say, okay, the question you're asking me, is that question valid? What are the pieces of this? What are you trying to convince me into? And then you need to alter based on that. This is what scam artists do. They ask a series of questions and then get you to come to a logical conclusion that ends up being you give them money. So, people's entire careers are based off of manipulating people through these kind of arguments. So, and people fall for it because people aren't able to look at things objectively. I was at a conference, or I was at like a financial advising conference a few years back, and I was in a room with a large audience of people, and these people got up on stage and they started talking about this way to make money. They were talking about flipping houses, basically, which is you buy a house that's all old and beat up, and you buy the house for cheap and you spend money to fix it up, and then you sell it as a new house. And they were talking about tips and tricks and strategies for it, but they were doing so very vaguely. They were saying information that sounded good, but that wasn't actually useful, but it sounded good. And so what they were trying to do is they were trying to advertise and sell a program that they were leading to teach specific tips and tricks, or to teach even more specific tricks, to teach more knowledge, to be able to start flipping houses on your own and making money. And it's to this large audience of people. Most of them are older than I am. So at the time I was like 23 or 24. There's a bunch of people in their 30s and their 40s who had the money to put towards this, but who were still working and want to get rich. But these people, I'm listening to them and they sound clearly like scam artists. It sounds like every other argument that I've seen, or every other thing that I've seen, where they advertise something to you that's a good idea, but then they only give you vague tips on it in order to get your interest, but it's nothing of value. And they're trying to get your interest into it so that they can then sell you their program where they promise to teach you specifics. And it feels like they're giving you good advice right then, but they're really not. And of course, it takes some critical thinking in order to dissect this. And so I'm sitting there thinking, man, this is a total scam, Yeah, sure, these people might know what they're doing, but the way that they're talking means that they're not going to tell anybody what they know what they're doing. They're purposely using vague words and euphemisms in order to make people feel like they're knowledgeable and an authority on the subject and feel like they're going to gain something from this when they're really not. And I thought to myself about this, and I thought, this is clear as day. Why would anybody do this? And so then at the end of the presentation, they were like, okay, we have this program, and this program is like $3,000 to attend, and we're going to teach you all of the specifics on how to on how to flip houses and make a bunch of money. Come up here if you want, if you want to sign up for it. And so I'm thinking, okay, my cynicism towards this, let's see, I have my suspicions to this, and this is clear as day. This sounds exactly like a scam artist that you would see in like a chain email. So I go on my phone and I look this up. I look up the program name for it and the people running it, because they're giving their real names. And I saw people talking about this on a forum, and they were like, yeah, I bought into this program for $3,000, and they kept using vague euphemisms and then not really saying anything that would be useful in flipping houses. And then by the end of it, throughout the program, they wanted people to pay more and more money to unlock exclusive information that would be useful. And they offered no refunds. And so people were saying, the longer that they spent in the program, the more money they had to spend to stay in it. And no matter how long they spent in the program, they got nothing useful out of it. And so I was thinking, okay, my suspicions were confirmed, right? Not only did I see through the BS that they were stating, but now I looked it up online and the information's right there. The proof is in the pudding. People are saying that they went through the program and nothing came out of it. And it was just a complete waste of money. And it just took people varying amounts of time to discover that it was useless. And they had wasted, X amount of money, following what was essentially a scam. And so I looked at that, and it's completely Googleable too. It's like everyone has a smartphone, you can Google this. And so I'm in the middle of the conference and I Google it and I'm like, okay, this is what it is. This is a scam. But I stick around because I was there for other reasons. But then these people at the end of their presentation, they're like, if you want to sign up, if you're interested and you want to make money like we've explained how to do, then you can sign up for our program and we'll teach you. And I'm thinking, like, here's the part where they take your money, and here's the part where they take your money and they continue to scam you out of thousands of dollars. Here's that part. It's clear as day, right? And so I sat there and I'm thinking, man, nobody's gonna fall for this shit. Nobody's gonna fall for this shit. It's clear as day. It's clear as water that that this is a scam and they're gonna do this. And you look up even a little bit, you research this even, you Google the organization. Is this company a scam, or are these people a scam? That's all you Google, and then you get your answer immediately. I'm like, there's no way with how much of a scam this sounds like, and with the obvious way it's structured, and with how easily researchable this is, you could just look it up. There's no way people are gonna fall for this. The vast majority of the people in that audience hall, or in that audience room, got up and lined up to sign up for their program. I'm talking 80% of the people in attendance went up there and signed their names to participate in the program. 80% of people. There were over 200 people in the audience, and most of them went up to sign for it. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought that, a few gullible people would fall for this, but most people would realize that it's a scam. Fucking everybody went up there. It was insane. There were a few people who didn't, and there was one guy who was sitting next to me who just up and left, which I was like, okay, he saw through the BS too. But most people went up there to sign their names. There was a long line formed.
of people who were interested in taking this program. They were told the price, they were told, and they were basically given a scam-like presentation that is specifically geared towards convincing people to waste their money. And most of that audience hall fell for it. I could not believe it. These are people older than me. These are people who are like 20 or 30 years older than me. And they were all so gullible that they're gonna give these guys thousands of dollars in order to do this. I couldn't believe my eyes. How could this many people be so stupid? How could this many people not even be so stupid? How could they not see that this is such an obvious scam? It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing, and it really changed my worldview as a whole, honestly, because before they started lining up, I was thinking there's no way anybody's falling for this, and the majority of the people fell for it. I couldn't believe it. And you're not talking about, oh, it's just, this free trial of a program or whatever. They said the price. They said, starting, asking tuition is like over $1,000. But, oh, it'll be worth it because we'll definitely teach you the tips and tricks. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. It was insane. So, but it works. It works because, and I guess this whole thing that I'm learning in college right now is, it works because you pose questions and you present information in a way that convinces the listener before they even start answering the question in the first place. And this many people fell for that. And so it's fell for it in this one instance. I couldn't believe it. That was beyond me. Those scam artists are probably millionaires from how many people lined up at their table, that conference. And from what I was reading online, they're doing this every single year. I couldn't believe it. So, it baffled me, but it made me realize that I think people are hugely vulnerable to falling for these sort of, for being convinced into opinions that they wouldn't otherwise be convinced into, for a conversation, for somebody presenting information to present it in such a way to where you think otherwise. I mean, just look at back in 2016. Look at how many people thought that Trump was a racist. He wasn't a racist, or Trump had never done a single racist thing ever. If you looked at it objectively, he never did anything racist. In fact, he was helping out the ethnic communities more so than any other president had, more so than Hillary Clinton would have. But people were convinced that he was a racist because of the way that the news stations and the internet explained it. The way that they presented the information caused most people to think that Trump was a racist when he really wasn't. That's the power of manipulation. That's the power of argument. You can make people believe something that isn't true. And it's scary. It's scary how many people I've talked to and said that Trump was a racist. Because if they can spout that opinion about that subject, then they could do anything. Look at the Black Lives Matter movement. People looted stores, burned down buildings, and killed each other during that movement. And yet the Black Lives Matter movement was advertised as a peaceful protest to raise awareness about racism. It wasn't a peaceful protest to raise awareness about racism. It was thugs who were looting and burning things down in the streets. It was black people who were using violent means in order to steal TV sets from Best Buy and electronics stores. That's what happened during the movement, and yet you saw none of that on the news. Because they wanted you to think one way while hiding everything that went against that narrative, and people believed it. People believed it, and they thought that Black Lives Matter movement was just a peaceful protest with a few bad eggs in it. And that wasn't the case at all. And it's amazing how many people believe otherwise just because they believe what they're told. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I'm scared. I'm scared because what if the media decides to say, oh, all white people are racist, let's kill them? I'm gonna be targeted. What if the media says, oh, all Japanese people are racist and need to be, whatever? I'm going to be targeted. What if people say, oh, all conservatives or all Republicans are evil and they're going to harm the nation, so let's harm them before they can harm us? Which is an argument that I could convince people of. I could do that myself. What if the media just gets it in their heads to do that? Well, then every Republican, every registered Republican voter, and that includes me, our lives are going to be in danger. That's the direction that this country can go. And it can go, one group of people just needs to make that decision, and they can convince the entire country to do whatever they want. That's the scary thing. I mean, it's basically tyranny. It's basically tyranny that people are complying to. It's scary, but that's the power of persuasive arguments, which is why the one skill that I think that every single person needs, and it's a one thing that they will never teach in public education, is how to critically think. How do you critically think and come up with your own answer despite what's told to you? And that's what it is. It's despite what's told to you. They teach you just enough to make you think, but not enough for you to think against their wishes. That's what they teach you. And people are stupid enough to where it's, the majority of people are like that now. You tell any group of people an opinion, and you have an opinion and you want to convince other people of it, you can convince other people of it. There are people who are going online and saying, oh, let's convince people of this ridiculous thing. And then they go and spread it, and then all of a sudden you have entire online communities agreeing with that sentiment. Look at the trans rights movement. Look at Black Lives Matter. Look at Trump not getting elected a second. Look at Joe Biden's election. Oh my God. We got a president who is destroying this country put in charge because they were able to successfully convince people that, oh, this is the better option, and it's not. Inflation is because of Joe Biden. Afghanistan getting taken over by a terrorist organization is because of Joe Biden. The current tensions with NATO is because of Joe Biden, and Russia is because of Joe Biden. And yet, this is the kind of person that people elected. Because it wasn't Joe Biden that won the election. It was the people in power that pushed him that won the election. So, and it was exactly through this kind of argument and people not thinking outside of the box that caused that. And now we have 4 years of a stained history on this country because of it. So, well, 2 so far. It's crazy. Whatever, though. Whatever. Okay, argument diaphragming. Besides recognizing the use of induction and deduction, you can use diagram and outline. Yeah, okay, I already read that. Words that introduce or signal an argument conclusion include therefore, so we may... I see. Words that introduce or signal argument premises include it follows that, implies that, as a result, because, since, for, the reason that, for, and. When you are diagramming or outlining an argument, if the flow of an argument from premises to conclusion isn't readily apparent, then remember to use the above indicator terms to help you decide which claim is the conclusion, which other premise. Okay. The conclusion can be stated first, last, or anywhere in between. People do all three when they write or talk in real life, so we cannot tell whether a statement is a conclusion simply by where it's positioned. Okay. Purpose behind diagramming an argument. Diagramming or mapping someone else's argument serves a double purpose. First, the process helps you clearly see just what the other person is saying, helps you identify the logical structure of the argument, which is necessary if you are to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the argument in order to know whether or not you can accept it, whether or not to accept it. Secondly, you develop skills of analysis you develop skills of analysis that you will need in order to organize and present arguments in support of a position that you may want to take on some question or issue. So basically, you learn how to manipulate, or you learn how to argue for a position. I mean, any argument requires a little bit of manipulation at the very least, but when an argument requires a lot of manipulation just to convince somebody, that means that's not a good argument. But as they say, history is written by the victors, and so in that sense, what is right and wrong isn't morally, or what is accepted as right and wrong is completely different than what actually is. So wow, there are buffering issues. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see if... Okay, nothing of note. So, I am going to... I mean, you guys are probably gonna have to put up with the loading issues. I can't really seem to fix this. Steps in diagramming an argument. Here are some basic moves that are required in order to create a clear diagram or outline of an argument. Identify all the claims made by the author. Since a sentence can contain multiple claims, rewrite statements so that you have one claim per sentence. Adopt some sort of numbering or label system for the claims. Eliminate fluff. Ignore repetitions, assurances not backed by evidence, and information that is unrelated to the argument. Identify which statements are premises and which statement is the main conclusion. Recognize that there may be sub-conclusions in addition to a final or main conclusion. You may think of a sub-conclusion as the end point of a sub-argument netted inside the larger argument. Okay. Although sub-conclusion is itself the conclusion of a nested argument supported by premises, it also functions as a premise supporting the final or main conclusion. I see. Recognize that some premises are independent and others linked. If you were drawing or mapping the argument, you would be able to draw an arrow from an independent premise directly to the conclusion it supports. Linked premises, however, are multiple statements that must be combined to provide support for a conclusion. If you are drawing or mapping the argument, you would have to find some way to show that the linked premise, as a group, support the conclusion. You might use color coding or underlining or circling or plus signs, some way to connect the linked premise before drawing one arrow to the clue. Okay. Well, my assignment doesn't have to make a graph necessarily, so. Similarity between conclusions and thesis. When we talk about a paper, we usually talk about the paper's main claim as being its thesis statement. But of course, a paper that just makes a claim or states an opinion but offers no supporting reasons or arguments isn't much of a paper. We would be bothered by reading an editorial in which someone stated a strong opinion on some public issue yet did nothing to justify that opinion. When an author supports a thesis with reasons, then the thesis statement can be described as the conclusion of the argument, with the supporting reasons being that argument's premises. Okay. The argument now has a structure and can be outlined or diagrammed. Wait, so what exactly is my assignment then? Write an essay summarizing and responding to the essay by evaluating the effectiveness of Stuart's arguments. So what, the effectiveness of the structure in which he argues? Is that what she wants? Yada yada. Quote the arguments. Quote the author to support your claim. In text citations, 3 pages. Times New Roman. Double space, 1-inch margins. Okay. Let's look at the rubric. Introduction contains a clear and accurate summary of the essay, includes the title and author and full name of the author. Thesis statement expresses a clear claim that answers the assignment prompt. Wait, do you want me to put the thesis statement at the end of my introduction, or is this technically going to be a 2-part essay? Evaluates the effectiveness of the author's argument and uses examples, quotes, and paraphrases to support statements. Complete sentences, correct spelling, punctuation, and grammar are used. Assignment is in APA format. Includes the title and reference page. Okay, fine. Well, the title and reference page and the in-text citations and all that, that's automatically given. So basically, my assignment is summarize the essay, write a thesis statement that answers the assignment prompt, and then evaluates the effectiveness of the author's argument and using examples. So if I simply summarize the article itself and then provide a thesis statement, then that automatically gets me a C in the class or for the assignment. But of course I won't get 3 pages out of that, so she'll mark me down for that. I have 2 hours left. Write an essay summarizing and responding to the essay by evaluating the effectiveness of Stuart's argument. So I believe my thesis statement and the bulk of the essay is... Okay, using the argument's paragraphing to evaluate the premise. An author must organize her material, okay, thanks. An author must organize their material to guide the audience through their argument. One tool available to an author is the paragraph. The sentences clustered together in a paragraph should be tightly connected in terms of content. In the most common form of a paragraph, the clustered sentences collectively develop an idea explicitly stated in a topic sentence. The paragraphs themselves should be placed in an order that reflects some overall plan so that the paragraphs reveal the steps or stages of the argument. The paragraphs themselves should be placed in an order that reflects the overall plan so that the paragraphs reveal the steps or stages of an argument. I see. Wow. This is actually a pretty heavy assignment. Okay. The premises may be said to be key steps or stages in the argument. A well-constructed argument, therefore, may use each premise as a topic sentence for a paragraph. Additionally, a premise may serve as the guiding idea for a group of paragraphs, each developing a subtopic. For example, the premise read by induction that, quote, college students overestimate the amount of binge drinking that is taking place, unquote, might introduce a cluster of 3 paragraphs, each showing that the overestimation varies by subgroup, with members of society, members of fraternities, and non-Greek populations arriving at different estimates. Oh, okay. So your first sentence in your first paragraph of 3 paragraphs would be that college students overestimate the amount of binge drinking that's taking place. And then you would then spend the rest of that paragraph plus the other 2 paragraphs separately addressing different groups of people or different groups of college students who are all overestimating that, who are all doing what the thesis said, if that makes sense. Look to see whether the author has used paragraphing by premise to organize their argument and outline a structure for the audience. You should also ask yourself whether any paragraphs are missing. That is, as you consider what premises serve as the foundations of the argument, be alert for the suppressed ones, the premises that the author presupposes. These unacknowledged premises may be ones that the author hopes the audience will not notice or question. That's what it is. In your analysis, call them on it by determining where a paragraph on that premise should have appeared in the argument. Whoa, they're saying this lesson itself is presupposing something. They're presupposing that an unacknowledged premise needs to be stated clearly and supported by evidence. While that might be true as far as like actual opinions goes, there are some basic facts of life that you don't have to argue. If part of my argument is that the sky is blue, or if part of my argument relies on, let's say, the fact that the sky is blue, I don't need to convince people that the sky is blue before moving on with the next point of my argument. What I need to do, because that should be already known information. So, but I guess that's subjective. Well, the sky being blue isn't really subjective. It's a matter of fact in life. So is the difference between things that are matter of fact in life versus things that could be ambiguous? But why? Okay, well, first of all, I need to read through this article. Okay, you guys are getting like the stream is like completely frozen for you guys. I see that, but at least you can hear the audio. That's kind of the saving grace here. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to fix the video being frozen. I think I would have to restart my computer for that. But it's already so late it's already so late. I'm not gonna put in the effort to restart the stream just to stream for another 40 minutes before I have to get off, especially since I'm doing this essay. So you guys can hear me fine. Plus there's a lot of lag, so, or not lag, but you guys are behind like about a full minute than when I'm currently speaking, so it's technically live, but you know, it's like a minute into the past or whatever, so you guys will have to deal with that. Okay, so now I have to read, so with all of that in mind that I just went over as far as like how to dissect an argument or whatever, which, holy crap, it's, this is like where I am, this is like where I am in my critical thinking level, is that I can look at the arguments that somebody is listing and then determine, and then, you know, I'm gonna determine if they're valid or not. So basically, the premise of my paper is that I need to summarize this article, and you know what the article is saying, like what kind of opinions that they're trying to state, and then that's going to be my introduction, and then my thesis statement for this paper is whether they did a good job or not, and then once I have all that, then the rest of the paper is going to be dissecting the way that they presented their information and if that is effective according to the lesson that I just read about how to effectively organize information. So this paper is basically analyzing not the argument itself, not the material that was discussed, but the way that the arguments are organized within the essay itself, and whether or not that creates a proper, effective argument in this article. Luckily, this article is from the FBI government website, so it should have a lot of validity behind it, which means that I'm not going to have to worry about, you know, somebody being a dunce or whatever. Because I wouldn't post something incoherent on a government website. So. This thing has a lot of caffeine in it, or this thing wakes me up. This thing wakes me up way more than like coffee does. It's sparkling water with caffeine and electrolytes. No sweeteners. This has 0 grams of sugar, but it's still flavored. This has carbonated water, natural flavors, caffeine, electrolyte sources from calcium, magnesium chlorides, and potassium bicarbonate. That's it. So this thing is basically just sparkling water injected with caffeine. About 2/3 the amount of caffeine as 1 cup of black tea. The thing is, last night I drank half of this, yesterday I drank half of this so I could stay awake because I was dead tired yesterday. I think it was it was between streams. I drank like half of one of these, and then right now I'm drinking the other half of it. But just half of a can of this is actually like really keeping me awake. Like I was tired like 10 minutes ago, and now my brain is just, now I'm just going. This is where it is. This is 30 milligrams of added caffeine. Whereas this one is... Wait, this one's 120 milligrams of natural caffeine. Why is the less amount of caffeine more effective than a coffee? This doesn't make any sense. It's 4 times less caffeine, and yet it's more effective. Is it a placebo? I can't imagine it's a placebo, because I wasn't even thinking about the caffeine yesterday. I just thought I want a sugar-free drink. Seven o'clock is normally when I start falling asleep. But, okay, here we go. Especially when doing homework. All right. If I can actually, so I understood the lesson. With these homework assignments, the majority of the battle for me is just understanding what they want and what kind of information it is. So very little of it is actually put into paper for me. So I understood the lesson. If I can understand the article and the information in the article and actually organize that in my head, and if I can do that before 8, so before the end of the stream, then I'm going to be able to type this paper in 30 minutes. And I should meet the deadline. So let's see here, 45 minutes in order to figure this out. Oh boy. I really shouldn't wait till the last minute to do this stuff. Over the past decade, social media has become a widespread presence that touches the lives of countless people, including law enforcement officers. Certain risks and rewards face officers, as well as their departments who use social media. Missteps in its use can endanger the safety of officers and compromise criminal cases, resulting not only in embarrassment to departments, but exposure to civil and criminal liability. To combat these risks, law enforcement agencies must adapt to the social media outlets that affect the lives of officers every day. To do so, departments must understand the forms of social media that exist, their benefits to law enforcement, the problems they may pose, and the need to establish criteria governing their use by law enforcement. Okay, well, all of that sounds like the actual premise and conclusion. And then they have categories such as understanding social media, applying social media to law enforcement, encountering problems, developing solutions. Wait a second. So according to wow, you guys still aren't able to see anything. All right. Kiwi. Well, guys, I apologize. I hope you guys were able to see my pictures when I was doing the paint, when I was doing things on Microsoft Paint. I hope you guys were able to see that. I didn't even think to check. So, shit. Oh my god. Hey, you guys didn't see the Google Pictures either that I was showing off earlier today? Oh no. I really hope that you guys were able to see that stuff. So. Kiwi. So yeah, I apologize, guys, that my video is not really working that well. Again, I don't know what the fix is. I think if I restart my computer and everything, then it might fix it, but I might have to experiment tomorrow. It says encoding overload, consider turning down your video settings or using a faster encoding preset. But if I turn down my video settings, then it's gonna restart the stream. I'm gonna need to yeah, please turn off any outputs to change video settings. Can I? What if? Okay. Yeah, I don't believe it was encoding overload when I was doing my stuff on MS Paint and complaining about the jacuzzis and stuff. So that'd be a bummer, because you guys wouldn't know what I was talking about with any of it. God dang it. Hey, whatever. I drew. If you guys didn't see, I drew what my ideal like living situation would be, like if I were to build my own house. I drew kind of like a floor plan of like what would be in the room, or what would be in the house or whatever, as well as I drew out the whole like the pulley system for like helping the disabled person move around the house. And then I was also showing Google images of various people with like indoor jacuzzis, along with pictures of Japanese hot springs, and then something else. What was the other thing? Oh, the home theater. Yeah, it was the home theater setup. And then earlier I was on Yelp, browsing and showing you guys the foods, the different like foods at the restaurants that I want to go to. But yeah, so yeah, anyway, and my audio's working, so I'm sure you guys got the gist of it. Okay, here's the conclusion. This is a big article. Law enforcement administrators must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase its benefits for their departments and reduce incidences of misuse by officers. This can be accomplished by setting criteria for social media use and training personnel on these policies. In doing so, the potential of social media as a law enforcement tool that can help departments better serve the public may be fully realized. They really just spell it out, huh? I mean, I was convinced of whatever they wanted to say based off their introduction and their conclusion. So I didn't need to read the rest of the article for this, but this is a long article. I know you guys can't see it, but this thing is at least like 20 paragraphs, so this is going to take quite a while for me to read. So in the introduction, they actually stated the thesis statement, like the opinion that they wanted. They proposed the problem, and then stated the opinion that they want to convince, and then stated how that solution was going to be implemented. And then throughout the article, they have things supporting that. And then the conclusion basically reiterates what the introduction said. Establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase its benefits. So basically in the summary of my paper, I need to state what their thesis statement was, like what the opinion that they're trying to push is, and then what are the different premises, aka the different reasons why, why and how they're going to, it's a valid argument. That's going to be the summary, and then in the bulk of the paper, I'm going to need to explain why all of that is, or why the way that they presented it is effective, or whether or not it's effective. This is a way more involved paper than 3 hours was gonna allow me to write. Holy crap. I didn't think it would actually be this ambitious of an assignment. Okay. As a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience. Historically, this referred to newspapers and television, but now it includes electronic forms such as the internet. The term social implies two-way communication in which the user interacts with a media source. One form of social media is social networking, which allows multiple people to share information with one another. Facebook, MySpace, YouTube, and Twitter serve as examples of social networking websites. Users on a site like Facebook first must establish a profile containing personal data, such as their name, interests, employment, and geographic area. Other information such as pictures, video, and text can also be shared. Users can form online relationships with other people, sharing the information they've uploaded. As a security precaution, most social networking sites have settings enabling users to control what information is shared and who can see it. Okay, so that whole paragraph was describing... Wait a second. But if I'm going off the premise of the lesson I just read, then this paragraph is flawed. Because their topic sentence is one form of social media is social networking, in which allows multiple people to share information with one another. So the rest of the paragraph needs to describe the social networking and their information shared. The way that it's shared. Oh, okay. You just don't want to say like Facebook must first establish a profile. Okay, so they are delving into what kind of information is shared and how it's shared. Social media, okay. As a security precaution, yada yada. Okay, that's, I guess that does relate. Okay, so I think their argument is structured well here, or at least so far. Social media has crafted its own language with common words and unique definitions. For instance, a tweet is commonly known as a text-based sharing of information on Twitter. Likewise, a wall is the public or semi-public area of Facebook users' profiles in which information is shared in social media. Okay, social media has crafted its own language with common words and unique definitions. Okay. Oh, okay. The topic sentence was talking about its unique language, and then the rest of the paragraph gave examples of internet terminology. Okay. But does that agree with the topic of this subsection of category? Media as a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience. So, with that, okay, that's the first sentence of the first paragraph of this section. So the next paragraph is one form of social media is social networking, which includes sharing information. And then the next paragraph is social media has crafted its own language using common and unique definitions, with common words and unique definitions. So do both of those support the main category thesis of media as a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience? Or is it the title of the section, Understanding Social Media? So is this all in pursuit of understanding social media? And if so, is a header a justifiable category? Or premise, I guess. Would it be a premise? I think it would be a conclusion. A premise is something that supports a conclusion. Would it be a premise and a conclusion? What is the media as a means of communication with intent to influence a wide audience? That should be the conclusion that is supported by the premises. So it's a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience. So considering that, is what they're talking about relevant? One form of social media is social networking, which allows multiple people to share information. Does that go back to the influencing a wide audience? Wait, media is a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience. Would you say that Facebook and Twitter influence people? I guess Twitter does. But would Facebook influence an audience? Could you spread propaganda on Facebook? I guess you could, but they're not really explaining it. They're explaining, they explain the sharing of information, the unique language and definitions, and then year after year, social media sites continue to grow exponentially. For example, Twitter grew from 25 million registered users to 175 million in just a year. Yeah, wonderful. Facebook experienced a similar growth, rising from yada yada. Social media sites continue to grow exponentially. Each paragraph has a thesis statement, it has a topic sentence, it's a thesis statement. And then each paragraph thereafter, or each, and then the rest of that paragraph will have evidence supporting that topic sentence. And each different paragraph has a different point to make, but are all paragraphs under a header addressing the initial point? It is organized well chronologically. They don't have anything out of order. One piece of information flows well into the next, but at the same time it's parsed out, which means that these are just my own thoughts here. I'm not reading off the article. Because I have to be able to form my main idea on whether this is. I already have the main idea in my thesis statement of this article clearly. I already have my thesis thought up of, which is this article. This article clearly and effectively states and convinces its opinion, and is organized well, or whatever. Needs a little wording work, but basically the answer to the question, is the article effective? The answer is yes. So that's my thesis statement for my paper. But I'm looking for evidence of that because I'm going to organize my paper after the intro and writing my thesis. I'm going to have 3 body paragraphs about. I want to have the intro is summarizing the article. So basically stating all of the main opinions and all of the supporting premises from the article. So basically it's a summary of the article, and then the last sentence of that introduction paragraph is going to be my thesis statement. And then my 3 body paragraphs should be... It should be about the paragraph to paragraph structure of information, right? It's the topic sentence, and then the rest of the paragraph supports the topic sentence. That's going to be my first paragraph. It's going to talk about that. And then my second paragraph should be about whether the information under each header supports the topic sentence, or it supports the thesis statement of that header, which for this first section would be understanding social media and yada yada. So if all of the paragraphs collectively can draw back to the main points of this subcategory, if all of these paragraphs that are basically sub-premises can draw back to the sub-conclusion stated in the beginning. And I gotta use those terms because that's part of the paper, so that's what I have to look to support. And even if it doesn't, I have to spin this in a way to where it does in order to support my thesis statement, because I chose to answer yes to the essay prompt. So I have to write a paper convincing that the yes answer is the correct answer, that the answer I chose was correct. If I chose no, then if I chose no for the essay prompt, then I would have to nitpick information to show how this is poorly organized. So, which of course this article isn't perfect, but it's almost there. So I just have to be able to spin it to where I say it's a perfect article. So my second paragraph should be do all the paragraphs within below a header as sub-premises support the sub-conclusion of that header. And the answer has to be yes. And then my third paragraph. So the first paragraph is my first point is are the paragraphs good on their own? And then the second point is going to be is the information in the paragraphs supporting that sub-conclusion? And then my third point is going to be, do all the sub-conclusions serve as premises? Do they all serve as good premises, good reasons to support the main conclusion of the whole of the article as a whole, which was different. And so that has to be yes. And so I have to it's a web. I'm looking at the little part, and then I'm looking at how all the little parts add up to be a larger part, and then I'm looking at how multiple larger parts add up to create the whole thing. That's what I'm doing. I'm starting small and I'm expanding outwards. That's how I'm going to organize this essay. So, this is the most I've ever had to think about an essay before, by the way. Most of my essays are like, oh, tell an anecdote about yourself, or oh, research a controversial issue or something like that. And it's easy because I can just come up with one statement as an opinion. I just gotta find evidence to support that, right? This one I have to actually think about how I'm gonna organize it, which, okay. With all that in mind, how the paragraphs hold off on their own, how all the paragraphs of a header support the subconclusion, and then how all those subconclusions serve as premises for the main conclusion. Those are going to be my 3 points. And then, of course, the conclusion to my paper is going to be just to restate all of that. It's going to be a short conclusion. It's going to be yada yada. This article was effective in conveying its argument, and I would expect nothing less of something posted to the FBI's official government website. That's my end sentence. Anyway, so with that structure in mind, I have to read this article looking for information that supports that. Because I have to quote from the article directly. God, this is not the kind of essay to be crunching or to be cramming, 1 hour before the deadline. Okay, so I think each paragraph will hold up on its own. I can support that using individual paragraphs. How do the paragraphs support the overall, support the sub-conclusion of their header? This is what I'm trying to focus on. Understanding social media. Media is a means of communication with the intent to influence a wide audience. But now it includes electronic forms such as the internet. The term social implies two-way communication in which the user interacts with a media source. So, is the thesis statement of this section that media influences an audience, or is it that the term social implies two-way communication in which the users interact with a media source? Because if it's the latter, then all the paragraphs two-way communication. So the first paragraph was about multiple people sharing information, which supports that main idea, the two-way communication thing. Social media crafted its own language with common words and unique definitions. That supports that argument. Social media sites continue to grow exponentially. That doesn't really have much to do with the initial premise. Although it has something to do with the urgency of it, and that in itself supports the main argument that they gotta understand social media because it's getting bigger. The article itself doesn't actually state that the growth of social media is the reason why. It doesn't actually state that the growth of social media is why law enforcement has to be careful with it. Although it could go on to support the next section, which would delve into that, which would make sense for the organization of the article. Because you're assuming that someone's going to read the whole article before being convinced. A 2011 survey conducted by the Flickr receives more than 3,000 image uploads every minute. Oh my god. Okay, a 2011 survey conducted by the Institute of Criminal Justice Education found that over 78% of law enforcement respondents had a social media account. of those, over 38% identify themselves on their profile as policing professional. Oh, wow! Only half of the police people who have social media stated their career. Huh. This finding illustrates the interest law enforcement officers have in social media, in addition to how they choose to identify themselves to others through social media. Now that's a good point. That's a strong argument. But how does that argument fit in with what was before it? I guess it fits in with the argument of having to understand social media. But they don't explicitly say that. I think the next section, because the next section is applying social media to law enforcement. So understanding social media was that section was just simply trying to justify moving on to the next part. So it's an article on chronological events, which means that my third point of all of these sub-conclusions can act as premises to support the main conclusion might not work in a chronological in a chronologically organized article such as this, where it's just one point transitioning to the next, one point being said in order to transition to the next, which means I'm going to have to restate my point number 3 in that maybe I restate point number 2 in that instead of saying that the paragraphs of a section support its sub-conclusion, maybe instead of that I state how the conclusion drawn, or how the conclusion drawn from one section effectively transitions into the next section. But I wouldn't say that it effectively transitions it. I'd say that it works to justify and give reason to continuing on with the argument. And then for this example, I would say that the first section ended with, this finding illustrates the interest law enforcement officers have in social media, in addition to how they identify themselves to others through social media. That sentence justifies why understanding social media could lead into delving into information about how social media applies to law enforcement. I would use that as an argument for that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm slowly piecing together the paper in my head. Applying social media to law enforcement. To their benefit, law enforcement agencies can use social media for public relations, crime prevention, and criminal investigation. Departments that create a presence on social media sites open a new door of communication with the general public. By doing so, citizens can receive real-time information as well as an electronic method of asking questions, making suggestions, and providing tips to help solve crimes. For example, in 2011, Kentucky State Police investigators posted photos of jewelry, a tattoo, and a facial composite related to an unknown body found 10 years earlier. The additional evidence provided in response to the post enabled investigators to identify the deceased person. Okay. So that supports the topic of that paragraph, that it's to their benefit. Social media can provide an invaluable source of information for investigators. Criminals will use social media to share information about their whereabouts, and those of their associates. They have been known to share photos and videos of their criminal acts. Such electronic information can help apprehend fugitives, single out associate suspects, link individuals to street gangs, and provide evidence of criminal activity. Okay, that section ends. Wait, so there's no. Wait, so what would be the sub-conclusion of this section? It would be that law enforcement agencies can use social media to their benefit in general, because they just did 2 paragraphs. Or would the thesis simply say applying social media to law enforcement? Well, that's not an opinion. That's not a conclusion. Understanding social media wasn't a conclusion either. That was just the title of the section. Counting problems. Law enforcement agencies must understand the problems. Back up. Scroll too far. Problems that can arise when work and personal coverage in social media. Personal life converge in social media. Okay. Officers establish what they intend to be a personal presence in the social media world while identifying themselves as members of law enforcement. Mixing their personal and social lives with their professional ones can bring discredit to them and their departments. Okay, so that would be the conclusion then. And then let's see, what are the premises that support it? Officers posting information about how sleepy they are on duty can call into question their fitness for duty in the event of a deadly force situation or serious traffic accident. Additionally, posting pictures of themselves with seized drug evidence can be harmful to the ongoing prosecution of a case, because prosecutors should be consulted before evidence is shared with the public. Though officers may face disciplinary proceedings if their actions are discovered, departments may rely on a conduct unbecoming regulation and not a specific policy regarding social media. People are really stupid enough to do that, huh? I guess there are criminals who post their crimes on the social media, so I wouldn't put it past some police officers from posting their job stuff on social media. That's what happened at my last job. At my last job, some people would post stuff onto social media, like onto Facebook or whatever, concerning their job. Like I've had people take pictures, or I've had people ask me to take their pictures with their phones so that they could post it to Facebook or Instagram later at work. I'm just like, I don't care, right? But well, guess when it's like a serious job like this. When exposed, inappropriate information may lead to undesirable attention from the media and other parties. In one such instance, a defense attorney in Texas found the MySpace page of his client's arresting officer. The page listed the officer's occupation as superhero/serial killer and included expressions of interest in intense violence and graphic pictures of women with carvings in their skin. Oh my god, that's a bit. The defense attorney claimed this was evidence of the officer's excessive force against his client. Yeah. Criminals can also capitalize on private information publicly shared by law enforcement. For example, a 2011 arrest in Arizona led to the discovery of a CD containing information on over 30 officers and law enforcement support employees, all obtained through Facebook. What was done with the information, though? Why did the dude collect it? God, I really need a sink in my room. My hands are getting, like, sticky. I'm not even doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Why are these sticky? Developing solutions. Officers cannot be expected to refrain from maintaining a social presence on the internet. Therefore, law enforcement agencies must establish criteria for social media usage that balances the constitutional rights of officers while protecting the integrity of departments and investigations. The 2011 ICJE survey found that less than 40% of responding agencies had policies regarding social media use, and less than 15% provided training on what's appropriate to post. These findings point to the development and implementation of a comprehensive agency-wide policy on social media use as a logical first step. This policy should be sufficiently broad to address the use of social media today and in the future. Consideration must be given to protect the free speech rights of off-duty officers using their own computers. However, personnel who choose to provide information about their work on social media sites will be open to scrutiny from their departments. Okay, wait a second. So, I mean, I get all that, but how am I going to structure my essay? So, point one was that paragraphs are organized well because each paragraph has a topic sentence or thesis statement followed by supporting evidence of that thesis statement. And I can list several examples. My next paragraph was going to be that one section's main conclusion effectively justifies the transition to the next section, keeping the article organized in a chronological order of arguments. And then my third thesis statement was going to be what's my third point then? My third point would have to be how the sum of the subconclusions, how all the subconclusions are effectively connected to the main conclusion. That one's going to be a bit of a stretch because it doesn't seem like this article actually cares to draw one point back to another. The conclusion kind of does that. Okay. I think I can write this essay. I'm shaking out my hand off to the side here, and Kiwi's on the floor, and she's just squinting up at my hand, just following it as I'm shaking it. I'm trying to air it out. Officers cannot be expected to refrain from social media. Government entities can restrict the speech of their employees under certain circumstances, such as if the expression interferes with or comprises the mission of the department or brings into question the professionalism of the officers or agency. Social media policy should clearly delineate between protected free expression, and the speech that could impact departments of officers. Agencies generally are permitted to regulate officers' conduct on social media sites if the individuals list law enforcement as their occupation or post law enforcement related content. This should be. Administrators must decide the conduct and information to regulate. Photos or videos of officers, suspects, evidence, police facilities, employment, blah, blah, blah. They have a whole list. I'm not reading the list. It's already obvious stuff. An agency's social media policy should address the official purpose for use and the desired objectives. It should define the person or group authorized to create and maintain the social media presence on behalf of the agency. The policy also must provide guidance on what officers can share and when. Training officers on social media guidance can be done in 2 steps. The first should address general computer, internet, and social media security and privacy issues, while the second should look at the practical application of social media policy as related to officers. Training curriculum should be frequently updated and repeated to get compliance can occur when officers understand the problem and buy into the solution. Law enforcement administrators must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase the benefits of their department and reduce the incidence of misuse by officers. This can be accomplished by setting criteria for social media use and training personnel on these policies. In doing so, the potential of social media as a law enforcement tool can help provide departments better serve the public and may fully be realized. Yeah, whatever, you have a lot of words here. Well, it was an easy enough article to understand, the main points at least. But, so, I guess, okay, the intro is going to be a summary of the article, which is basically just stating the main points, which I actually have determined all of the main points for each section of the article, so it's going to be easy. And then I'm going to state then I'm going to signpost or signal post or whatever, the three ways in which I think it's effective. The argument is effective, which is the 3 main points in my paragraphs, and then and then after that, I will state a thesis statement saying that this article effectively conveys its arguments, or effectively organizes and conveys its argument, and convinces its argument. That's going to be my intro paragraph. And then my first main point paragraph, my first body is going to be about how my first paragraph is going to be about how each paragraph is organized well with a clear thesis, with a clear topic sentence, followed by evidence to support with a clear main idea stated in each paragraph, along with supporting evidence. We have to show evidence of that from the text. And my second point is going to be how the subconclusion of each section under each header of the article effectively justifies the transition into the next point, thus keeping the article in chronological order, or thus keeping the argument organized in a chronological manner. And then my third point is going to be that the entire article, or all of the conclusion, the flow of the article, or the way that the article flows, the argument leads to, or is an effective premise to support the conclusion made by the article and to support its main idea. So, and then my conclusion will just be to restate the main ideas from my post and what the article is about, and then say, oh, it's effective. Good job, FBI website. So, anyway, guys, actually, come on, man. Awesome. All right. I'm sure you guys are still seeing encoding overloads. All right, guys. Anyway, with all that said, I am gonna head off. I'm gonna type this essay. My computer, when I'm running the stream right now, my computer is way too laggy. My computer's way too laggy to actually like type things effectively and use my computer effectively. So it's not good. And so I need to get this typed as soon as possible. I have 50 minutes left. I need to write the essay, as I said, provide supporting evidence with proper in-text citations, and then I need to write a reference page at the end, which is basically your work, my works cited page that properly cites the article itself that I'm quoting from. So I need to do all that and go to the bathroom, and I need to finish all that before 9 o'clock, and it is 8:08 right now, I believe. Yeah, 8:08. So stopping the stream and all that is gonna help me go faster. Plus, because of the lag. Plus I need to take my shirt off because it's way too hot in my room right now. So, and I need to open my window and turn off my webcam. So, I am going to do all that. So, guys, wish me luck. I am going to just crank out this essay and focus on nothing else until 9 o'clock. So, hopefully I'll finish in time. But yeah, guys, with that said, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I do apologize for the amount of time that it was, that it's been frozen. I believe it is still frozen because it says encoding overloaded. Again, I can't fix that without turning off the stream and restarting my computer. But as I am in kind of a time crunch to finish my essay, and it's already 8 o'clock, since I am in a crunch to finish this essay, I never did that. So I don't know how long it's been like that, honestly, but I hope you guys didn't really miss too much aside from me reading the article. So I was reading my lesson provided by the college, so I don't think, I don't want to share the screen of that information, so. But yeah, so this is my last assignment for tonight, and then once the deadline hits, then I'm gonna do another, or then I'm gonna have more work to do for the next week. But yeah, guys, with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you all enjoyed the webcam and what you were able to see of like the screen share and stuff. So again, I do apologize for this whole encoding overload thing. I think it was because my power went out, but I'm going to try for next time. I don't know when next time on my PC is going to be, but for next time I'm going to try to make sure that it's actually good to go, so that this doesn't happen. But yeah, anyway, I hope you all didn't miss too much of it because of the freezing. So everything after like the paint